Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the collegeist, your culture critic and chief host. Thanks for joining us tonight. Thanks for your people. Now, when you have topics like Black America and its conflict immigrants, you know things are going to get hot tonight. You know it's going to get heated tonight because we have a lot to say and there's many sides to this topic. And I hope to hear some of your views and opinions on this topic. The reason why I did this topic today is I'm looking around and everyone's basically talking about, I think, look, at the risk of sounding anti FBA, whatever like that, look, there's something wrong with Black America, with this whole reparations movement. You got people out there who I would consider intelligent, really actually think that there's a pathway that you're going to get a check mailed to you in the mail by the federal government just because you're black. And what angers me is you got people out there who are semi-educated, half-educated, outright idiots out there pushing it. The Tariq Nasheeds, the Phil Scotts, and all these other people like that. That let me tell you something, folks. Just because somebody's on social media don't mean they have the facts, don't mean they're well researched and anything like that. There's no vetting on social media. Usually when something comes from someone that has a policy institute, a policy institute or something like that, you can rest assured that we'll be on screen during the streaming. You keep your conversations going and make your audience part of the experience. Okay, we'll see how this works. See how this works. So show comments on stage. I don't know. A new feature. I don't know how it works. So we'll see when people come in the chat room how that works. So anyway, what I'm saying is, if someone's part of a policy institute, an institution of higher learning, a book club, a science club, or something like that, where there's what we call peer review, something that's been studied, something that's been researched, is something that basically says this can actually happen, this would actually happen. Let's go pursue it and everything. And then you got to get a consensus, right? You have to get a consensus across the board. And then once you have a strong consensus, the next thing to do is the people that's going to carry it out is given a mandate to carry this out. That said, this must be done, right? There is no consensus for reparations. There's no mandate for reparations. There's no mandate, less a consensus, right? So when people talk about Wes Moore, governor of Maryland, vetoing a reparations study bill, and they're up in arms, accusing him of being a Jamaican immigrant and all kinds of stupid stuff like that. Like everybody from Jamaica or Haiti is after your so-called deserved reparations check. One, that has never been established, that we all agree that we should get a handout or reparations and stuff like that. Just because you're a descendant of slavery, in America, your ancestors were slaves. That don't mean you personally owe a reparations check. That's one. And two, the one thing Black America has, advantage he has over everyone else is the fact that we have birthright citizenship for the 14th Amendment. All these other groups of people, every one of them can be stripped of citizenship and deported if that happens. They can lose their green card, they can lose their student visa, and they get deported. That can't happen in Black America. That was a trade-off, where a trade-off for reparations back in the day, because that's what we wanted. We wanted to become part of America. That's what Black people wanted. You cannot basically out of nowhere decide, yeah, although I'm in America, you wear the red, white. Tariq wears the red, white, and blue. Talk about reparations. I mean, am I going insane? Are we? Is this some sort of a joke? Whatever like that. You going around, Rick Cornell is draped with the American flag. Talking about how American she is and whatnot, and then she's talking about a reparations check. Imagine a Jew after World War II Talk about the Nazis owe us reparations, and they're sitting there draped with Nazi swastikas on. That's exactly what it looks like. But the whole thing is this: when it comes to Black America, everything is a joke. That's why no one respects Black America. And since no one respects Black America, right? Why do you think that Black people are like, yeah, I know nobody respects me. White people definitely don't respect. You see it right now. The racism right now is unreal. This lady, basically, that Shiloh, whatever his name is, made almost $1 million calling somebody the N-word. She got all full support. And like, no one gets, Black people be damned in this country, you know? But since Black people know that white people are never going to respect them, whatever like that, they want to sit there and say, well, I tell you what, if you Black, you're going to respect me, because if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be here, and all this kind of stuff like that. Yeah, I'm saying to myself, so you want these immigrants, Black, Hispanic, white, whatever, to bow down to you, you know? When you bow down to the white man, let the white man shit on you all the time. But yet you want the freaking immigrants to elevate you and put you on high. It doesn't work like that, you know? As long as Black America chooses to be the bottom rungs of American society, they will always be looked down upon. That doesn't matter who comes in. People could come from the most poorest part of the world. I bet you any amount of money. If you got some Negroes from Papua New Guinea, you know, savages, cannibals on there, bring them to America, clean them up. Within 5 years, they're going to be calling you nigger and thinking they're your superior. It is what it is. People don't understand something. When you act like a nigger in America, and you act the way the white man, this thing he created, like Frankenstein, called the American Negro, or not, you know, it was designed. The way they basically designed and programmed and brainwashed the Black man in America to be a permanent, not just a slave. Slave was a step up, but you weren't even human. You were some like humanoid. You didn't have feelings, and they didn't regard you as a human, you know. And everybody else is everybody else in the world is basically respected, and they don't give you any sort of respect. Live show. So that's what it is. For Righteous said something. I don't know why they got this up there, because okay, I guess when more people comment, the letters are so small down there, I can't even see them. So I guess somebody typed that's showing up on StreamYard, you know. So I guess that'll show up on YouTube, right? So the comments, when people watch the back show, when all the comments you seeing will now be shown things. So people will look at the comments, and they'll look at me responding to comments. So that's pretty good, you know, show comments on stage, you know. I think that records, so that's a good thing. But like I said, you have a lot of people here want to sit there and talk. I'm gonna look at both sides of this issue, right? Because there are some legitimate things that the Black Americans, or the FBA people, they call themselves, legitimate things that they have that I agree with, you know. But I think overall, you know, there's too many of these people that are lazy. Too many people that basically do nothing with their lives, and they're basically using immigrants as a scapegoat, you know, for all their shortcomings and problems, you know. Are you tired, Kyle, talk about melanated people every day? No, I can't do that. I love doing this, you know. That's what I said. You know, some of you people aren't built for this. When you guys want to rumble with the college genesis, don't say I can do this every day, you know. And so, like I said, I know you guys are listening and watching. You're like, damn, when's he gonna stop? I'm never gonna stop, you know. I won't stop till I retire. Like Run MC, I won't stop rocking till I retire. But yeah, so this is what we're talking about tonight. People basically in our culture and community always need a scapegoat. You always need a thing to blame somebody else. And they make up this thing in their mind that there's somebody coming for their reparations check, you know. Yeah, man, the Haitians and Jamaicans and Africans jealous of our reparations check. They want our reparations check. And you got people out there really think there's a reparations check going to be in the mail every day, you know. You know, I try to tell my good sister For Righteous, man, don't go out there and get a job. Don't worry about reparations. It's not coming, you know. So people really think there's a reparations check coming right. That white people going to one day open their hearts and love and kindness and be like, here, Negroes, here's your reparations and whatnot. Here's your reparations, Negroes, come get it. And I'm saying when you go get your reparations check, they grab you and put you in chains and throw you back on the field. So this is what we're talking about tonight. Like I said, you can call me Colin the Culture Critic slash Chief Host, or you can call me the Ringmaster, because the Ringmaster means I live in a circus of deadly clowns. So we're going to talk about that tonight. Are immigrants the problem? What is the root of the conflict? Black people in America have always had this problem, apprehension about immigrants, because I have to break this down very careful and be careful what I say. Hold on. For Righteous says, you just making stuff up. You sound ridiculous. Ain't nobody thinking we are superior. I mean, I don't know. How can you think you're superior? Can you look at Black America? You look at Rufus and Leroy in the corner. You gonna call that superior? Okay. I never in a million years would think Black people think we're superior. We have absolutely no reason to be calling ourselves superior. Colin, there were over 500 free Blacks in 1850 during slavery time. They were all being beaten with chains. Okay, well, how do we know that you're not a descendant of one of those free Blacks? That's what I said. There was a large number. 10% of the Black population was free. How do we know that basically every Black person alive was a descendant of a slave? People don't even go like that. Everybody was slave. People don't understand. Not everybody was a damn slave. I think you people, social media are bigger problems than Black Americans, Black immigrants. The whole situation would not exist without. Yeah, the internet allows idiots to get online, start sharing notes and boosting each other up and everything like that. This stuff does not exist in normal Black society. Nobody talks about an FBA. Nobody knows. Look, the average Black Americans don't know what a Black Brit is. They don't know what a Jamaican is. They don't know what a Nigerian is. I said, "Oh, you Black American." I said, "Dude, calm the fuck down." Most Black people in America don't know, never heard of Nigeria. Don't know where's that on a map. Don't care. But you got these people, oh, the Black American, come on, stop it. This is something you see online. And I'm dealing with people's stuff that I see online. I know what I'm talking about right here. I want to stop it from spreading. Why is that a lie, G? Nobody knows what an FBA is. Are you kidding me? Nobody knows what an FBA is, G. So this is just ridiculous, Nobody knows what FBA. No one knows what damn reparations is. No one talks about it that I know of. No one talks about it. No one mentions it. Whatever like that. So you people getting upset over these Black Americans getting upset online. The Tariq Nasheed, he don't speak for no Black people. Tariq's a cornball. He don't speak for nobody but himself, And he knows he got a certain amount of people who's willing to pay him to say all this goofy shit and everything. So that's all that is. So, but now that being said, Black America do have legitimate conflicts with immigrants. Really do. He never said that he did. Yeah. No, I only get out there and have people following me and blah blah blah. He only injects himself in everything dealing with Black America, and constantly promoting the FBA nonsense and talk about tethers. Even went so far as to basically say, like I say, that a Liberian, even if they were descendants of Black Americans, aren't FBA. So this guy has a strong opinions on these topics right here. Say people, most people, G, do not know what Nigeria is, bro. They don't know what Nigeria is. When you think of Nigeria, they probably think, I don't know what they think. They do not. Most Black people in America can't point. Most Black people in America can't point to the state they live in on the map. You guys, the average Negroes, particularly in the South where you live at, ask them, point Mississippi, and they'll point to Wisconsin. Yes, they do. Okay, whatever. Whatever, G. Keep believing that shit, So, good brother G, man. He's goofy as hell, man, but he's all right, though. I love him, Yeah, he's goofy as hell, man. Like I said, I love my goofballs, I like my goofballs like G. always keeps the conversation alive. Mississippi is by Alabama. Oh wow, G, you know that, but I guarantee you, everybody else don't know that. Hey, Rude Tut, I remember you. What's up, brother? From Dinosaur Show. Back in the days. What's going on, brother? But no one serious about Black America knows anything about FBA and all stuff like that. We always had issues with immigrants, right? The problem is this, and I'm gonna play some shorts from TikTok where it's gonna really, really tune in what I'm talking about. There's the black people in America don't understand. Their biggest problem is the they're learning. They're not picking on them. Oh yeah, picking up a comic book is not fucking learning, bro. Picking up Peter Pan and all stuff like that is not learning, man. Picking up anime is not learning. I'm sorry, I'm sorry to break it to you. You're watching, listening, reading anime and stuff like that, and so you're not learning anything. Look, the problem is with immigrants is this, is the fact that people come here, they buy into the American dream. Now, there's two things that goes on in America. One is a culture that really, a part of America that was really said that the white man is God. He's supreme, and the black man is a slave. He's disenfranchised forever, and it's all right to discriminate against him because he's never really, the Black American will never be a real American. He'll never be a real American because he came here involuntarily. The edge other people have over you, whether they're from Africa, the Caribbean, China, whatever like that, is they did the thing that made you an American. You voluntarily crossed the ocean to get to these shores. That makes you an American. Where the black person in America, although we were here since slavery, although we basically here since slavery times, right? The fact that we were brought here against our will disqualifies us on many levels for claiming full like American, because we didn't come here voluntarily. That's why he thinks a lot of these FBA people are now trying to say they were already here, right? Or they came here voluntarily from somewhere, and they won't say they came from Africa. They'll say they're already here. They came from Turtle Island. What that does is put them in the same league as an immigrant. See, nobody wants to be, except for the Native American, right? Everybody wants to be like American. American means you came here voluntarily, Yeah, FBA came native to America. They built the first rocket ships. Yeah, what else? They cured science, cured cancer. FBA is amazing people, bro. The Titanic was built by the FBA. You know, the samurai were FBA. Yeah. Whatever thing we just said, call the FBA. The first person, the most moon landing was done by Neil Armstrong, the man who landed on the moon in 1969, was an FBA. You listen to the FBA, they built everything. They went around the world, everything like that. The FBA is every place except Africa. Oh, we ain't African, but we're Koreans, we're Japanese, we're Chinese, we're Moors, we're Native Americans, we're Asiatics, we're all these things. But they always say when it comes to Africa, oh hell no, I ain't no damn African, So you're dealing with people who have a mental illness already, right? Black people in America, they have mental illness already. So therefore, what we do is we can look. This is what it is, Black America. And I'm gonna say the next few words I'm gonna say is gonna anger some people and shock some people, right? For righteousness, well, she's really coming to try to throw me off my game, She really trying to come at me, Okay, this is what I'm gonna say. Black people in America, right, are like those slaves, right, on a plantation that basically tried to look down on those few free blacks who were struggling, trying to make a living. They're like, oh, we're on a plantation or not. The free black is like, well, yeah, I know I may be hungry at night and we're gonna scrounge for food. We may have to kill rabbits, whatever like that, but at least we're free, you know? So this is a conundrum so-called Black Americans find themselves. We know we basically resent America in many ways, you know? We resent America in many ways. When that's why do you think black people, the wealthiest group of black people on the planet, right? You'll never see them say unequivocally, right? Like people, the FBAs go around talking about they're Americans, right? But I'm saying, okay, if you're going to be American, then put on Lee Greenwood and sing "Proud to Be American." Nah, man, racism, white supremacy. But you cannot friggin' call yourself an American without basically embracing what that means. You know, America is white supremacy. It's white domination. It's white conquest. It's the manifest destiny. Those things are what America is, right? So when you basically say you're an American, that's what you're embracing. See, it's easy for an immigrant to come over and say that, right? Because the reason why we can't say that for the is because we can't forget deep down in our heart, no matter how much of FBA you call yourself, you still have not forgot about what this country did to our ancestors, right? So therefore, when we see immigrants coming over here like, yeah, people were put on plantations, they're whipped and killed, but that wasn't my ancestors, you know? And we have a rage in us, you know, that basically think that immigrants got to take on our struggle and our pain. And when they don't, and they just come over here just to get along, they'll have white friends, they'll marry white, or they'll get along in a white suburb. That sends Black America into a rage, you know? That immigrants, we call them coons, we call them sellouts, we call them race traders, all stuff like that. And all they are doing is coming over here at the invitation of the white man and getting along and making it a thing. Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Winston Sears, that's her story, you know. She said her dad came over here in 1963 with $1.75 in his pocket. And now she's lieutenant governor. She's going to be elected governor of Virginia, right? That's a success story. See, when Black immigrants have that immigrant success story. Now, some people, what about slavery in Virginia? What about Virginia as a capital of France? That doesn't concern her. So this is what we're talking about tonight. Yes, either there's two things we could do in Black America. Either we let slavery go, forget about it, forget reparations, like Common said, forgive the white man and move on, or we are going to be systematically replacing this country by people who are willing to, who look like us, who are willing to embrace this country. You know, that's what it is, folks. I told you you're going to get upset what I just said, but it is the truth. Either you got two things, you know, no, actually three things, you know, two things. Either you say, you know something, I want an Afghanistan. I want to leave America. I want this government to pay for me a nation because I will never swear. Look, you cannot live in a country without swearing allegiance to a country, you know, because the immigrants, the Black immigrants will do that. So you're left with people who are not going to have a oath of allegiance to this country and whatnot. So you're basically going to be missing out on the American dream. If you're not going to believe in the American dream, then it's time to part ways with America. That's what I try to tell people all the time. I'm only responding to what I hear Black Americans. They always talk about American racism. Every night I hear Phil Scott, the racism, white supremacy, those folks, he could them folks and whatnot. I say, if we really feel like that, then when I talk about us building a nation and parting ways with America, I get blowback from the same people. And the same people won't embrace America. They don't want to embrace America and they don't want to leave, you know? So the immigrants come over and say, you know something? You know, we came here from a third world country. I'm going to embrace all the opportunity this country gives me. And Black America can't. That's what this is all about, you know? You know, for righteous, no, I think I'll be out of here in a couple of years. Trust me, you know? I'll be out of here in a couple of years. Believe me, you know? Nobody's going in. I know you're not going away. You're not going nowhere in life, you know? I know I can't get you out of the projects for righteous, you know? So it's a system of America. Oh, it's a system. Oh, the system. Yeah, the system. That's what Black people say. The system. The system is not going to change. So the system, what people are going to be like, Okay, if the system was such a problem, G, then why did black immigrants? That's the argument they use against you. Then why do so many Africans and everybody else trying to get in here? Why is so many people coming even illegally? If it was a so-called system, this is where your argument, the so-called Black American argument, is dead. It ain't the system. It's you. It's Black America. I always been sister. Yeah, it's specific. Yeah, but we know that from day one. So what do you do about it? You're never going to change the system. It is what it is. It's meant to. It's what you see is what the system is. What it's meant to be, and it's not going. It's obviously it's successful because people are coming here from all over the world. So sit down, Chukwo. But most of them run for office like Sears of Virginia. Make sure that they let the white people know they don't believe in. Yeah, that's what I said. Black people should just throw reparations down because it's never going to happen. Reparations movement right now at this time is embarrassing. Chicago, black men need to get ownership of our community. What community? I would like to know what communities. We don't have communities. We don't have say so. The so-called black communities are war zone. Are you going to police these communities? Are you going to friggin' provide security? Are you going to prosecute people and hold people accountable for their behavior? We can't do that. You don't have a community. There's no sense in work investing in it. Reparations will be approved. Okay, G. Okay, I would like to see the path to reparations. I always thought G was an intelligent person, but I could tell you, man, most of our people are just goofy. Reparations is not going to get approved by who? The Trump administration, the Democrats who've lost power forever. Oh, come on, stop it. A Pan-African America, another challenge just summed up. Immigrants here. I want to read that. Hold on. A Pan-African on another channel. Okay. A Pan-African on another channel just summed up. Immigrants are here, America to get FBA. Yeah, the immigrants are just sitting here crossing the border because they're going to get some non-existent reparations. I already I put it out there that G in the chat room, if the reparations pass, he can have my reparations. You said it right here. He can call us in court. I say G can have my reparations when they come. And the reason why I say it because I know it's never going to happen. I would urge my good brother G, to go to trade school and get himself a job, man. Get himself back to school, get some more education, get himself a better job. Yeah. I told her when I first got on Dynas years ago, I talked about the Negro that always tell me they're gonna rise up. Like you gonna rise up and demand your reparations. You gonna rise up when that you go. You see these dusty Negroes out there and whatnot. Old mudfoot looking Negroes out there. I want my reparations. Yeah, a lot of dudes out there. To be honest with you, I see some lot of bros out there, old bros that have been beaten down and whatnot. You can look at them. And man, I would love to handle reparations. We should just cape up the money and give them the reparations, So we got a lot of bros out there who definitely need reparations. I look at them, man, they're just dusty as hell, man. I'm like, man, we gotta give them some. We gotta take up if we even have to take up a collection ourselves, man. We gotta give them some money, Cafe Torre. Colin, that reverse psychology is not going to work. Okay. Woo! We got it's a collar rumble tonight, man. I got people that want to rumble me tonight, man. I just picked the real fight. Dusty Rookie told them to cast their buckets down. Look, he said, cast the buckets down, get on your knees, buck that, shuck and jive, whatnot, because you ain't getting no check. We ain't getting no money around here. Nope. You ain't getting no money around here. You better get out there and get that job. Better work. The only people against America are the ones who were not entitled. Yeah, MP. Now, MP, I don't want to take your reparation check away from you. And I'll personally vouch for you. So please give MP her reparations check. I'm not poking the bear. I'm just telling you, as your brother, as your FBA brother, I'm just telling you, like, because I love you, G. I'm sick of black people looking like fools, all those dusty Negroes in the California legislature, man. Dudes that probably old enough to be my father out there. We went on our check, man. These people actually thought, yeah, Tariq Nasheed showed up and whatnot. These people actually thought they were gonna walk away with a check. It was just a reparations study. Same thing was happening in Maryland. A study, This is what happens with a study. They'll take 9 months, a panel of commission. They'll be getting paid, eating lunch every day and dinner and whatnot, studying, sitting in the room, talking and debating and whatnot, Then they'll give their conclusions at the end, and the government look at it like, okay, everybody, one in California said everybody black person deserves $1 million. Okay. In a state where the deficit is $35 billion in debt. Okay, But like I said, but don't let truth and common sense get in the way, Tariq Nasheed campaign, yeah. Tariq promised reparation, If you listen to an old pimp who gave you, look, Tariq promised a hidden history museum. Now it's just a club. A raggedy ass night, he raised $2 million, and he bought that building. He saved for $600,000, probably no more than $400,000, and he pocketed all that money, the rest, and he financed it. So no, he had to throw probably cost him like $2,000 a month. He financed that. Well, he kept all the money, no accountability or nothing, and he has no artifacts, no friggin' thing. Malcolm X was reformed, like I said. This is what we're talking about. The people like Roy in the chat room talking about, was he gonna compare Tariq Nasheed to Malcolm X? Come on, Where's your museum? I'm not gonna build no damn museum. I can go to the Smithsonian Museum in DC and look at a real one. I don't have to freaking go to get some raggedy ass thing called museum or not. If I ever basically raise money from black people, which I'm not gonna do, if I ever raise money from black people, you guys are sure if I raise $2 million, you're gonna get something out of it. You're gonna have a nation. When I'm done, so at least we have two mink slide. Yeah, man, mink slide, and we got I forgot the Ogun juice, whatever that thing was, So it is what it is. Brother Ahmed's in the chat room, so I'm having a good time tonight, man. You folks never disappoint, man. You people never disappoint. I love my audience, man. You guys keep me going, man. That's why I come here and do this every night, whatnot, I don't think I'm gonna do a show Thursday night. I think I'm gonna do one tomorrow night, and I'm gonna take a break. I've been so busy at work. A reference study is a hustle for politicians, but no shit, Politicians still sit around the table, eat DoorDash for 9 months to make overtime. Yeah. Matter of fact, it wasn't even politicians. They hired private citizens, This Negro, that Negro. I think it was an Asian lady and a Hispanic lady. All these people sat around, became good friends, went out to eat, went out to dinner, and went out, and basically talked about reparations, So yeah, all right. You finally says make some sense, Truco. Yeah, they'll bring out reparations already right around election time. The bottom line is they got to keep black people engaged in the political process. Voting for Kamala is not enough. We got problems of reparations, man. We're gonna get your reparations. If I get in office, you are gonna get a check. When not, Negroes get out there, don't get a check, and then mad again. Man, we would promise a check, man. It's the government. I'm going to make a video about my own government video, folks. Look out for that. As soon as I find that beat to the government, right, I'm going to make my own government. I'm going to be doing dancing, too, in the background. The government, 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 yeah. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you, nigga. Booyaka, do it. Run. Booyaka. That's really talented by Tariq. I will steal that from him, that the government, it's the government, it's got to run to you, nigga. Run, run to you, nigga. I got a PhD in Negroology, and when it comes to the American Negro, I got it all figured out because I have a doctorate and a PhD in Negroology. This way, my government, because they should have given reparations after the Civil War. Yeah, well, okay. If they would have gave reparations, then there would have been no 14th Amendment. We chose the 14th Amendment over reparations. You know. I'll make up my own lyrics. All we need to know is the government, the government, the government, the government, yeah, the government, the government, the government, booyaka, booyaka, government. Run to you niggas. Run, booyaka, booyaka. I'm going to make one up, though. I'm waiting for Hustle Smart to find that beat. The government, the government, the government. I might go fly to New York and go to my uncle's studio. He has a recording studio, right? $45 an hour. Something, I just might do that, Go up there and make a demo. The government, the government, the government, Honeyfell said, I will listen to your past video. You were talking about other races being hip to business and stuff, and you said we are behind them. We're not. Well, like I said, other people coming from if you're coming from a third world country, right, and you are to survive, you're merchants, you're all these things, laborers, and everything. It's easy to take that and bring that to America and survive. Where you come from a culture, a highly developed civilization like America, right, where most black people don't survive on, running stores and being merchants, and we never made our living. It was like very rare that black people. You had this one. I was reading this one black lady in Saratoga Springs, New York, upstate, a beautiful Saratoga Springs. She came from Louisiana and had a fried chicken recipe, and she got rich. She opened up a restaurant. It was like a takeout first, and this was back in the 1930s. She opened up a chain of them and got rich. So you do got those exceptions, but for the most part, we're not a business people, We're basically a blue collar people. Black America, the blue collar people. And that blue collar culture made Black America the richest black people on earth, not business. It was blue collar black people, and with savings and pensions and stuff like that, It's the government, it's the white man, it's the contemporary Christianity, it's Abrahamic religion, it's the small hats. We have a million schools. Yeah, we got everybody, man. Who else next? Next thing you know, it's going to be the Buddhist monks. We got the small hats, the Buddhist monks. We got the Lebanese. We got everybody. Yeah. Anybody that basically Negroes can point to and say, that's the reason why I ain't shit, We are business people. No, we're not, G. We're not business people, We're not business for the most part. I'm just being honest with you. We're not, for the most part, Most black people have jobs, like you, G. Most of us have jobs. I'm a business person because I'm exceptional, but most black people work and they got to make that money. Your mind is constricted in a prison, self-repression. I know I'm real. I'm actually real, bro. I'm telling you the truth. People do not like the truth, man. G, you shall know the truth, and this truth shall set you free. It's all about learning the truth. The truth is set you free.
Welcome to Alltech Lansing.
Hello, folks. Yeah, you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. In the words of Fred Sanford, don't tell a lie because a lie will get you dead. That's Fred. Let me see.
Thick skin to.
Let's see. Let's see. Can you handle the truth? Can you handle the truth, G? You know?
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Baba Bowie.
See, some of you can't handle the truth, you know? You can't handle the truth. The truth is, look, the truth is never pretty. The truth is always ugly. It's painful. Anytime someone getting there telling you pretty lies, like the reparations checks is coming, the truth is, the ugly truth, right, is you're never going to see a reparations check. That's the ugly truth. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you pretty lies to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to tell you the ugly truth, you know? The ugly truth, the hardcore ugly truth, because it'll set you free, you know? So the bottom line, the ugly truth is you better get out there and get a job and work hard. Get 2 jobs if you have to, because ain't no reparations check coming. You will work till you die in this country, you know? I'm going to try to find this video where the guy was basically tired of working. He just flipped the fuck out. Let me see if I can find this video. Dude tired of working. Dude tired of old man tired of working. Old man tired of working. Tired of working. See if I can find this. Oh yeah. Now this is something else. This is a sad story, you know. This is you guys, right? If you guys don't get your act together waiting for a reparation. This is an old black man. He just said, look, he worked his whole life away, got nothing, you know? And so he just like, man, I'm tired of work. I worked there, yeah. And all they gave him was more work in his old age and kicked him in the head, you know? That's why you got to go get your education. You got to get a plan, you know? You know, it is right here. Hold up.
You really can't afford the basic necessities of homes. I'm seeing people losing them. Not losing their home necessarily, but a lot of people saying, hey, I can't even afford my house. Property taxes going up, groceries going up, car insurance going up, cars are expensive. Everything is so expensive right now. So people say they can't even really afford to live. So they're tired. And you working 2, 3 jobs, man. I know some people got 3 jobs, man. They work to get out one job Monday through Friday, go to another job. Then talking about they working 7 to 11 p.m. man, and then they work on the weekend. It is crazy how much people have to work just to maintain. And if you're trying to live in an apartment or a house by yourself, I don't see it. Even my kids, they're adult kids, and I tell them go get it. You know what I mean? Go get it out the mud. But all my kids work 2 jobs. All of them, they work in 2 jobs. You know what I mean? They're trying to stack their paper. You know what I mean? Because they see how expensive things are, and I tell them while they're here, make sure you put your money up. So when you do leave the nest, you know you got a parachute. You know what I mean? And be responsible for this whole life. You know what I mean? So I feel him on that. But at the same time, then when you look at other countries, I'm hearing other countries. I don't know. So I'm just hearing this. They're saying other countries is much cheaper, especially like Thailand, Philippines, China, Japan. You know what I mean? As far as I know, they say they are a lot cheaper than what we have here. Everything is people don't even want to. And in the world now, man, I look at my pops. I look at my
I tried to find a guy. He's sitting there talking. I wanted to see the guy flipping out. It was really sad. Let me see if I can find it on TikTok. Yeah, he was like, I'm tired.
You know,
he goes, I am tired. Hold up. I am tired, you know, I am tired. Let's see. Dude, black man tired of working. Man tired of working. Yeah, it is. Now, had this brother, no, it was not a skit, Elvis. That's the real fucking thing. That dude was broken. That's a man crying. You hear his voice? That was crying. You know, he was tired. I know dudes like that. They worked their whole goddamn life, you know, and got nothing to show for it, you know? Got nothing to damn show for it, you know? And that could be a lot of you Negroes and whatnot. Keep sitting around waiting for a reparations check instead of getting on with your life and building something and doing something. You know, gee, that's going to be you in a few years, you know? You know? Yeah, so like this, leave me alone when you're cosplay FBA. Yeah, you live in your Kwame. I thought you called me a freaking a Jamaican. Don't you dare call me a Jamaican boy. You know, I'm a foundational Jamaican. Like a foundational Jamaican American. I need some of that $20 trillion in tethering FBA array. Yeah. No, it wasn't supposed to be seen. I was just a video. I'm gonna do that for now because it's so hard loading this thing up on TikTok. I'm just gonna play you the audio. You know, so I didn't put it up there on the screen. You know, that dude was just really, really upset. If you really want to see that video, go to TikTok and put in "Black man tired of working." You know, Colin wants to make baby. Yeah, I do. You know, I want to have a wife in every country in Africa. I want to have a wife in Eritrea. I want to have a wife in South Africa. I got one in Liberia already. Let's see what other countries I want to have a wife in. You know, I want to have a wife all over the continent. You know, how about that? You know, stop the pad have a fake scam movement. I'm not scamming nobody. Tell me where I'm scamming at. I never asked the wife for a dime. You know, what am I scamming at? You know, that's what people don't understand. This thing I'm doing is real. You know, because I am not asking for money or something like that. I'm just trying to build a movement here, and it's growing. You know. Oh, I see what you are doing, Colin. What am I doing? You know. And I was just joking about the woman all over the continent. I'm just joking. I got one wife, Liberia. Man. Matter of fact, can I have more than one wife? Hell no. One is enough, man. You know. You know. I'm already Matt D Brown. Thanks for the invite, sister, but I am already. My wife's enough. She's a fuss. You know, I can't handle more than one woman. I tell you, man, she's enough, man. Jesus, you know. Can you imagine being nagged by? You can say, "Oh, I'm gonna be a player. I'm gonna have all these women." That means like you have 5 women. That's 5 women nagging you all the time. You know, 5 women telling you to do something. 5 women basically calling you, blah blah blah, telling you ain't shit, whatever like that. You know, can you do that shit, man? People, that's the other side of the shit you don't hear. You know. Yeah. The U.S. government is treating the FBA like an unwanted baby mama. Yeah. You know, the bottom line is they're treating Black America like a wet food stamp. You know, as they used to say. You know, they would much rather have the American government, white America would much rather have Black immigrants than Black America. I know that for a fact. You know. Yeah, that's a sad. Black America is becoming irrelevant in their own country. You know. Becoming irrelevant. We're becoming irrelevant in our own country because of ignorant Black people, right? You want to sit here and talk about reparation, right? Instead of basically saying, you know something, there's 2 things you could do, right? You could embrace America 100% and stand by that, right? And say, I'm an American, blah, 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 fuck everything, fuck Africa, fuck everything like that. I'm an American first, whatever like that. Or you could join the Black African Infrastructure Organization, a Pan-African Black nationalist group, you know, and then say, look, we're going to build a nation, a future of ourselves with our ancestral people, homeland, and begin the process of returning home, you know. That's the only way out of it. But just to sit in America and just withdraw from American society and everything, complain about America, and then all you do is just lashing out at immigrants because they're saying, they're coming over here. How long does that take? We could build a nation in 15 years, you know, with technology, bro. You know, But the bottom line, since you haven't done your homework like I have, I know we're capable of doing it. You know, Flower. Yeah. Look at Dama, man. Look, and Dama, man, why don't you do the right thing, man? Now, if Adama said, Honey Flower, I want to take you on the tour with Colin to Liberia, you could have a date, man. But Dama's a cheat one. He like, you gotta come correct, Adama. You want to date Honey Flower, man? You gotta do the right thing. Bring her on a tour to Liberia next year, and then she might get a date with her, And Kwame, like, whoa, G and Kwame going at it, man. I love this. Mr. Sandman, that was you on Dynasty Show yesterday, man. You made a fool out of yourself, bro. Come on, Mr. Sandman. That was the most coolest shit I ever seen and heard in my life, man. You cooling for illegal immigrants, man. Yeah, reparations is not happening. And what says I'm a foundational American Nigerian. Yeah, man, give everybody a check, man. Why not? Give them all a check, man. Shit, Yeah, but like I said, man, we're gonna have a really serious conversation. Like fearful Africans. Why is MP attacking Africans, man? Are you friends with Chantel MP? I'll bring more South African whites. Reporting immigrants. That's his right. He's a president. He can bring whoever he wants over here. He can do whatever he wants. White massa want to build another military base in West Africa. Of course, that's the Ivory Coast. And next is going to be Senegal. I'm gonna have a home in Liberia and Angola. Watch. Give me 10 years. I want to build a community both in Liberia and in Angola. We will have options. And once we have our options, Black America, then we tell the Black immigrants, y'all can have this place. Y'all can be the Negroes if y'all want to. Somebody made a thing. Like I said, white people are racist towards immigrants too, right? But they know they use them against us because they have more power over Black immigrants. They know they got a card to play with them. That green card and stuff like that. They can't do that with us. So they frustrated. They can't lash out at us the way they used to, right? So they use other groups. They pit other groups of people against us. In the 80s, they pitted the Korean community against Black America. In the 90s, they pitted the Caribbeans, and now they pitted in the 90s they pitted the Hispanics, and now they're pitting. I never thought this would happen. They're pitting. They're putting other Black people. I never thought that would happen. I was like, well, at least we're all Black. We're not. I had no idea they were going to divide Black Americans and Africans and Caribbeans against each other. I had no idea. Yeah, my DNA comes from Angola too. So where's your energy for the South American whites? South American white, I don't know anything about South American whites. You talk about Argentina, So Taylor's running the Congressional Black Caucus. Anyway, man, HBCU, SOFBs are so mad. I don't know about them running it. But the thing is, no, Black America just don't really care. And higher education don't really care. All they see is you're Black or not, The truth is, the Black people in America, living in America, says nothing. The political process do not translate to our day-to-day needs, right? There's nothing. Look, let me give you an example of truth. Well, there's not such a bad idea that the Black immigrants control the politics. Why? Because they can actually make use of it. They're connected with foreign states, so they can get stuff done. What is Black America going to use with the political power we have? Nothing. So why not let the immigrants, the gays, and everybody else have some control it? Because we don't have any power to do it. And the only thing Black people settled on was, well, we want to reparate. That's a no-go. Haitian getting temporary protective status, that's doable. Other people getting loans and grants for their countries and whatnot, that's doable. So therefore it works. The Congressional Black Caucus picks their battles. So the black people in America, our problems are beyond the political process in America. They are. So there's nothing we can do because nobody really cares. The black political class sat back and let jobs leave Detroit, Pittsburgh, Gary, and stuff like that. We could do nothing about it. No, we had any instantly. We just sat back and be like, yo, look, man, we're about to shut down this section of Chicago, and that's going to cause massive poverty, unemployment, and homelessness. Black politicians like, oh, nothing to see here. They ain't doing a damn thing. They ain't lift a finger to do nothing. Matter of fact, if you really want to get down to it, for the black politician facilitate destruction and the looting of Black America. I'll tell you, like, that's the way it is. You don't want to hear that, like it is, but then they're gonna sit back and point the finger at black immigrants and whatnot. No, the black politicians, everybody got rich on the regentrification of all these cities. You know. Yeah, I know Clinton signed NAFTA. NAFTA was like decades in the making. And they said, well, what do we got to consider? Well, black people lose a lot of jobs. Man, that was the last consideration. Signed. Oh, G said Haitian. Oh, why G? Why are you attacking my Haitian brothers and sisters? I mean, they do voodoo and sacrifice animals and whatnot, and eat cats or whatever. But they're good people, man. G. So why do you want to send Haitians back? You got brothers like my brother Prince of P, Ross Moisture. You know. Try to. Dinus got his countries he picked out. He picked out in Sierra Leone and Nigeria, two countries I have no friggin' interest in. So you see what I mean, Collar or Kwame? Where? I don't know. I'm gonna give you a chance to come up here. Kwame seems like a good brother. Maybe I'm not paying attention to the chat room. Hey, partnership HBUC, African trained engineers, doctors, mining experts, build up African infrastructure, whatever. But I don't know. I don't know what's Kwame doing, man. He wants some of the reparations money, man. I don't blame him, man. Shit, my Jamaican brother. So, with that being said, we're an hour in. I can listen to some bait if somebody wants to rumble with the College Genesis. If you want to rumble with the College Genesis, hey, look, it's your time. Come on in. Rumble, collar, rumble. Black America is conflict with immigrants. When will it stop? I don't know. It's not just immigrants nowadays. Black America had conflict with the Irish when they first came here. Black people in Black America, even during slavery times, looked down on the Irish and German immigrants, like they were beneath them. It's hard to realize, right? People always think Black people in America thought themselves less. No, Black people in America, Black Americans always looked down on immigrants, like even from Europe. So it is what it is. My sister already built in Senegal with her husband. Oh, that's good. Good for her. I hope she's happy. I hope she makes some squeeze babies or whatever. Is this really honey flower? Honey flower. I hate to delete the show. Is this really you? All right. We're taking a chance. Honey flower. They make her cam up. Go ahead, honey flower. What's on your mind?
It's me.
All right. Just making sure,
Okay, I want to read something. Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, don't interrupt me.
Oh, no problem with that.
Okay. So I just went to Chat GPT. I was trying to get some information. I don't want to speak out of ignorance. Okay, I'm just gonna read some historical information. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it says In January 1865, Union General William T. Sherman um, issued Special Field Order Number 15, which set aside land from South Carolina to Florida for freed black families, about 400,000 acres. The idea was to redistribute this land into plots of 40 acres for formerly enslaved people. The mule part came later when the Union Army occasionally lent surplus mules to help till the land. Why it didn't last. After Lincoln's assassination, President Andrew Johnson, a Southern sympathizer and open white supremacist, reversed the order. He returned the land to former Confederate slave owners, pardoned many of them, enabling them to reclaim their plantations, and undermined the Reconstruction efforts aimed at Black empowerment. So, those are some examples of when reparations were proposed. I'm just going to read a few more.
Right.
So, Freedmen's Bureau, 1865 through 1872. Its goal was to assist
Hold on,
formerly.
hold up, honey flower.
Mhm.
Mrs. Sam and Marcus, I have to have you turn on the camera so I know who you are. All right, Marcus, you're good.
Okay.
Salmon, all right.
All right. So, Freedmen's Bureau, 1865 through 1872. The goal was to assist formerly enslaved people with food, housing, education, and legal help. The Bureau had some land, but most was eventually taken back or sold to white buyers. Next, Cali House and the ex-slave pension movement, 1890s through 1910s. Led by Black activist Cali House, the grassroots movement demanded pension for formerly enslaved people, similar to Civil War. Outcome: the U.S. government dismissed the movement, and Cali House was even targeted and jailed by the federal government. Next, 20th century. It says Representative John Conyers, 1989 through 2017, introduced H.R. 40, a bill to study reparations. It has been reintroduced yearly but never passed. The bill's name references the 40 acres in a mule. Recent efforts. Cities like Evanston, Illinois, and states like California have explored local reparation efforts. Still, no federal reparation program has been enacted to date. So, in conclusion, reparations have been proposed repeatedly in the form of land, pensions, cash payments, and policy reform. But the U.S. government has never delivered on a large scale official program. So, I guess that sums it up for you.
Yeah, see that area right there, what you're talking about? That's what Sherman's talking about. That's called the Gullah Geechee corridors. For this top of it was Wilmington, the bottom of it was where Jacksonville, Florida was. That whole strip of land was like they were gonna populate all the black people there and give them 40 acres, you know? And so therefore they got all the black people from the north and all throughout the south to go to this area here. They were going to encourage black people to migrate to Liberia, Haiti, and develop commerce along this coast right there. That would solve the black problem. But Lincoln was assassinated, and then Andrew Johnson basically gave this land back to whites, racists and whatnot, you know. And so that's why now when I don't feel sorry for white people when they're complaining about black people, they had a chance right there to get rid of us, you know, and they reneged on it, you know. So
Kala, can I say one last thing? It's not that I care or I obsess. It doesn't matter to me if African Americans got the money tomorrow, it wouldn't hurt me or anything like that. I was just speaking on the topic. I just don't think that the United States government would give
and you're right. The United States government is
reparations.
never going to
Honey,
forgive.
honey flower, your people deserve reparation. After feeding FBAs all the in jails in the world, you don't think you deserve reparations?
After what?
After feeding all the FBA in jails.
Who
Feeding
said
them
that?
how?
Huh? Nah,
Feeding
that's
them how?
in jail. In jail.
Who's feeding FBA's in
I
jail?
don't know what he's talking about.
What the hell are you talking about?
I've
I'll,
never
I'll play it. I'll play it.
I've
Yeah.
never fed them in jail, but it's just like, I mean, this has been an ongoing effort. I wish the African Americans got their 40 acres and a mule a long time ago, but I mean, oh, you talking about in injera?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I wish they had their reparations a long time ago, but the government
Well, but
is
hold on,
just
when black
like
people
not
decided, hold on, when
going
black
to.
people decided this, it wasn't just the whites, right? They basically wanted to make this an area, just for like those real black leaders say, yes, we'll take this area and make it like a homeland and develop trade with Liberia, right, and Haiti, right, and the Caribbean, right. But then you got this is the problem we have in Black America, right? We have some black people who call themselves black, mostly a mixed race. They really see themselves as Americans, you know, and so therefore, any hint of us building community, they didn't even want black people to have their own townships and communities. They wanted us completely integrated with white people. They wanted black people and white people to mix together, become one race. They thought that was going to be to solve the racial problem in America, you know. And so that's what you have in America. So black people gambled that white people will see the light one day and let's all just mix it. And since that didn't happen, right? White people imported millions of white people to make the point that they want to keep their race pure, you know? And now what you have is the you got a black American population that is becoming a pariah in America, you know? People who are not patriotic.
Paula,
Yeah, good.
these comments are disrespectful towards Africans. Why don't FBA ever have smoke for the white South Africans that are getting
Because
land and
because the
farms?
FBA people are
They're
nothing
getting
but a
land
bunch of
and
slaves.
farms.
The FBA are nothing but cowards and
They take all their anger out on African people. Like, what do we do to them?
because you know why? Because you come over here and you could basically you're like this. Okay, we understand America's racist past, but you do have civil rights laws. You do have things you could go get a condo any place you want to. You know, you can go to school, get a job, open a business. Nothing stopping you, right? So therefore, instead of black people saying, you know, something, let me take the opportunities that I have here, it would happen because if you do that, then black people have to let slavery and the pain of slavery go. We don't want to let that go, so we hold on to this anger and don't even try a lot of times to better ourselves. You know, that's the truth, you know. And so, what's left is black people see. Like, let me give you an example. Winston Sears, is that you, Adama? Put your camera on, bro. I want to see first. I should have known it's Adama because
There's a lot of trolls. I don't want your acceptance. I could care less. I don't know who you are, but I was just reading the history because I think it's good to actually speak about a topic with, historical
right.
background or information.
What was I
They,
just talking about?
I'm gonna ignore I'm sorry, the trolls are too
No,
much.
don't even worry about them. Tell me, that's what Adama looks like. Okay.
It's crazy. You know what I find crazy? Because I always try to read the bulletin point with subject what an FBA is, and they say, oh, you have to be involved in one of the wars, the revolution or the civil war and Jim Crow era and all this stuff. And I said then a lot of us would be classified as foundational Black Americans. Because you got Haitians that fought in the Revolution War
Yeah, and
in the
war
sea
basically.
in the siege of Savannah. They helped the Americans defeat the British in Savannah and take back Savannah from the British. So I'm like, how can Haitians not be foundational Black Americans? A Haitian founded Chicago. You have Haitians that was delivered to Louisiana all the way up to Illinois. So how can they not be foundational to America? They fought in wars. They founded cities. They helped develop a culture
The,
in
the,
Louisiana.
the argument is really stupid. You know, the whole ADOS FBA. I mean, look, let me say this, right? Say this, in risk of sounding like I support them. They do have some legitimate things. That's why I say we got to take what you do when you find a organization that's full of hate like that. You're right. They don't have no smoke for white people or the white Afrikaners or whatnot. They don't care. I know for a fact of the matter, it's a freaking group that basically are like, this is our chance to get back at people who should be bowing to us when they come to this country, you know?
Right,
Yeah, you
right.
should be bowing to us. You
They're
should be,
trying to be like white supremacists to Africans, like telling
yeah,
us
Yo,
we
you know,
gotta
yo,
that's
bow to
it's
stupid.
a
them.
quote. It's a Greek quote. I forgot the guy name. That is, he said a slave don't really want to be free. He just want a slave. He just want a slave to be his slave.
Y'all can hear me out.
Yo, can you
So
hear me?
yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening to the conversation.
Okay, yeah, like I said, the whole
But
thing
but
is
it
this.
seemed like they got more smoke for Westmore shooting down a study of reparation versus Trump giving pathway citizenship and rolling out the red carpet.
That right there with Trump and the Afrikaners is a big slap in the face, because you got
Yeah,
these people coming over here, racist people coming over here, and they've been ostracized by their own people that you're lying, and black people in America just sit back and just don't say anything, whatever like that, and just say, but yet they got so much smoke for Haitian immigrants, Jamaicans, Africans, and whatnot. And I'm like this, what is an African immigrant doing to stop you from achieving what you want to achieve in life? They know they have nothing, right? So they create this thing called this movement called reparations. Like they're gonna get reparations. Well,
But check
okay,
this out. You know what we need to have smoke with? What black people need to have really smoke with? The Latinos. I know motherfucking Africans. You heard me?
well,
Exactly.
Now I know
even
African. I seen take over with the Latino Africa. Mo, they going through the same thing we going through. You understand? Like they still seen us as black and everything when it
yeah,
comes to America.
the Latinos. I would say the Latinos are this, right? You understand that the Latinos were coming here much longer, and the bottom line is this: we black people have never really built the sort of communities like they did. Do you know that the Latinos have their own have advanced businesses like staffing services? They
No, it's
basically
all live in Texas. Yeah,
they
I know.
becoming like they have a monopoly on labor in this country,
I know.
because you got to speak Spanish
Spanish.
to
You gotta
communicate with
speak
a
Spanish.
good portion of the labor force, and they got that.
They got that
And
Yeah,
did
I
shit
you
just
on
looked
lock.
at
notice?
I
Did
think
you
I
notice
like
and
that?
they
history,
and they
especially in the
openly
movie form. But you know what I'm saying? I don't see how history is going to affect anything that's going on today unless you just want to learn from history. But unless we working on actually getting something done right here and now, then I don't understand why we keep reiterating what happened 100 years ago,
It's
200
to
years
show
ago,
a
I mean,
300 years
pattern.
ago.
It's to show
I
a
mean, now
pattern
you
of the
could do
United
that.
States government
You
going
could
against
talk
the
about the
interests of
past.
black people. This goes way
Not
back. I'm
you
sorry.
could talk about the past. Now you could talk about the past, like with the Jew. They talk about the past, but you want to fortify yourself knowing about the past. If you know what happened to us in the past, we need fortifications so that shit won't happen again.
The whole
That's
thing
all.
is, the thing is, I don't think we ever learned from the past.
We haven't.
I don't think we learned from the past. I really look. I think, to be honest with you, I think Black America has almost like divorced itself from its roots and its history and everything. That's why we act in the way we do. When people are basically go through what we went through, there's a sort of humbling and solemn effect that me personally, every time when I was a young person and I was thinking about acting up, giving the wrong crowd, you know what I always thought about? I always thought about ancestors on the bottom of that slave ship. I always thought about
yeah.
the images of my ancestors getting whipped on a thing. I always thought about things of Emmett Till getting killed. I thought about black men, Mega Evers. What story really shocked and scared me was the murder of Mega Evers. Man did nothing. He was murdered in cold blood, and those three boys that got killed in Mississippi. And
I think about the ancestor that was tied to horses and was ripped apart. The women that was
yeah,
ripped apart and the
I
baby
think
fell
about
out and they
I
used to
think
stomp
about
on the baby
oh,
and stuff like that.
I think about even in my family. I had a great uncle that was killed by the Klan. Burned alive, tied to a tree, and burned alive in 1955. And
Mm.
my
I'm not gonna lie. Black America, but we should have really, yeah, I should have really took up Liberia as a real as
For
real
real?
because hold on,
representation.
the thing is the reason why we didn't. Do you know? I'm gonna tell you a history, right? Majority of black people in America at that time, right, were all for the Liberia plan, getting out of America, Liberia plan, right? But the whole thing is this: same thing happens right now. Our academics. That's when people say black immigrants are taking over black academics. I don't care because something got to give. Our academics, like people like Charles Spurgeon Johnson, basically were teaching black people in a racist country that was color. Everything was based on color and race. It was just really, really ugly. This country, telling us we got to hope for white people changing their hearts and accepting us as equal or whatnot.
That's
That was the
weak.
whole.
You gotta put some of that blame on Frederick Douglass too.
Yeah, all of them,
Mm.
all of them. You know, but who propped up Frederick
Frederick
Douglass?
Douglass was arguing with Martin Delaney like that we don't need to go back to Africa. It's a savage
That's what he
place.
said.
Yeah, he was
I ain't
arguing
know that.
with Martin. That was one of the main reasons him and Martin Delaney split from was it the Black Star newspaper that they
Yeah,
had. Yeah,
there
that
was a
was
lot.
one of
There
the
was a
main
lot. There
reasons.
was a lot. And also,
Y'all might be on some stuff.
not only that, there were so many people written out of his. That's why I wrote my novel Journey to the Promised Land, because I said
Mm.
this history, Journey to the Promised Land, was about the Liberian Exodus movement in 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina. Right. I
Mm.
wrote this because I said when I learned about Liberia, I said this was a missing piece of the puzzle. You know,
The missing link.
that was a missing piece of the puzzle. I said, did we ever? So that's what we got out of slavery, and we basically spent the next 100 years trying to be near white people, the same people that enslaved us. Then I found out that no, there was a lot of other black people that said, no, we need to leave this country, we need to build a future for ourselves, right? At least, and then we said we could be independent in America, but we need to have our manifest destiny. You know what I mean? Like you have manifest destiny in America, right? Not everybody in New York is going to go to California, but a certain number are going to go there, right? Our manifest destiny was going to be like, okay, we move to this area right here, the Golden Key corridor, and
Yeah.
some of us migrate the continent, and we'll develop trade and commerce across the Atlantic. That was supposed to be our
Kyle, that's it.
manifest destiny.
You gotta
That should have been.
remember after.
Hold on. That
Oh
should
yeah,
have
go
been our
ahead.
great migration. That should have been like our great migration. We did a great migration all over America. We should have had that bitch to
Yeah,
Liberia.
because the
Then.
bottom line, because this fell apart. You know,
You
once
gotta
they
blame you
once
gotta
land,
blame Frederick Douglass because
yeah,
after the white man propped him up and made him the ambassador to Haiti and all that type of stuff, he was the one promoting that we don't need to go back to Liberia. The white man would change one day and yada yada yada.
yeah. Hindsight. That's when you're disconnected from history and reality. You
Ain't
know.
Frederick Douglass like half white, half black?
Yeah, he was mixed. You know.
I know it's a lot of our mixed. I was telling my people this. A lot of our leaders back in the day were like mixed.
Yeah,
Like in the
because
slave.
they were the reason why they was like that because most mixed people were more likely to be free blacks, you know.
Mm.
And free blacks mean you'd be surprised in DC area there were like black people free who ate dinner and were friends with white people, white liberals at the time,
Oh no, I already
stuff
know.
like that, and so they became it was assumed that they got some education, so the white people said you guys are gonna lead your people, you know. That's leadership was literally given to us by the white establishment.
It's like the Dominicans and the Haitians. That shit crazy.
You know, but
But you got some leaders that was kind of mixed, that was heavily like led to Pan Africanism, like Paul
yeah,
Cuffey.
what you call Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, he was an exception, you know. He
Yeah.
was a Creole
Booker
black.
T. Booker T. Washington too.
But was like with Washington, but he was basically he was not a Pan Africanist. He was not against Africa, right? Because he did build the Booker T. Washington Institute in Liberia, right? But the thing is, he basically with his Atlantic Compromise, he basically told black people, you know, cash your buckets on. And he was right about one thing: black people need to pull themselves up with skills and everything like that. But the thing is, we did all that, and we still had the Atlanta massacre. You know. You know, he was told us that if we did all these things, when that was obedient and everything, leave politics alone, just pull ourselves up, show that we're cultivated. That means
by the bootstraps, huh?
Yeah, they show us going to church and stuff like that. Remember something? They attacked the best of Black America. Black people who were on Sundays, they would go out there dressed in white, and the women had gloves on and whatnot. That was the Black America that white America hated the most.
They
terror.
fear. That's it. You know, that's crazy too, because during the civil rights movement, they always like bombed our churches and burned our crosses and stuff. You understand? But they don't really mess with us like that. They still mess with us, but
because the church was docile, man. They know the church wasn't gonna get radicalized. They just Jesus gonna fix the problem. So that's why people was getting spit on and all
Well,
the
the bottom
crazy
line,
stuff.
you did have that, but you also remember something. Matt Turner was a
preacher.
You know, it's
Yeah,
wherever.
true.
Gabriel Presser was a preacher. You know,
Gabriel who?
Gabriel Presser. You know,
who is he? I never heard of him.
Oh man, he was a warrior, man. He tried to take over the state of Virginia, but he was captured, and
Really?
basically, he was captured because some Negroes sold him out, you know, of his plot. He was like with Richmond, he said we could take. He sized it up, right? He says, "Look, the whites are always drunk when not." He said they were planning to strike and take and seize the capital of Richmond. You know, Gabriel Presser. They said when they basically caught him. I can't remember if they hung him or not.
You know,
But
it's crazy. That's what they used to do in Jamaica, like with the rebellion. They used to wait till like the white people were drunk off the rum and stuff like
yeah,
that,
that's
and
what
then
happened.
go attack them.
Yeah, so attack them. Then some, but and also we had Denmark Vesey was a
That,
I know about him. Yeah, he cold. He
but you
cold.
got to give props to the white abolitionists too. That held
Well,
them
I give
on
well,
DC.
I tell you one abolition white man I will all respect was John Brown.
John Brown. That's
Yeah,
who
Went
helped
to
them
yeah.
on
war
DC.
for black people, you know. He went to war. He killed white people for black people, you know, trying to free black people, you
Soldier.
know.
Yeah.
I think he deleted the most white people in a rebellion in America.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
If I'm not
charged as a
mistaken.
they caught him and
I
hung
thought
him.
I was charged as a
They caught
lineman.
him at Harper's Ferry in Virginia. I go by there sometimes, Harper's Ferry, you know. That's when you go up Virginia, going up to DC. You pass through where that Harper Ferry is with John Brown. You see Harper Ferry. Every time you see on the sign Harper Ferry, you're thinking John
It was
Brown.
John
You
Brown.
know.
But
So
realistically, I
That was
think I don't. The reason why I think reparation probably won't happen because after black people accepted citizenship in 1865, I think that kind of like ended.
well,
Or
that ended the whole
yeah,
reparation. That
nah,
basically said you're citizens now.
I'm gonna fuck y'all
yeah.
head up with this. I'm gonna fuck y'all head up with this. You know how white people like made the Native Americans like intermingle with them and assimilate them, and white people got the benefits of Native Americans. I think they trying to do that play with us or some shit. Like they gonna give reparations to like I don't know like
No,
black America.
white people look. I'm gauging white people. White people, unfortunately, right? White people are becoming so anti-black, right? That
Mm,
now, when you think of our history and what happened to our ancestors, that is a legitimate case for the government has that. Let me tell you right now. To be perfectly honest with you, right? I'm not thinking about myself, right? But when
yeah.
you go to certain parts of the South, right? And I'm looking real carefully, certain parts of the South, like the Mississippi Delta and the Deep South, whatnot, you could see the effects. People who are still suffering
Oh
from the
yeah.
effects of slavery, right?
Hell yeah.
My family moved to New York. Okay, we became part. We didn't come to America till we went to New York, you know, and then
You said y'all didn't
in many ways, you could say that us who parts of the Great Migration, we're almost like immigrants, you know.
Y'all
You
not
know, we're like
immigrants.
immigrants because the South was not America, you know.
The South is. What you talking about? The
America
South
was
is America.
Detroit,
What the
New
fuck?
York, Boston,
Hell
Chicago,
nah.
you know.
That's I don't agree with that because you think about it, the people that have the longest lineages in America are mostly from the South, even the white people.
Well, I know what I'm saying is this, although the
Like
South,
since the
you gotta get
1700s.
something.
But what about the
Idea
10% of black people in the north that was in Seneca Valley and stuff
Yeah,
like
but
that?
they assimilated. I feel like a lot of them were like mixed race or some shit like that. They
no,
assimilated.
not
Nah, they
necessarily
had
all the
they
time.
yo
Cause,
Seneca Valley is a museum in New York. You can see the African
Yeah,
custom
they
for the
they was
cause
doing
Yoruba.
Thomas,
African beats,
you,
African drugs, African village,
somebody lying and
African
Thomas
village.
Terrell said that the ones that were already there in New York were like mixed up with the white people and shit. Then the
No, that's not
Nah,
true. It was
the
like
new
yo,
black
it was
people
like
under
an
were
Wall
African
Street.
village. It was like an African village. Well, let me say this. Let me say this. Now, when I said that, what I'm saying is New York has a Yankee culture, right? South have a Dixie culture, you know? People didn't start
it's a mix
calling
of different
themselves
things.
people didn't start calling themselves Americans till the 20th century, you know? Where it
Well,
was
before they consider themselves American before the Civil War, though.
no, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Yes, they
People
Nah, the
called
did.
South
Hala, can
the
I
people
South
ask
called
you
themselves
considered
Yes, they
the South.
Virginians,
did.
they called themselves Marylanders, they called
Yeah,
themselves Crescents, they called themselves
Texans or some
Carolinians, they called themselves
Louisiana.
Texans, Georgians and whatnot, you know, gentlemen from Georgia, gentlemen from South Carolina, gentlemen from New York, whatnot. That's what it was called sectionalism, you know.
Sort of like
Gentlemen from Boston,
federalism.
Massachusetts was called they were called Bostonians, you know.
And
Yeah,
Colin's right. Colin's definitely right.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Not,
can I
Um,
share
And so
one
you know
because
how
the
last
North was
Hala?
considered.
you know how I know this?
how
You
you
know
know
this?
this?
Because when I studied Liberian history, right, it was the same
Yeah,
thing. That's why there was a misquote in history what people call the people American Liberians. They didn't consider themselves Americans.
what they
J.J.
consider
Roberts
themselves.
was a proud Virginian, you know. Drayton was a proud Marylander, you know. John Brown Westrom was he was from Jamaica originally. He lived in Maine, but he went to the Maryland County in Liberia, right? He became a Marylander, and then you got the Mississippi in Africa, right? The people in Sino call themselves Mississippians, and you got people in Virginia. You have a Virginia Beach in Liberia. You have a Myrtle Beach in Liberia. People basically, Clay Ashland is Kentucky by Henry Clay, founded Clay Ashland, and that was Kentucky in Liberia. You got also. So
Kala,
therefore,
can I share one last
right.
thing, please, before the topic completely changes? I just
Yeah.
wanted to, because my voice is not loud. It's hard for me to be heard. I just wanted to read about the, since it's on the topic, Governor Moore. I just did some research. So it looks like it wasn't even it wasn't that he vetoed the reparations bill. It says Maryland Governor Wes Moore vetoed a bill that would have established a commission to study reparations for slavery. And he basically said that he emphasized the need to move beyond studies and focus on implementing tangible solutions. He stated now is the time to focus on the work itself, narrowing the racial wealth gap, expanding home ownership, uplifting entrepreneurs of color, and closing the foundational disparities.
The African Americans don't want to hear that. The long-term solutions and everything, they don't want to hear that. All they want to hear is cut the check. Cut the check.
Kala, I want to finish
Instant
reading
gratification.
this. I want to finish reading this.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
It says he pointed out that over the past 25 years, Maryland has conducted multiple studies on the legacy of slavery and its impacts. Also, he expressed concerns about the financial and administrative burdens of conducting additional studies. So that was his basic arguments. Regarding like the studies of reparations, there have been several states that have actually passed it though. So like California in 2020, New York in 2024. It looks like the District of Columbia, Maryland, also in 2025 have passed the study. So right now they're still in the phase of studying reparations, which is kind of, I don't even know like what it is there to study at this point.
Study just means get your black ass out there to vote or you're going to end the studies. Then you got nothing, Studies is stringing black people along to get us.
What I don't get is people was mad at HR 40 because it was a study. Then they mad at Westmore for shooting down a reparation study. So I don't really understand. Like people was mad at
That's a
HR.
waste of money. What are they studying? It's obvious.
I mean, that's just a game. That's just a game. Like I don't really.
It's just more waste and fraud.
Don't.
Hold on. He called. He said, "What Rico do?" He called my little goddaughter here, Honeyflower, a B word. That's something.
Yeah, they're cussing me out because I'm reading like news.
Goddamn, all she's doing is participating. It's an interactive platform, Jeez,
Because Kala, a lot of these platforms is so emotional. I would like to hear more like,
right.
Facts, news articles, like things of that nature.
Now hold on. I got
Honeyflower, you dealing with emotionally illogical people that
that's what I'm saying.
Emotionally illogical.
I got two of my favorite guests on right now. I got Ben Yusuf and Bantu Mendika. They're gonna bring reparations home. They're gonna bring home the bacon, Ben Yusuf and Bantu Mendika.
Was that Ben?
Good.
Yeah. So what's going on, Ben Yusuf, man? What do you think?
I'm just jumping in, so I'm just seeing where the conversation going. I just got on.
So Bantu Mendika, what's on your mind? Do you think the reparations is gonna pass? Or he dropped off? Let me get G on here. He got something to say. He wants to fuss me out.
Everybody mad at you right now, huh?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. When I thought about this topic this afternoon, I said, "Do I really want to do this topic?" I said, "Yeah, I guess so, man." It took me a while. I'll be at my office, right? Picking up topics way in the afternoon,
Hey, what are you talking about reparations? You talking about that governor that said we shouldn't get it. That what you talking
No,
about?
he did not say. It's of ignorance. He
They
did not
listening to
say
they listening to Tyreek when they say quotes like
that.
that.
And Phil Scott, you know,
Well,
irritable
what'd you say? I
responsible
dropped off.
out there. That's not what he said. You know,
No,
he
I
said,
was
"Why
asking
there's
the
no time
question.
to study?" He said, "Let's prove the lives of the people," which I agree with. You know, why waste time on another study? We know something was done, and we know slavery impacts us today. Now, how can we? Because Baltimore is a mess. We can do anything. Baltimore is a friggin' mess, man. You know, I think the black
Man,
people like South
Baltimore look like Kingston, Jamaica.
Baltimore
Yeah,
is like the worst,
it's
man. That's like
mostly
the worst
immigrants
place.
down there. I think ain't Jamaicans, right? Just like in Washington D.C.
Yo, check this out. You know something?
Nah.
I'm an East Coast Negro, right? I spent most of my life initially on the corridor of Route 17 and 13 up to 95, New York, Jersey, and whatnot. You know, nice area. You think it's beautiful. You know, you see these black towns in Delaware and whatnot. I had no idea shit was this fucked up. I went to Newport News. I took the train to DC, right? I said, okay, DC is a little rough. Right? Then we passed through Baltimore. I was like, holy gee, this is what people are talking about, which they say poverty and ghetto and stuff like. I had no idea people live like that. That was the worst I've ever seen.
Mm.
Yeah,
I
they
was
got a
like,
nice
man,
airport.
I was so depressed, right? And then by the time I got to Philly, that was no prize either, you know, because you drive when that Amtrak, you're driving through like the worst parts. You go through Philly and then you go through Newark. I'm like, oh man. By the time I got to Grand Central Station, I was drained. I can't take it no more. I never seen so much poverty and stuff like that in my life.
Yeah, once you drive through that Baltimore tunnel going in from the I-95, it changed to a
Yeah, I don't know. I
different
would
world.
never do that. You know, I took the train. That was the last time. I went to Baltimore by the outskirts of Baltimore. Not that bad, you know. The outskirts, not that bad. Well, you go
Nah.
downtown Baltimore and where those oh my god, that's horrible. You know, I could never let you know.
It turned to Port-au-Prince.
Yeah, man. I thought I was in a third world country, man. What? Oh, the
Oh,
deep south. Look. The bottom line is this, man. Yeah, I don't know, man, but I don't know, man. I don't think the Amtrak doesn't come through the deep south, so I would never have to worry about that.
like I said, Cincinnati and St. Louis is probably the worst places I ever seen in my
Oh yeah,
life,
I've been to Cincinnati before. Yo, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, Cincinnati got a different type of ghetto, man. You know, they're on
bruh.
some different type of shit. I was like, no, I don't want to be here, man. Ohio in general,
Si-
that's like the worst.
That's why when I be hearing people talk about like third world countries, I'm like, yo, Montego Bay look way better than Cincinnati and St. Louis.
These are old cities that have never been kept up. That's why, you know, these are old cities. These are old cities. All these old cities need to be redone and whatnot. You
yeah,
know.
they could get renovated. Yeah, you could
Yeah,
renovate
but who's
it.
gonna pay millions of dollars? And they got to recoup. When you renovate something, you got to recoup your money. You can't have a city with like half the people on Section 8.
Yeah, well, that's where you come in, call it with Afristan, you know.
Well, I'm like this. Look, if we ever build, when we ever build the Africa, it won't be in America. You know
Why not?
why? Why the hell would I want America sucking our tax base? The whole idea is to have something that we could generate and build our own economy and tax
You
base.
know, you don't have to do business with America anyway.
Yeah, but
So
don't mean they have to. They don't have to own everything. You know.
China do business with America.
who
Do
said
you
they
see
got to
China?
own
Everybody, but also China has a base. Everybody else has a base. You know,
Yeah.
that's
You
why I
gotta
tell
get them
people like
IMF
Manika,
loans.
right? You are never gonna get reparations unless you have a nation state backing you. You're never gonna have it, you know,
That's
because
true.
until you have a nation state, the world, America will never take you seriously. You know.
And that was
But
one
they
of
gave
the
the Native Americans
that was one of the
reparations.
reasons
Native
the
Americans
Dred
own
Scott
them.
their
came.
own land. We never occupied land in America.
I already know y'all ain't serious about reparations anyway.
Oh, I know.
I
I look.
figured that
I'm as
out a
serious
long
as you
time
are.
ago.
I'm gonna say, no, Bantam Mandinka.
Nah, you're not
Let me put it to
serious,
you
I
like
am.
this, right? Let's say if I got Bantam Mandinka, Jonathan Miller, and Ben Newsom as a plaintiffs for reparations, right? And you guys take it all the way to the Supreme Court, right? The white man got all kinds of trips up his sleeves, right? He's gonna say, "Well, you know something? I don't think slavery ever happened. You know, prove where the slave ships at."
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
he'll say,
He
"Where's
got
but
these
but but
bullshit
Colin,
His,
ass
you
his
got
books.
own
you
his
got
own history books
you
state that
got
it
black
happened.
you got
He got
FBAs that said this. You got
slavevoyages.com.
FBAs already
Yeah,
saying
but
that
hold
shit
up,
Hundreds,
hold
already.
up, hold up,
hundreds, if not
hold up.
thousands, of
What if,
manifest.
hold up, you know what he's gonna do, Beto? He's gonna
Yeah,
basically bring
man, fuck Dan Calloway.
Dane Calloway. He's gonna bring
I mean,
Dane.
you got not even
What
Dade
does that
Calloway. You
mean?
got FBAs that said, "Yo, the slave trade didn't happen."
Yeah, like
We
that
always
Alquan clown, when Alquan. You know, they're gonna bring Alquan, Dane Calloway.
Well, let's settle it. Neither it
BSIA
happened
just
or
did
it
a whole
didn't
show about it. He said,
happen.
"Yo, we don't got no slave ship." He said, "Slave
So that's
voyages
gonna
are
take away
fake."
your Bantu, man. That's gonna take away your reparations, man. You know.
Well, you get people say the Holocaust didn't happen. You get Holocaust deniers.
But
You know what I'm saying?
they got the Jews got their money. That says it did happen. You know. They-
But if you native to America, then then you can't really. I don't know how that's gonna work.
If you said the whole idea of slavery is, well, we were taken against our will from Africa, worked there, but if you say we're already here, and they even say the white man we work for us, you know.
Yeah, I pick these motherfuckers up. I make them pay
Well,
either
even
way.
if you was here, you can still be made a slave. That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Oh no, that's not how slavery works, bro. Slavery works when you're taken from a land and brought to another land because you have no power, no say so, and you're
I mean,
condemned by
you
law to
got
be a
white
slave.
slavery. I mean, I can make somebody a slave if I
No, you
got
can't.
power,
No, you
gun
can't.
on them.
You gotta have a land, and you have absolute control over the land to make somebody a slave. You know.
Yo, that was one of the reasons with Dred Scott. They were saying that black people come from different empires in Africa, so they can't be citizens. They
That
already
ain't nothing,
They
citizens.
nothing to
said
do
black
with that.
people are not citizens of this country, you know, and so therefore, Justin Tandy even went so much further. He even says hard. He even died. He died in spirit. It was so vicious what he said. He said the N word has no right any white man is bound to respect. Even the most racist people back then said, "I think he went too far." That came from the Supreme Court. He was
Yeah,
a slaveholder. That came from the
but it's
Supreme.
too much the documentation on slavery. They kept very good books,
Yeah, but
just like the
well,
Egyptians did.
Ben, you need to go after
Yeah,
Dan
he
Cowell,
came
man.
and
He
denied
said
that
it all
shit.
lies. You
How
know?
you gonna prove? You gotta prove it. I mean,
I
those
mean, they
testimonies
got
could be fake.
document. I mean, you talking stupid. I know. What is this? Some kind of African talking or something?
Yeah,
That's
but
comedy.
Ben, you got to prove your case in court, man. You know,
No, this is something y'all just talking.
no, we're dead
Just
serious.
talk.
They
The
just
Yeah,
story we're
talking
talking about with
shit,
it right now,
man.
yeah.
this goes
That's
on the
all.
internet. You know,
They like
If
to bring up
F-
reparations
It's
if
like some people don't
FBA's always
believe.
been,
and, make a joke about it. That's all.
Yeah, like people don't. Some people don't believe 9/11. They believe that was set up. You know, people always believe crazy shit.
I never thought the day I hear somebody say, well, I had
Well,
one time this Negro called me one time. One of my boys called me and said, "Colin, you got to debate this dude." So he called me.
it's some.
And this dude, I was on the phone with this dude for like 2 hours. He said, "Well, prove slavery." I mean, this Negro was like, I was like sitting there, yo,
It's
man. I
some
said, "All right, bro."
interesting
So
evidence
finally,
about 9/11.
all right, bro. Slavery never happened. You're good, you
yo,
know.
I had a whole debate with BSIA. He said DNA is fake, slave voyages is fake, no slave ships ever
So,
came to America.
this is what y'all.
Everything
This
is
is what y'all up
fake.
against, man. This is
These
what y'all up
motherfuckers.
against.
Yeah, because you got just because like you said we was already here. You had a group that was here, then you had the Africans brought over. So it was a mixture of races. You know, like most black
What,
people.
what's the name of the black tribe that was here?
I don't go into all that. I said they were already here. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, but who?
So
What was? Oh, Ben, what language do they
so
speak?
and most blacks, I mean the majority, I mean any black that's foundational black American is mixed anyway. They're not 100% African.
No, we're mixed with Irish and Scottish
Yeah,
blood.
well your mutt, you know what I'm
We're not.
saying?
Hold on, we're
Well,
not mixed with no friggin' race that was already here. No,
why
my
wouldn't we
DNA
be?
is clear. You know.
That would be an
Nah, Colin, you
impossibility.
don't see the Olmecs? The Olmecs is FBA's.
Hey, hold on, I know, but the Olmecs never existed. That's what
Olmecs
never.
was in South America. I'm
They
talking about
say
North
that they're
America.
not black. They're copper. They're copper colored. So
Yeah,
that's how they
and I
differentiate
told that
themselves
black
from
skin is
Africans.
amazing, right?
But they still
I
mix.
said,
It's just
Negro,
like
you're
in
not
Puerto
copper
Rico,
color.
right?
You black.
Yo, the Aztecs was the FBA's.
The
You didn't know that?
Puerto
No.
Ricans are mixed
Stop.
with they mixed with Latino, Indian, African, and Spanish, right? That's an impossibility for us to come over here and not mix with the native population.
Mm.
Well, it's
So
gonna be
you
a hard.
so you went for FBA casinos and stuff like that.
I mean, whatever, just give us our money and we
FBA
gonna make it
Yo,
pop
casino.
yo,
off.
I asked Ben one time. I said, Ben, should the money go to education? The motherfucking goddamn education.
Now with the money you can buy it. See, this is the trick game. If somebody was going to give you a gift and they got to think, should I get him a PlayStation, Xbox, or iPhone? Wouldn't it be better if they just gave you $2,000 cash and you buy what the fuck you want to buy? Wouldn't that be better?
What if they
Yes,
said you guys
indeed.
spend the money on
Yes, and motherfucking D.
fixing your credit report, and all the things
No,
like.
they give like they didn't tell the Japanese what they're spending money on. They don't tell nobody
Well,
else what they're
yeah,
spending
but the
money
whole
on.
thing is the difference between Japanese is most of them that got their compensation was still alive. You know that, right? During World War II, it was 1988, so I was only like 43 years
Well,
after.
that's their problem
We
that
can
they
do
took
that
so
with
long.
Jim
They should
Crow
have
though.
paid us early. So
Hold
they
on,
Now
didn't
we
I
can
pay
do
know.
us.
that
They
Hold
with
got to
Jim
pay
on,
Crow.
interest.
but
We can
like
do
I
that with
said,
Jim
here's the
Crow.
thing: what we did was the golden opportunity for
Yeah.
thing. We could have actually had reparations after slavery, but we decided, listen to the leaders or people speak for us, that we wanted to be Americans, right? We didn't want to land of our own, like the Gullah Geechee corridor, and being
We could have still got our money and still been citizens. They ain't got nothing to do with being a
Now
citizen.
look,
no.
look,
Once you basically become a citizen,
look.
that you forfeit all that.
I
No,
want my
the
reparations
Japanese were
for
citizens. So now what?
No. Most
They
of the Japanese that went back, that got their money, went back to Japan. You know,
but they were
and
American
in my fact,
citizens.
they only got $20,000 piece. If they was able to get all the money and property, they would have got all like millions of dollars. They only got $20,000.
Well, they got something. They
Yeah,
get we
something.
got
Yeah, and so what I'm saying, what the white man's going to do is say, okay, we'll give you something. I bet you anything he's going to give you all like $200 a piece.
no. At the minimum, I want like three to 400,000 per
Oh no,
family
that ain't
member.
happening, bro. You most you'll
You
get
better go. You better go
like
get a PPP loan for that.
most you'll get like $500. But that's about it.
Man, y'all
No.
cannot be fucking serious talking about all this low ass money, man. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm trying
I
to
mean,
tell you.
I mean, I mean, Lincoln only gave the slave owners $300 per slave. So how much money you really think you're gonna get?
How much was $300 worth back then?
Yeah, do you know how much $300 would be now compared to then?
I know it won't be no 300,000. I know that.
You talking about per person, per slave. It's not just one.
And
Yeah,
also, Bantu Mandinka, how do you know your ancestors were one of the free blacks?
Wait, say it again.
Yeah. How do you know if your ancestors wasn't one of the free blacks who were slaves? How can you
right.
prove that your ancestors were slaves?
You,
They
you,
go
you
by
got some
lineage.
you got some FBA. They tell you,
Well,
yo, we never, my family
that
never been
might
a
be the
slave.
smartest thing you said all this whole time.
No,
Yeah, they go by
seriously.
the
How
lineage.
can you know
Y'all
that?
just trying to
Because they'll be
nitpick.
like, okay, Bantu, we studied your great grandfather. Now he was a slave, but he stole a lot. He kept running away, cost the plantation money.
What proof they got of that?
No, I'm
Yeah,
just
so
saying that's what
what?
they're gonna say. You
Yeah,
know,
so what?
Y'all
What
just
the fuck
talking
you
silly
expect
talk,
somebody
man.
to
Y'all ain't.
do if you hold them as a slave? Shit.
Uh,
You supposed to be a
there's a
good
lot to this.
slave?
There's a lot to this movement.
I ain't
But
no
all I'm
good
trying to say,
slave.
Ben, is like while you're trying to figure this reparations thing out, let's not beat up on our black immigrant brothers and sisters, man. Because they got nothing to
I'm
do.
not beating up on them about they handle their business and I'm handling mine. You know what I'm saying? They got
Because
to do what they got to do.
everybody thinks that the black immigrants are trying to keep black people from getting their reparations.
Kala, the issue is
Hmm.
everything is happening all at once. It's like, okay, there's a group of black people that they want the money, they want the reparations that their ancestors, never received. And then there's another group that's bashing Africans, and it's like all of it is happening all at once, and it's kind of like
Yo, Kyle,
sabotaging the case for the
Yeah,
reparations.
it done
And it's
the
got
like,
so
Africans need to go back home. They really do.
it done
You
got
see what they
so
doing in Europe? The Africans over there.
it done got
but what
so
about
bad
the
that people call
Indians? What about the Indians and the other races that are
Oh,
invading
all
all
of them.
these
The
European
Arabs.
countries, the
All of them.
Arabs?
The Arabs. The
But
East
why do
Indians.
you guys target Africans so much?
yo, Kyle,
Why
it
is
done
your
got
Because
hate
so
directed
bad.
towards
You
Africans?
got people on Twitter calling ICE on people. That's how bad
You
it is.
serious? It got
I
to
sw-
that point?
I swear on my ancestors, people are adding ICE talking about this person need to be deported back to their country.
This is just
Yeah, they need
ridiculous.
to go
They're just
home, man.
taking their anger out on African people. Take it out on the people that you should that
Hey,
No,
deserve
hey,
it.
sister,
that's
what
like
part of
taking down
Africa are
white
you
people.
from?
Hey yo,
Dude.
I'm scared to
It
let
doesn't matter.
people
I
know
don't
my
care if
name.
you guys get the
They gonna
money or
dox me and try to
not.
get my citizenship
Yes, you know
revoked.
Kwame. Kwame be calling from Jamaica like, Colin, man, help me out here, man. Can
Hey,
we grab
Carla,
me up?
do you
I
know
was
what they
walking down the
going
street,
through?
minding my business, and next thing you know, I got hemmed up, man. What the hell is this?
Do you know what they going through when they going up through Libya and North Africa to get to
What
Europe?
do we have to? Why are Africans? Why are you bringing us in this? What do we have to do with you getting reparations or not?
No, I'm just
Focus
talking to
on the
Carla
white people that are
about
not giving you
Nobody
the
bring
money.
you in there
Focus
Why
on the
you in
white
African
man.
business? What they doing in Libya? Mind your
no, I'm just
business.
y'all in our
So
business all the
annoying.
time. But
No,
We
we're
American
not.
we
You're the
American
reason that she
citizens.
drags us into everything.
then
He
y'all
makes fun
need
of
to
us. He
fix
roasts
Africa,
us. He
man.
roasts
Tyler
us
is
all
this
over the
Yo,
internet.
you need to go fix St. Louis, go fix up
Hey,
Detroit,
what
fix
part
up
of
these
Africa you
failed
from?
cities. I'm from
You
Jamaica.
guys started it.
nigga,
You
Oh,
you
guys
worse,
you
started
can't
it.
even go on the
nigga,
beach
you
in
worse
Jamaica. You know
than
You
that,
guys
right?
diamond
started
flowers,
it.
man.
Yo, Ben, come on, man.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
it's like,
serious.
hold on.
The
Can we
Jamaicans
ever
can't even
have a
go on their
show
own
where we
beaches. They
all talk
squatters
about?
on their own
Hold on. What
country.
I would
They
like
can
to
Nah,
see.
create, okay, you can create
y'all
YouTube
need to worry
channels and
about these
Twitters
failed
and
state,
everything
these failed
Man, you
insulting
need to
us.
cities.
worry about Jamaica, man. You know what's going on in
Jamaica,
Jamaica.
hey
I'm
yo,
being for real.
Jamaica's great. Jamaica's great, brother.
Yeah, for the
We
Asians and the Indians
Nah,
and the
it's great for the
Lebanese.
Jamaicans.
Y'all ain't
Hey,
got shit over there, man. Y'all can't even go on your own
honey
beaches.
You're directing the
You need to
fire
Unreal.
at
go
the
worry
wrong
about St.
flower.
people.
Louis and the unemployment rate
No,
in all
man,
these
you need to
cities.
go back. And Jamaica's a beautiful
I'm great.
island, man.
I'm great in
Why
Jamaica,
you
Queens.
abandoned Jamaica?
I'm great. I'm already great in Jamaica, Queens.
Man, yo, beautiful island. You know what I'm saying? Why y'all abandoning that to the goddamn Asians and the Lebanese
Hold on.
over
What
there?
gets me is Jamaicans have been coming to America for over 100 years. So 100 something years, man. In fact, matter of fact, you people don't know this, right? Do you know the first really organized communities in New York were Black Caribbean, were people from the Caribbean? And up in the deep north. Like you got people like Prince Hall and stuff like that. But the thing is, the Black community back then was really tight together. The Black people that established themselves in places like Harlem, whatnot. A lot of them came from the islands, and there were Black native New Yorkers and Black people from the islands. They got along really well, and the people from the South came after the Great Migration. So, so
The ignorant Negroes.
yeah. The
Yeah,
bottom line,
man.
and the
Yeah,
bottom line,
he's
look,
talking.
back
You
then, nobody
Jamaican.
look back
That's
then.
why we don't
Nobody
like
cared about
immigrants.
none
They
of that
come
shit.
over here from failed states and got the nerve to open their mouth.
Hold
You
on, but
should be
Brandon, but let's
grateful.
be honest with
This is
ourselves.
a Pan-African channel. We usually talk about Africa. College just brought up this topic today, and that's why
Check
we're
this out.
talking. We
Check
don't
this
sit up
out.
here and talk
Ben,
about
well,
ADOS
let's
and
be honest with
FBA all the
ourselves,
time.
right? Let's be honest with ourselves.
We
People don't
talk
listen.
about Africa most of the time,
Because you
actually.
Black
can say what you
America,
want to say
Black
about Black
America is a
Americans,
failed state.
Hey
I
yo,
couldn't care
immigrants.
less.
but
I don't care.
we the
Honey
most
flower.
successful on the planet.
No
We're
one
the
We're
cares
not.
richest on
about
the
We're
you.
not.
planet.
No one cares. It's
Yeah.
just
So
narcissism.
the bottom line is this: we
You're the
well, we always say that,
spotlight.
but let me ask you a question, Ben. Right? Okay, that's true, right? But the whole thing is this: then why don't Black people in America embrace America more? Why is like Winsome Sears, right? She has a American story. I'm just putting it out there. I'm a Pan African, right? But the people who always oppose to me, right, when I talk about an African, right?
Tyler, you a Pan-African.
Well, yeah, I'm a fan. I believe we need a nation
Man,
stand
fuck
alone.
it.
That's my
Man,
vantage point. When people think Pan Africans are sitting around complaining about racism and white supremacy, that's a pan. No, that makes you a fool.
Pan
Now,
African is a building. We ain't
my whole
complaining.
thing is this: the way Winston Sears, right? She's a lieutenant governor of Virginia, about to be governor. She's gonna get elected governor, right? She basically sold her story as a young girl. I think she came in 1963 as a little girl with her father from Jamaica with $1.75 in her pocket. She became a Marine. She did all these things, and she goes, I am proud of this country, what this country has given me, and blah, 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 blah. You got Black people in America that have been here for generations who have way more than she does, right? But they don't embrace America. And that's what people are saying, right? You can't embrace America. So what happens is this: these immigrants are going to do it. So the face of Black America is now changing, It's
they want to assimilate with white people. They're
Well, no,
failures. They
they're
want to be on the
assimilating into
plantation.
America.
No,
Yeah,
they want to be
so what?
whites.
What's the problem with that, Colin? What is it? Who cares?
They
Well,
want to
no,
be
what I'm
whites.
saying, no, what I'm saying is this though. They want to assimilate into America, right? What I'm saying is nothing wrong with that. Why? Because I
White
always
America, Carla. Let's keep it a
yeah,
buck.
there's
They
only
want to
one America, it's white America. But the bottom line is this: the white man is his party. It's his party. He's like you. It's like you being invited to a party, but you're sitting
So
in a
they
pew,
coons then.
not drinking, not
So what?
socializing.
Let them assimilate. I don't have no
They
problem with
coons. Yeah,
They're
let them be
just
white.
they're just so worried about Africans. Everything we do,
Yeah, but
it's
hold on, but
just
why?
We
Hold on,
not
why
worried
crazy.
does
about y'all. Nobody even
No,
said
we're
any
not
country
worried
was
Yes,
about
hold on,
you.
you
why does
are.
No, we're
hold on, why
not.
does
who worried
FBA
about
why does
Africans,
FBAs get triggered by
honey,
It's
Africans
like
and
they
Caribbeans
have this hate
assimilating?
within them for us.
But
It's
No,
because
we
Colin,
don't even think about y'all.
because
no,
Oh,
you
Colin,
do
Keep it a
have
buck.
yo,
hatred for us. You
We
do.
don't
You
think
have a
because
about
whole
y'all.
movement
Colin,
that bashes us
Colin,
online.
FBA want to be the special Negro
Crazy.
Yeah,
that
they
the
want to
white
be the
boy love.
special Negro, you know.
We the
The
only
white
ones
people
that
are
fight
moving
white
on.
Yeah,
supremacy.
Moving on.
y'all stop disrespecting my FBA family. Calm down. Are y'all not
Nobody's
FBA too?
disrespecting them.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
nah,
not
I'm a
American. I'm not FBA.
foundational terror.
Now, hold up. We're clear about something.
Oh
FBA is a
man,
mentality, a hate cult. I am not that. You know.
Colin, they ain't got that.
I'm a
But
foundational
brother,
tether of New York.
listen. I've been to Jamaica several times, bro. There's a reason why you're in America. Okay,
Facts.
don't do that
Facts.
again,
What's the reason?
man.
Hey,
Y'all be over there
Hey,
suffering,
Jonathan, that's what
suffering.
it
Y'all
is.
got
Hey, that's the
electricity and be
in what
BK,
town?
suffering.
man. They be over
Brother,
here in
Colin, this
I live
is
in
America
why
Ask
this
me
talking
to
about
what
topic
town
is
in
leave
America,
always.
Africa
This is
alone.
why this topic
brother,
is trash
brother.
because it always
When
ends
I
up
went,
in
when I went,
roasting.
I could
when
take
I
it more
went to
seriously if they
brother,
was
when
in
I went to
Africa.
Kingston, there's always the beautiful black sister at the gate, and there's a white or a Chinese person or an
Um,
Indian person in the very far back. They run everything throughout that country. Cut
Oh,
the
that's
cap.
how,
The
how it is in
Lebanese. The
America too.
You,
Lebanese
you
also.
searching. You searching for economic opportunities and a better life in Jamaica is dangerous as fuck. I'm talking about the cops be lighting people up for no reason. The
Yeah,
police.
beautiful.
Is that a lie?
Beautiful
Is
island.
that a lie, brother?
You said what? Say that again. Somebody was talking
The
while you said
police
it.
be the police be lighting people up for no damn reason. Is that a lie?
I mean, the police is brutal in Jamaica,
Oh, okay,
but that
okay,
don't
okay.
make
Okay,
it a
I'll take
fair.
that.
But that
I'll
don't
take
make it
that.
a fair. That don't make it a failed state. Before I came up here,
Hey,
I had
brother, check this
everything
out.
I got there.
Listen. Y'all ain't Barbados. What I have learned about black
Yeah, but
people,
you just figured out
unfortunately, I have to
Barbados.
say it. I learned this from Rhodesia in South Africa. Remove the Indians, remove the whites, and remove everyone else. That motherfucker tanks immediately. Brother, that's all Jamaica is holding on right now. When I say I couldn't find a nigga on the beach or anywhere important, I mean that. I mean that,
You
brother.
have to go on
Let's
the
be
beach.
honest with
They
They
you.
never have to
treat
go on the
y'all
beach.
horrible.
Hold
They
up.
never
And,
allowed
Listen,
to go on the
and,
beach.
white
and the
people.
politicians
Oh,
don't do a damn thing about it.
but check this out. You know something? Atlanta is no longer a black city. They said, you know, it's no longer a black mecca. White people, Indians, everybody are taking over. What is
Colin, what ends up happening is that whenever black people fix something up, white people always let them show up.
you know? So
They
So
they did that in your
it's
area.
okay for you to
Niggas,
talk. Hold on. Can I say something, Carla? It's
go
okay
ahead.
for him to come at Jamaicans and blame Indians or whatever. But when if he were to talk about how African American communities get messed up, it's wrong. See, this is the problem with the black race. We all have the
Nobody said
same
it was wrong.
No,
issues.
Who said
no,
it
no,
was?
baby,
no,
Yes,
no,
no,
it's
we
not.
have the
baby,
same
No, it's
no,
honey
issues.
not.
flower,
You're
honey
baby.
not
flower.
better than
I hit
us.
a
Now,
nerve when I
for
talk
the
about
first
St.
time,
Louis.
honey
I hit a
flower,
nerve
for the
when I
first
talk
time
about
ever,
Cincinnati.
but for the first time ever, I'm in America and I'm in the hood. Okay, now I'm gonna turn this camera on. I want y'all to see something. Y'all want y'all to see how FBA slash Pan African we really are, right? In every block you go to out here in West Oakland, certain parts of East Oakland, you're going to see these beautiful Pan African flag. How you change this shit around? The beautiful Pan African shit on every block by block, and it doesn't change. It's everywhere you look, and black people own all the businesses in these areas. So when you get niggas on your
Well, Jamaica,
platform, Kala,
Didn't y'all
and
just
they
have
be like, black people don't own
didn't y'all
anything.
just
We
have
don't do anything.
You guys
I'm gonna go to the
compete.
grocery
You
store in a
compete with
minute.
Africans, and
hold
then
up.
Africans
Every
compete
Yeah,
with
but
you
you guys
guys.
just
So
had
the
Africans
black
can't
race is
compete,
at
so
the
we don't compete with
bottom.
But
them.
no,
I
Holly,
just
They
had a
Yes,
represent
the
the
case
white
red,
black
black,
race is
and
at the
green, Tyler.
you
bottom.
come over
you
here
just
The
had a
and
black
try
race
to
is
case
at
being
cause
the
out
You
chaos.
bottom,
understand?
regardless.
Many of you
At the
Africans
If
hate
bottom.
and
African,
also
if
have
No,
affairs
Africans,
with
nobody
yo,
hates
yo, if
Africans. Cut it
Africans
out.
can't compete,
no.
why they gotta
Yeah, I
hire
know, man. You
GDP in
started
America?
talking bullshit.
The whole
If
black race
Africans
is
can't,
failed.
if Africans
Okay, it's
can't
a
compete,
No,
failed
no, we did
why
race.
they
not.
gotta
look,
You're
hire
not better.
look,
medium
That's the
income?
problem.
hold up. This is what I'm
They
You
talking
can't
want to
about.
come
compete.
over
That's
here and
all
say
it
this
is.
So
nonsense.
how
But
Africans
driving for
gotta
Uber.
hire how they gotta hire medium income
But
versus
brother, you have
Black
to come to
Americans?
my house to get put on though. You can't do it where you live at. That's the
Brother,
But
challenge.
brother,
they make more
you
money
know,
than you in your
You can't
country.
do it
wait,
where
wait,
you
wait,
live
wait,
at,
hold
nigga.
on.
You got to come in my
Let's
house
educate,
to make it.
They gotta
educate
hire
people.
medium income versus Black Americans. So how they can't compete if they gotta
My
hire
brother,
medium
my
If you
income?
brother
got
in
10
Canada,
people
my
living
brother in
in one
Canada.
house, then yeah,
There's a
you're
way
gonna have
to
a little bit
educate
more
this
income.
brother. All you have to do is look up individual income. When you do household income, you're talking about mama and father and
Exactly.
a child that's working.
Yo. I live in
But
New
when you
York.
look at
I live in New
individual
York. The
income,
medium income for our houses is way over 200,000. So
It
you
don't
can't.
matter.
I
You're
don't
not in
know.
your home
brother,
doing it
brother,
though.
brother,
Exactly.
You're
Exactly.
not
brother,
in your home doing it. You
no, no,
failed.
no.
Just the fact you over
Hey,
there, you failed.
bro, no,
But you
that
can't do it
he's
in your own
lying.
homeland. If we
He's
doing better than y'all,
lying.
I'm
He's
lying.
lying.
Me and
He's
Kala from
lying.
the same. Kala, we from the same
Yeah,
area.
yeah, yeah. You're from the same city, but we can look that shit up
No,
right
no, no,
now.
no, no, no. We not just from the same city. We from the same
Kala,
area.
you
It's
need to
called
moderate your channel. You
it's
just sit
called
back and let
Jamaican
everything go down.
American
Yeah,
average
so so
salary
how we doing
versus
better than y'all in
African
y'all
American
homeland?
average salary.
We
You don't
doing
do it
better than
better.
we doing
You don't do
better.
it better.
We have whole
Brother, y'all
communities,
brother,
homeowners.
listen, listen, listen.
All
You
you
I
just
can go
drug
to a
bullets, man.
Chinatown.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, no, I can go to
New York is
Chinatown.
the economic
I can go to
capital, and
Italian
we
town. I
striving. We
can go
doing
to
great in
German
New York.
town. I can't go to Jamaica town nowhere in this country.
You need to come to
Cut
Jamaica,
the
Queens.
cap, gang. And the only place in the Caribbean that got something like a Haitian town is Little Haiti, which is drug infested, gang infested, crack infested, murder infested.
Jonathan,
Cut the cap,
then
nigga.
you don't know about Little Guyana. You don't know about these little.
In Jamaica,
You
man,
ain't
kids
got it.
everywhere. Kids
You
everywhere.
Jamaican. You ain't Guyanese.
I'm talking
Where's
about
Mother
my
Little
every
area.
baby
Jamaica?
My
mama
whole
every
area is
damn where.
Caribbean.
You just said, yo, whoa, now wait a minute, y'all. Now we all Caribbean. Nigga, you from Jamaica.
Jamaica,
I don't want to
Queens.
hear about,
No,
don't.
Jamaica, Queens.
You didn't name that Jamaica Queens, the niggas did. Now, with that being the
What?
case,
I live in
don't
Jamaica,
you try
Queens.
to, don't, in Jamaica Queens is not beautiful. Now, at the end of the
It's not
day, don't try
beautiful.
to claim
It's
little guy.
you
Brother,
can't
I've
Just
find
been
let them
there.
another
have
place.
it. Don't even
You
I've
argue.
can't
been
Just
find
there.
let them
another
have it.
place.
I've been there. I've been there. Don't
They
do
need
that.
that ego boost
You've been to
real
I've
Jamaica,
bad.
been
Queens.
there and I looked down
What
and I
part of
said,
Jamaica,
what?
Queens?
Man, all of that shit is just raggedy. What you mean what part of
Come on,
Jamaica
you a
Queens?
liar. You
You
lying.
right next to JFK Airport, sucker. At the end of the day, it's all raggedy. I seen it. I seen it
Is
We
with
all
Kala
my own
still
eyes.
here?
we all
Where's
homeowners. We don't
Kala
live in the
at?
projects.
Y'all ain't no damn home. Why y'all lie so much?
Nigga,
Where
you
is
driving for
Kala
Uber.
at?
Why y'all lie so
Hold on,
much?
everybody take a chill.
Kala, please,
Everybody,
can you? It's getting so dusty. Can you like moderate this?
yeah, I'm gonna moderate. All right, fellas. All right, one at a time.
It's
Hey,
like a
Kyla,
dick measuring contest. It's like we
Kyla,
FBAs are
can you
this,
speak
we
on our
blah blah
area,
blah are this.
please?
No
Can you
one
speak on
What?
cares.
Jamaica, Queens?
Okay, well, I would say like this. What I would
Hey,
say.
honey, fly.
Hold on, let me say this about
No
Jamaica.
one cares. You're still at the bottom.
No,
Why
now,
you
hold
talk? Why you
on.
talking
No, we
like that?
not.
Hold on,
No, we
Now,
not.
let me,
no, we not.
No,
Yes,
we
fellas,
the
not.
fellas,
black
fellas.
The
race is at the
Caribbeans,
You at the
bottom.
bottom.
No, we're not.
The Caribbeans in New York is not at the bottom.
Y'all
The
at the
black
bottom,
race
bro.
is at the bottom. No matter
We
what,
are
you guys can
homeowners.
kill each
Fellas,
We
other,
are
fight
business
each other
owners
all you
in New
want.
York.
Hey,
fellas,
You're
hey,
at the bottom.
honey flower. The reason why I get at these dudes
in New
is
York
because
City,
these are the
are
best
many
of the
generations.
best from these
You cannot
countries.
tell. You cannot tell.
The best of the
Hey,
best that compete with average black people.
after so many generations of people live in New
Not the
York,
Oh
best of
God.
black people.
A New
Yo,
Yorker
yo,
becomes a New Yorker
y'all been
after
here
2020,
for
you
200
know?
plus years.
Bro,
We came here.
you are the
You
We
never
best that
fled. You
Jamaica
stayed
has
on
to
business.
offer, and that's bad.
So
We never declared our
where's the
country. We
best
stayed
FBAs we
independent.
could find?
The best people that are doing
Where
great
the
in your
where's
country
the
are
affluent
not
neighborhoods?
you.
Hold up.
They're not you,
Everybody,
and you
The
run
everybody,
it.
the person that owns the
look,
channel
everybody, look,
speaking.
look. Let's not have this fight. Now, I would say this, right? It should not be us versus them thing because we're all fucked up. But let me say, but that being said, there's a myth going around, right? That people put out there. You got Kwame, don't get caught up in that. White supremacists have put up this argument, right? That and I think Black America's problem is we like complaining about shit all the time. We got more than we need to complain about. People talk about reparations. Black America's the richest group of people on the world. One of the biggest. Now, there's two Jamaican guys are having this argument, right? I'm gonna play the video or audio, right? And one guy was from the UK said, "See, is it because Black Americans don't value education?" The guy, other Jamaican guy was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" He knows the history of Black America. He knows what we are, right? He says, he goes, they complain about racism. That's why Jamaicans and Caribbeans, Africa come in there and outdo them more. He said, look, let me tell you something. If you got people coming from the top tier of Jamaica or Africa, of course they're going to do better than the average African. But if you take the top tier of Black America and compare that to everybody else, it's not a comparison. That's the truth. The top, all the billionaires, millionaires,
Scholar,
Black America.
that's what they do though. They have to compare their top people versus our
We
poor
don't
people.
compare. We don't. You guys are
It's
delusional.
not even the
Very
same.
delusional.
It's
We don't
bad.
compare.
And
It's bad.
I don't
Comparison.
look, I'm not mad at them. I'm not Black immigrants. You know what I'm mad at?
We
I'm
don't
mad at the
care.
white people who basically they don't talk about that. White people are basically below a lot of Black people, right? They make it seem like every immigrant and people think that every white person is like. I had Afro Dumbest on the show one time, right? And I know it was on Bomani show. He called him Bomani show one night, like a year ago, 2 years ago. And I basically played a video. I knew he was gonna call in, so I played a video of the white people in the Appalachian doing real bad, right? And I said, he said, I want to see Black Americans. I said, okay, so we played a video of white people doing real bad in West Virginia. They said the poorest county in America. The matter of fact, the poorest counties in America are actually white and Republican.
Kala, Africans don't care. I'm telling you, we don't
Yeah,
care
I know
about
that. Oh,
FBA
I know.
being this and this and all that. We don't care.
I know that, but I'm saying this. This is what I'm saying.
Nah, we don't care about
Look, the whole thing is this:
FBAs.
people basically use these false narratives and whatnot, and basically to trigger Black America. Black America should recognize what it is,
Who's
and just
doing
go
that?
after the people that's doing that, not the friggin' the Black immigrants that's responding to it.
But
It's like,
who's doing that? Which African is making videos?
no, I said the white people are doing that.
Yeah, we do exactly. So talk to white people. Leave us alone.
Yeah,
We're
but
not
black people, no, the Black America don't want to do that, right? Because they want an easy target.
Yeah, with Tariq Nasheed's stupid videos, just obsessively
Tara and this shit goes at white people too. Don't lie.
No, but he doesn't. No, he does not.
I'm
Like
telling
that.
you, Kala.
Kala.
No, he doesn't
Africans
go after
do
white
not
people.
care
Like,
about
Why
all
he
of
don't?
this
Why
stuff.
Tariq don't go after Jews?
Yeah, check us out.
What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean Jews? What are Jews? Are they white?
Yo, check us out, Jonathan. This is what I'll say about Tariq, right?
Y'all like to separate white people. Y'all weird.
The Jews come from Asia. They don't come from Europe.
That is some now that's what they call tether shit. Y'all separating white people.
Hold on, Jonathan, right? Jonathan, let me say this. I saw one of Tariq's last videos, like called Tether Fatigue, some stupid shit, right? And the way he draws Africans is just so disrespectful,
Exactly.
I haven't seen him do white people like that, or Chinese people like that, or Mexicans like that. It's only friggin' Africans he has a vitriol for.
He created this issue. Africans do not. We literally do not think about, our FBA succeeding in life. Oh my God, what are we gonna do? Oh my God, we never think about that. I'm telling you, I've never heard an African person say, "Look, African Americans are succeeding. We gotta come together. We gotta create a plan, man." Never in my life.
No. They don't say that, honey flower.
We don't
because they
care.
only focus
FBAs
at
that's
people that
worried.
are at
It's
the
only
bottom.
flower.
If they
It's only
focus
the
on people at the
FBAs that that think about
I
That's a
look,
Africans and
problem.
We
Caribbean.
I
support
listen
you
to a
guys.
lot. Look,
Whenever you
I
guys make
listen to a
music,
lot of
we buy your
African
music,
video
we
Baby,
buy
producers.
your
you do,
products.
not the rest of your people,
Yes,
honey.
we do. We buy your products. We
We
support
we
your music. We
we
don't
can point
care to
out to the
compete with
dusty
you.
people that
We
don't
don't see you
there.
as a
We,
competition,
Oh,
Jonathan. We
I'm not worried about
don't.
the Dusty. All I
you're
say
They
is
not a
they look at
monolith,
us as another
sweetheart.
tribe. They look at us
I'm
as another tribe.
no, no.
we
The
don't
You're
see
African
you
not a
as a
tribe.
monolith.
competition, Jonathan. Wake
Okay,
up from this
You're not a
delusion.
monolith.
hold
You're
up.
not a
It's a
monolith,
delusion.
sweetheart.
Let me say this. Let me say this. What I see right now, like you got the two Kenyan sisters, they're very, very empathetic to Black America's plight and everything like that, and they do take Black America's side almost everything. I watch all these guys online, and I'm saying I'm surprised that they were like, because evidently they're because they hear so much of us online, and when they hear outside story. A few years ago, yeah, they did buy the narrative about us, but now it's different. Now Africans are starting to see. Wait a minute here. Why have our people get deported from America, and Trump is bringing these white Afrikaners in, and basically white America is going along with it. They're like, what the hell's going on? And so therefore, they're basically becoming like maybe Black America was telling the truth about this country, right? That being said, right? Look, I cannot stop people from coming over here and succeeding. That's not because we're just in a trap thing. Because every time we basically somebody comes to the country, like because they're basically saying America, the great country, that takes away your opportunity for reparations. Because the whole idea of reparations, America is so irredeemable racist and oppressing Black people. If that's the case, then why are immigrants coming over here? Not that they're doing better, but they're not complaining. I think my brother Kwame is making a mistake thinking immigrants are doing better. They're not. They're just not complaining, Black America. That's
Kyla,
all.
we do the
Carla, they
Caribbeans,
don't complain because they can't.
Kyla, the
They'll
Caribbeans
get
that's in
their ass
Jamaica.
sent back immediately.
Kwame.
They can't complain.
Caribbeans,
Kyla,
that's
the Caribbeans in Canarsie,
Caribbeans, all
the
that stuff.
Caribbeans in Jamaica, Queens, and the
All that's
Caribbeans
that's
and the
success.
Caribbeans in
Carla,
White Plains ain't complaining.
A few years ago, there was a Jamaican kid blasted by some white supremacists. They called him nigger. They called him every racial epithet and then killed him. And his punk ass daddy, that's what he is, said this is not about race. Like, motherfucker. They can't
Carla, do you
complain,
see this
Carla. They'll get
comment?
sent back.
Wait, Carla, do
And they
you see
want to
this
be
They
here.
have
They
comment?
to
want
be
to be on the
suckers.
plantation.
Hold on. Let me hear
Come
Honey
on,
Flower.
where they come
Hold
from,
on.
they not gonna
Somebody
be
said
Let me
complaining
hear
this.
Honey
anyway.
Flower. Let me hear Honey
What they
Flower.
gonna
Somebody
complain
said,
about?
I don't like the back and forth. I would only want Black America to take control of its resources and do not allow others to take advantage. So basically, us coming to America,
That is the
they want to
stupidest
take
thing
the
I ever heard.
resources
Who
out
said that?
away from us because those resources
You
belong
take
to
our
Black
resources,
Americans.
going to black schools, saying you black, taking scholarships and
How
everything
you
What are
else.
we
wait?
taking from
We are
you?
black. Are
They
you
want
telling
us
Fred,
me?
to. They want
Are
us
Fred,
you
to
telling me
starve
Fred,
and
African?
die or
Are you
something
telling
like
me
that.
black
They
You a
don't
don't
mean
want us to
goddamn
African
eat.
parent.
descent?
They don't
No,
want us
those
to.
Yo,
slaves are for black Americans, not your
okay,
Jamaican
Ben, what
ass.
was Marcus Garvey? Ben, what was Marcus Garvey?
Marcus
What
Garvey,
about the
somebody who couldn't
Mexicans?
make it
They
in
taking your
Jamaica because the
resources.
Jamaicans was too much damn
Carla,
coons
Carla,
over there to accept him.
Black America loves that bum nigga so much. He ain't a bum no.
Oh, yeah,
That
you got
he's literally he's on every mural in the hood.
greatest leader we
He's
ever had.
always there.
Carla, what
You go
resources are
to
we
New York.
taking?
Marcus
Did the
Garvey is on
FBA
You're
fight
Marcus
for
taking
everything
communities
scholarships
that
and
and
Marcus
everything
programs?
Garvey
else. You
says.
coming
You
there.
say he
Me
was the
black too.
greatest?
Me black
They
too.
they
You're not
Okay,
black
let,
like
they
okay.
ain't
us.
he ain't the greatest of anything.
You don't know. You don't
Marcus
know.
Garvey's the greatest of what?
Okay, let me play you something.
Don't
He
lie
wasn't even
now.
great in Jamaica. The Jamaicans weren't even fucking with him.
All right, let me play you something.
He had
You
to
got,
go to Europe to die.
you know. Let me play you some Mark. Go ahead, talk. I'm gonna play you some Marcus Garvey.
Man.
All I'm saying is
Uh, we done
we ain't.
fucked up.
All I'm saying the Caribbeans in Canarsie, Flatbush, Jamaica, Queens, White Plains, in the Bronx or Gun Hill, they ain't complaining. They ain't complaining. They doing
Nigga,
great.
go back to your home country and do that.
The fuck
I'm
you
a
gonna
Recreate
citizen.
here
I'm
over
a
complain
there.
about?
citizen of America. I'm
Yeah,
foundational to
you
America.
shitted on your own home
That's what
country.
I'm saying.
You ain't shit
Hey,
on
hey,
yours.
bro. Whenever you tell them to go back to their home country, they always say I'm a citizen.
hold up, man.
Yeah,
They
we
they
know,
they
buddy.
they
We
yeah,
know.
they love this white man. You know what I'm saying?
You'll drop your whole damn country to be a citizen of another
Yep.
country. That's saying something,
Yeah,
brother.
we
Whether
gonna
you
reap
know
the
it or
benefit.
not.
We gonna reap the benefits the white man have
You
to
ain't reaping,
offer.
brother. You
Because
Before
ain't
we
reaping
go
no
nigga,
benefits. You
before
ain't
we go
reaping
back
no
to Africa,
benefits.
before we
you
go
just
back
a
to
coon,
Africa, we
nigga.
gonna
You
take
not
all the
going back
money
to
out.
Africa.
Folks, so
You
hey,
ain't
Before
hey,
going
yo,
back.
You
I have
just
to, yo,
don't
look,
want
I
to
have to
share
drop,
zaddy.
I have to
They
drop
don't want to
everybody
before
share
down.
zaddy with Africans. They
I
want
yeah,
to
gotta
why
drop
share
why
with
why
everybody
why
down.
y'all
themselves.
don't want to share the white resources with us?
Shut up,
Wait, wait, wait,
Mojo.
wait, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Last time I checked, I thought y'all were fighting for
Y'all
independence from white
can have,
people. Now you're running back to them.
We been had
Right.
independence.
y'all
They
can
Hey,
they
have
brother,
it,
showed
I've
bro.
they
been,
couldn't make
brother,
it without
brother.
White Daddy.
The court
I've
ordered
been
Now,
to
Mojo to be removed,
Emancipation
making
Park
him
now,
in
the highest quality
Kingston.
recorder,
That's not what I
also
seen,
creating
brother.
separate audio
Drop
Ah,
and
your
video
weird
tracks for
shit.
each participant.
We
And when it
we
comes to
we
streaming, it's never
this
looked
is
this good.
skip,
I
but
drop
Streaming
everybody
HD with high quality
They couldn't
video
make it
and
without the
audio
white man. They
customized
couldn't
with
make
your
it without
What
the
are
logo,
white
black
daddy.
background, and
resources?
color
We're
fade.
yeah,
taking black
what are the black
resources away.
resources in
Engage with your
America?
viewers easily through the
At
centralized
the
chat
end of the
box
day, I
and
learned
move
a long
streaming
time
together
ago.
across
We
different
get the
social channels.
coons. The coons make it
Riverside's
to
AI
America.
enhanced editor lets
The
you cut down
coons and the
on editing
refugees,
time.
and that's it.
Use it to transform your recordings into high
All right,
quality
fellas.
branded
All right,
content.
fellas.
Get
Everybody down.
transcriptions
We're gonna
automatically
watch
and use them to
a
edit
video.
just like a doc, or use the chaptered
Look
timeline
around.
where it's divided into chapters that make it easier to
Everybody down.
skim and
75.
scan. And when all's said and done, Riverside goes the extra
I'm
mile to
sorry.
optimize your
Oh, you're
content
keeping
for
me?
sharing. Add
Hey,
video captions
I'm
in
a
various
drop everybody
styles,
down by down to view. Yeah.
easily
Thank you.
resize your videos for
Basically
different
playing video. I
channels.
got a video I want
Plus,
to play.
with more nifty AI features,
This is
Riverside helps
Marcus
you
Garvey.
find and
This
create.
is Dark Guy. Look at this. This is a black man. He didn't give a damn about no friggin' America, Black America, Jamaica. This is what we call real black nationalism. Pattern. This is what I am. You know.
No future for people who deny their past. My foreparents, my grandparents, my mother, my father did not suffer and die to give me an education to slight, oppress, or discourage my people. Because whatsoever education I acquired out of those sacrifices of over 300 years, I shall use for the salvation of the 400 million black people of the world. And the day when I forsake my people, may God Almighty say there shall be no more light for you. I unequivocally rejected the racist assumption of much white American Christianity, namely that God had created the black man inferior and that he had intended Negroes to be a servant class, hewers of wood and drawers of water. Well, I dedicated my view of man on the doctrine of Imago Dei. All men, regardless of color, are created in the image of God. Now, from this premise follow the equality of all men and the brotherhood of all men. The biblical injunction of Acts 17:26 reminds us that he created of one blood all nations of men to dwell on the face of the earth. I was most interested in brotherhood within his own race. Because if Negroes are created in God's image and Negroes are black, then God must in some sense be black. If the white man has the idea of a white God, let him watch it as God is either color. We have found a new ideal. Because whilst our God has no color, and yet it is human to see everything through one's own spectacles, and since the white people have seen their God through their white spectacles, we have only now started to see our God through our own spectacles. For we believe in the God of Ethiopia, the everlasting God, God of Father, God of Son, God of Holy Ghost, the one God of our ages. That is the God in whom we believe, but we shall worship him through the spectacles of Ethiopia. For 250 years, we have struggled under the burden and rigors of slavery. We were maimed, we were brutalized, we were ravaged in every way. We are men. We have hopes, we have passions, we have feelings, we have desires just like any other race. The cry is raised all over the world of Canada for the Canadians, of America for the Americans, of England for the English, of France for the French, of Germany for the Germans. Do you think it unreasonable that we, the black world, should raise the cry of Africa for the Africans? The Negro is a man. We represent the new Negro. His back is not yet against the wall. We do not want his back against the wall because that would be a peculiar and desperate position. We do not want him there. It is because of this that we are asking for fair compromise. So the Belgians have control of the Belgian Congo, which they cannot use. They have not the resources and intelligence. The French have more territory than they can develop. There are certain parts of Africa in which you cannot live at all. So it is for you to come together and give us a United States of Africa. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are not going to be a race without a country. God never intended it, and we are not going to abuse God's confidence in us as men. We are men, human beings, capable of the same acts as any other race, possessing under fair circumstances the same intelligence as any other race. Now Africa's been sleeping, not dead, only sleeping. Today Africa's walking around not only on her feet, but on her brains. You can enslave, as was done for 300 years, the bodies of men. You can shackle the hands of men. You can shackle the feet of men. You can imprison the bodies of men, but you cannot shackle or imprison the minds of men. Lie down, black men, and dig. Reach up, black men and women, and pull all nature's knowledge to you. Turn ye around and make a conquest of everything, north and south, east and west. And then when you have wrought well, you will have merited God's blessing, you will have become God's chosen people, and naturally you will become leaders of the world. And as you bow down to the white man today, so a lot of races bow down to you and call you a race of masters because of the superiority of your mind and your achievement. Because no race has the last word on culture and civilization. They do not know what we are capable of. They do not know what we are thinking. They're thinking in terms of dreadnoughts, battleships, airplanes, submarines. You know what we're thinking about? That is our own private business. They give us credit for being able to use our minds. And the people becoming conscious of themselves, determined to use their minds, you do not know to what extent they can go. Liberate the minds of men, and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men. We love the white race, not for social fellowship, but for the common brotherhood of God intended we should live. What satisfaction can anyone get in being happy and see his brother wallowing in filth, death, and disease? How can you be happy living in luxury and your brother's living in disease? And then when you try to help the one out of the disease, the subculture talks about disloyalty. Black men of Carthage, black men of Ethiopia, Timbuktu, Alexandria gave the light of civilization to this world. Ethiopia shall stretch forth our hands unto God, and princes shall come out of Egypt. The classes, nations, races have been quite over 4 centuries. Whose merely born abuse, insult, humiliation, whose forbearance can only be compared to the prophet Job, as likewise lifted his bowed head and raised it up to God's skies and cried out, I am a man, and demand a man's chance and a man's treatment in this world. But I shall teach the black man to see beauty in his own kind and stop bleaching his skin and otherwise looking like what he's not. Back in the days of slavery, race mixture, miscegenation had occurred because the African woman had no protection from the slave master. Therefore, there is no need today for black people to themselves freely continue a practice that smacks so much of slavery. Our greatest threat of the race problem will be solved through higher education, through better education, and black and white will come together, that they will never happen until Africa is redeemed. Because if those who like W.E.B. Du Bois believe that the race problem will be solved in America through higher education, they will walk between now and eternity and never see the problem solved. God made man Lord of his creation, gave him possession and ownership of the world. And you have been so darned lazy that you've allowed the other fellow to run away with the whole world, and now he's stopping you and telling you that the world belongs to him and that you have no part in it. And you don't have to apologize to anybody for being black, because God Almighty knew exactly what he was doing when he made me black. If black people knew their glorious past, then they would be more inclined to respect themselves. Yes, you heard of Johnny Walker Red and black. Well, he had his adversities, but he's still going strong. Well, I intend with your help and God's grace to continue, because my work has only just begun. And future generations shall have in their hands the guide by which they shall know the sins of the 20th century. I know, and I know you too believe in time, but we shall wait patiently for 200 years if need be to face our enemies to our posterity. When my enemies are satisfied, in life I shall come back, or in death even to serve you as I served before. In life I shall be the same, in death I shall be a terror to the sons of
I gotta hear that part again.
In life I shall be the same, in death I shall be a terror to the sons of
That was the most honorable Marcus Garvey. You know, please, no one on my platform disrespect this man. That was the most honorable Marcus Garvey. You know, And so, Kwame, what do you think about that?
That was beautiful. That
That's
was
what I'm
one of
talking about. That's the energy I want to hear. That's black nationalism. That's a Pan African black nationalism. He's talking about black people. I don't want to hear about this stupid FBA, America, whatever crumbs you get in America is not. The bigger picture is a liberation of our entire race.
you know what's crazy, Kyla, because it resonate with today. That's what make
Yeah,
it even more
it is
powerful.
today. More than that. So anybody get into the stupid ADOS FBA, I did this and somebody did it stupid. I don't want to hear it, man. I don't want to hear it. That's nothing but coon talk. I don't care what you
And it's
say.
all in their minds, Kala. It's not even reality. The average African walks past the African American day to day. There's no issue. There's no beef. We're not taking bread out of each other's hands. We're not nothing. It's only existing on
It's only
the
when people
And,
social
want
media.
and Kyla, I wanted to ask you, right? Because I always hear FBA say that Tethers is taking the resources and stuff like that. What are the resources you think they
I have
talking
no
about?
fucking idea what they're talking about, And so if they're taking the resource, in every FBA so-called neighborhood, there are free public libraries, right? Where you can get books, educate yourself, work on book reports, and learn and what's that. A lot of stuff I learned right now, how to do everything business. I did by going to the library when I was in my 20s. By the time I was 28, I had 2 businesses. I went to the library because it was free. On my days off and when I work, I would go to the library. I'd take the 2 buses one night to go to the library, and sometimes I had to walk home because I was in the library when they closed. When I just missed my last bus.
You
But
was going to Jamaica Library?
no, this is in Virginia.
Okay.
My uncle used to go to Jamaica Library. When he went to college.
Do
And
African Americans realize that, okay, the people
Oh,
in
the
the chat
black
that are saying
nose.
that we're taking the resources, okay, like the food, the grocery stores, the water, is that your resource that we're taking?
yeah, like I said, why even bother with that? It's ignorant
I'm
talk.
not, but I'm
Ignorant
okay.
talk.
I'm
Ignorant.
ignoring. I'm
No,
ignoring. It's
I'm really
just,
Kyla. It's not
it's
even that.
ridiculous.
I'm really trying to understand what are the resources that Africans in the Caribbeans are stealing from
I have no
FBA.
idea. I can't
I
tell you.
think they like taunting
The
us.
the
I think
resources
they
are
like
the
to taunt us.
programs that were created
The
for Black
resources, the
Americans,
resources
Yeah, I
is.
and y'all
mean,
hop your
it's
asses
the
into it.
Oh,
same
That's
shit
what they
with
are.
the
But
resources
shouldn't you
is.
it's
take
the
that up with your
same
Hold
white
on.
daddies
The
though?
thing
resources
The
all
is.
resource. No. Let's
man.
talk about
It's the
honor,
same
respect.
resource
If you
that
know
all
something ain't
immigrants
for you,
taking up.
why the hell
Yeah,
would you?
you
Why
know
would
Hold
you
on.
go ahead and
The
hop in
only
and apply
resources
for 'em?
is.
motherfucking
The
African.
only resources is freaking. They're taking all the white women and whatnot in
No,
America.
Kyle. They can have the white woman. Fuck the white woman.
Oh, that's
White
all
woman
it is,
stink
man. That's all
anyway.
I see.
So
They're
can you
getting all the
explain? Can you
women. They
explain
go
the?
close to white people.
Bruh. Even with all of the resources that you take, you're still not at the top.
Yeah, but who
What
said they want to
resources?
be?
What
Who said they
resources
want to
we
be?
They
Bruh.
taking,
don't
Jonathan?
care.
They don't
It's
take
We're
it's
the
so
top.
easy. I looked
What
up to in New York
Hey,
City. The
Johnson,
only people Black
actually,
Americans are losing to are the Haitians.
they take the
Haitians American
resources
make
that
more
all
than
immigrants
all
take.
other Black
Everything.
groups in New York City, and then there's Black Americans, and then Nigerians, and then Jamaicans, and everybody else that don't
Who the
matter.
hell cares? Who the hell cares? Why is that
Yeah,
important?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nah,
Why is
but
that
It,
I
important?
it
really
is
want to know
important,
if we.
Kala.
I really
It
want to
is
know
important.
if we taking the resources from Black Americans. I want to give them back. So I want
You
to know what
can't
are the
take
resources
you
that
can't
we're
take
taking.
resources, brother. We open up the door for you. We want you to win.
Well,
But
yeah,
don't shit.
No, you
But
didn't
yeah.
wait a
open the
minute.
door.
There's a difference. There's a difference
The
between
white man
shitting
let
on
us come
people
here.
after you
You didn't let
win.
us come. The white man let us come here.
Actually, look, they came here.
Oh, please. White people don't give a fuck
They
about y'all.
came here.
I
Look,
Have
didn't
y'all
say
not
they
hold
seen
on, hold
y'all
didn't
on.
come.
Hey,
I'm
look,
countries?
look.
saying they let us
Hey,
come into this
Jonathan.
country.
The
They
next
ain't let you
governor.
do shit.
Look,
Do you not see your countries? Go ahead, Carla.
hold up. The
They let
next,
us immigrate here. They give us green
hold
cards.
up. Check this out. The
They
next
didn't let you
governor.
immigrate here. Black people have to fight
Check
for
this out.
that too. Go
Hold up. The
ahead,
next
Carla.
governor. The first black female governor is going to be a Jamaican born Jamaican descent.
She won't be a Jamaican. She'll definitely be an African.
No, Winston Sears. She was lieutenant governor. She's running for governor.
A lieutenant governor ain't shit.
No, she's running for governor this year.
You know, and I know that a lieutenant governor that can only get in power is the governor step down out of New York. Elias Spitzer is an example of that.
I don't think the Democrats. She's running a Republican. I don't think the Democrats even got somebody to run against.
Oh, did she really? Fuck, she ain't winning shit.
Well, the bottom line
do you want us to bow to you? Is that what you want? I think you guys want Africans to bow.
But wait, hold up. What are the resources that
we talk about Caribbeans right now? You talk about Africans.
What are the
it
resources
sounds like
that
you
we
guys
taking?
want us to bow down and worship you like you're gods.
Oh, please, I ain't have
like we're gods.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Like
you
this
okay,
about,
honey?
we are the FBAs. You couldn't come here without us. These are our resources. Blah blah blah. It's like you guys want us to worship you.
Oh, sweetheart, that's the difference, sweetheart. You can come and build off the resources that you get and not be a disrespectful ass cunt.
Nobody disrespects you guys. We don't even care.
Oh,
we
sweetie.
don't even care.
Don't do
you
it.
Guys are the
We don't
ones
get
that started
Aphrodite. We don't get the Aphrodite for no reason.
That's one,
You want me to start naming them
guy
all?
with a small ass channel.
That ain't one guy. We can name the rest of them.
That's a teeny tiny
after dumbass
channel.
don't speak for the rest of them, you know.
That's a teeny tiny
Yeah,
channel.
but
Come on.
but we online right now. And Tariq Nasheed don't speak for the rest of us. I just showed that shit. Most Black Americans are Pan African.
How he don't speak for y'all, but he owed the name FBA.
I just showed you most Black Americans are Pan African.
Okay.
So the bottom line.
Yeah. Shut that shit down. So why y'all talk about the minority? Kala, is FBA the majority or the minority?
And nobody knows what FBA is, bro.
Exactly. So what the hell y'all talking about?
No. What I was saying this. See, I brought the topic up, right? I said the topic I'm saying is because I hear online there's been a lot of talk and I had to address this topic, right? They're basically anybody who opposes don't go along with the stupid narrative in Black America, they start calling you immigrant. They call him Wes Moore. He's not a Jamaican, but they call him a Jamaican because he went against it. And they're attacking people just based on the fact what their background is. Now, I will say this. For years, we had a congressional Black caucus, right, that did absolutely nothing for Black America, right? They provided over gentrification. They provided over the looting of Black jobs and infrastructure in Black America, the death of Black inner cities, crime astronomical, right? So therefore, now if the Black immigrants come in and say, you know something, if we got a congressional Black caucus, right? And why don't we basically start taking that over to get something done? And what are they getting done? They're getting benefits from their home countries, you know? Don't blame them for that. When we had the so-called FBAs had the congressional Black, they did
exactly,
nothing.
Kala. Exactly.
They did nothing.
Exactly.
They provided over.
Go yell at each other. Don't yell at Africans. You have nothing to do with that.
And so now you got people coming from Eritrea, holding public office, Nigeria.
Let them come.
Hold on. You got Liberians holding public office, and I'm saying, of course, their thing is gonna be like, oh look, okay, we got Liberian here. I'm gonna look out for the interests of my Liberian people here. And so
good luck with that.
So I don't see nothing wrong with that, you know, because the Black people, we have public office and whatnot. They don't do a damn thing for it. Look how Black people are even losing.
Yeah.
But Kala, when Black people look out for
they're the ones that are jealous, but they project.
Sweetheart, no. See, when Black Americans get into office, they look out for all Black people. I can point to examples of that. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ronald Dale to Oakland, California, while he was smoking crack, was pushing for Ethiopians and Eritreans to come to his community. And then they built the projects just for them.
I notice people, Black people, when they get into office, right? The first thing they're concerned about is getting reelected, sending their kids off to that good, prestigious school, You know,
Color.
Mhm.
What elected
what's
official
easy?
is it concerned about getting reelected? Name
Oh
one.
no, I'm just talking about the bottom line. Is this black politicians? And no, you know what's the most
No,
dangerous?
Color. Name a politician that isn't interested in getting reelected.
Hold up, yo,
Yo,
Jonathan.
Kylie, you
Hold up,
gotta block
hold up,
Rico. You gotta block Rico Miller, man. He's too
Rico said,
disrespectful.
"I see why she ain't got no
Yeah,
man."
he going crazy.
Don't block Rico.
Which
Rico
block
a
Rigo?
real
Block
nigga.
Rigo. Nah, he ain't gonna disrespect.
Rico a real nigga.
Yeah, you a real nigga out of here. Let him be a
Nobody
real nigga
takes this
someplace
stuff
else.
seriously.
No, check us out. I wouldn't even have no problem with that. With all that stuff like I just said. If the fact of the matter is, one thing black politicians and what we're gonna do is they've always basically make racial situations worse for black people. I wouldn't even care. They'll go out of their way to antagonize the whitest. That we had this one guy in Norfolk, right? Assemblyman Riddick, right? Nice guy. I met him before he rode Riddick Fuels home, right? He would just always, every week, he was doing some bullhorn demonstration about this, about that. And then finally, people, even the citizens got tired of him and say, look, man, you got to fucking go. He never produced anything. But he always down there grifting and friggin', oh, yeah, so he can get benefits for himself when they're saying, this is racist, that's racist, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
They good
And
at
the
that.
city girl mayor too. Don't forget her. She went on vacations and everything.
Who's that? Who's that? That's
The city
Yeah, she
girl
did.
thing.
Yes, she did. Yes, she
So
did.
with
Now,
black
if
politicians,
you're into politics, you know better.
with black, yeah,
We
but the
can
thing
start
is,
naming them off.
hold
Every
up,
other race
hold
that
up,
does the same
hold up.
shit.
But every time I see like someone from Caribbean or African background on that, they actually
They
work.
do the same shit. No,
No,
they don't.
I don't see that. No, look at
No,
black
they don't.
You the same shit, Collar. Quit.
Carla, if you don't
Hey,
mind me, can you tell me
hey,
what Sheila
they,
Jackson has done for the people of Houston, Texas, or
She ain't
Southern
done nothing, but
Texas? If
she's
you
an
don't mind.
FBA. Phil Jackson.
What? No.
Oh
She's
my
not
God, his
FBA.
mic.
She's an FBA, bro. She's a fucking
She's
FBA.
not FBA. She's
She
not
passed
FBA.
away. She passed away. She's
No.
FBA.
She
hey,
rest in peace to
I
Sheila
want
Jackson. Made my Caribbean sister rest in peace.
Look,
She's
the
not an
bottom line is
FBA.
this. Hold up. Look, after a certain amount of time, right? When you cooling, she's mammying up with Hillary Clinton, holding her hand and whatnot. That's
I
an
want
FBA.
Uh
I want
huh.
you to tell me
What?
So
what
Jonathan,
She was
Marcus
holding hand.
Jonathan,
No,
basically,
she was
basically,
holding
Garvey.
hands
we
with fucking Hillary Clinton. Yeah,
Of
for years.
course.
so
Yeah.
So
Jonathan,
that's
the
FBA culture,
resource.
you know.
What other
Carla,
resource? I didn't
FBA.
hear the resource.
Hold
I
on,
didn't hear the
Carla.
resources yet.
Hold on, brother. FBA culture is Sister Barbara Lee. She just became the mayor of Oakland now. She's the FBA culture. FBA culture, she went against all the rest of Congress to go and say, we not doing this, we're not doing that. The rest of the Caribbeans, the Africans, they fell and did whatever the white people said so.
Same thing
You
with
see
every
that,
black
Carla?
politician.
No.
You
That's the
telling me
problem, Carla.
hold up.
You gotta separate the black politicians. Are they us or are they them? That's the difference.
So Brandon Johnson of Chicago, that's a strong, powerful. Look it up.
Is he one of us, Carla?
Yeah.
Look it up, Carla. Is he one of us?
Yes. A name
According to
like
what?
Brandon Johnson speaks good English or whatnot.
Oh no! You got to
Yeah, he's one of
understand
us,
that
bro.
many of Africans, the Caribbeans,
Check this out. He won
were
Brandon.
colonized by the same people.
How many?
They can have different names that sound like
How
ours
many
and not be
Haitians
us.
you know named Brandon Johnson? Does anybody know any?
A lot of them.
How could a name sound like y'all's?
That's what I'm saying.
Nigga. Last time I checked, my Jamaican booty,
What's the
my
FBA?
Jamaican
What's the
beautiful
FBA name?
bride, she's an Anderson. There's a lot of Andersons in America, nigga. Did you forget
Anderson
you
is
a
an FBA name.
Hey, dummy, you were colonized by the
FBA.
United Kingdom.
Hold on.
All white people came from the United Kingdom. Use your brain, nigga. Damn.
You know it. Hold up. You know it. He cosplayed as a black American, when he was running, And so the bottom line is a name like Brandon Johnson, if you say you're black American, you're a black American. Simple as that. It's race.
But Carla, doesn't that bother you that a Jamaican dude would sit there and say, well, what names do we have that y'all don't have? Dummy, we were colonized by the same people.
What I'm saying is this. I know Jamaicans, they have
Idiot.
names or not.
That's the Jamaican brain.
Hold up. Brandon and let's say Josh and Brandon are two names you're not gonna hear in the Caribbean, You'll see John.
Kala, I
Paul,
can debunk
like,
that so easily. It's ridiculous.
there's no.
Just say that
Josh is
African
a biblical
Americans are
name, so you're gonna find
superior,
people
and
with
then
that.
You'll
end
have
the
Joshua.
You're
conversation
going to find
because
Caribbeans like
it
to
will
name
never
just like
end.
the
Americans are
Africans like to name
superior.
themselves after
Wow.
biblical names. Kala, that
So
ain't gonna
yeah,
work.
Joshua, but not Josh. I'm talking about the name Josh. Okay,
Same
there's
shit,
Kala,
Kala.
another one.
just
Brad.
Kala, what they want is for Africans to say, yes, African Americans, you're superior, you're better than us, you're at the top of everything, and we're low, and
So
you
That
guys
shows
have
no
when
all
Africans
the
self-esteem.
come
You
here,
saying that.
accolades of the
when
black
they
race.
come here and
That's
they
all they
see
Nah,
want.
man,
all
still talk about my bees grok,
Johnson,
my beast microphone.
you have to admit when the people come here, right, and they turn on the 6 o'clock news, right, well, all the shit you say goes right out the door. When they say I ain't
Yeah,
doing
Kala. When that dude peed on that white woman or nutted on that white woman, wasn't one of us, but they looked like us. When that Jamaican was in the fucking wheelchair
yeah, but
dragging
the
a
whole
dead
thing
body, that was
is
also a
Jonathan,
Jamaican. They
right?
looked like
It
us, but
doesn't
they
matter.
wasn't us.
It doesn't matter, right? Because
It does matter,
hold on,
Kala.
people automatically assume it's one of us for a reason.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's why it
They can
matters.
come over here and
You
do that.
gotta separate. That's not us.
No, they don't separate. It's just
That's
that
not us.
we just gotta improve our way of things so people don't think it's us.
No, Kala. No. Kala, let me ask you a question. If I go commit a crime and they say Kala did that shit too, are you going to say
Well, the
no,
bottom
nigga?
line,
That wasn't me.
because I'm black and we share the same race, I gotta take the L, man.
Yeah,
That's why
Right.
No, you don't.
Kala, would
No,
you
you
take
don't.
that? Kala, would you take the L or separate?
No, I have to take the L because I can't
We
run.
Would you
we
take the
we
L
we
for
we,
Kala?
we got
Would
to
you
take
take
the
the
L.
L
We
for
got to take the L with Chicago
Jamaican dude?
shootings,
Shut that. Sit down.
when
Sit down.
when
Hold
You
up.
don't
50
take
people
no
get
L.
shot.
Sit down.
Check this
Who
out.
don't take the L's?
When you see,
You
for
So
sound
example,
basically,
stupid.
Black Americans should go to Jamaica and raise hell and let the Jamaicans
Jonathan, what
take
about
the
the
L.
fact?
That's the
What
dumb
about
as
the
hell.
fact, Jonathan? What about the fact that there's shootouts at Juneteenth and whatnot? We can't excuse that, man.
Well, shootouts
Who's
everywhere.
doing this?
Boys
Kala,
have
Kala.
shootouts in
Come
high
on,
school. So what are you
hold on,
talking
Hey,
come
about?
on. Hold on.
Big
Let me tell you
Yusuf, you
something.
an intelligent brother.
Look,
This nigga
I
not.
saw, I saw a Hobbit Shah festival not too long ago. Nobody was getting shot.
Kala, there was a shootout on July 4th. Where were you at
Where at?
last year? There was a shootout July
Kala, I
4th.
have a question for
White
you.
person walked in and just started shooting everybody.
Yeah, I know.
Did you
The bottom
claim
Kala, I
that?
have a
is
question for
when it comes
you.
to the Negro. Go ahead, honey, Flower.
So someone said, I'm done with the comparison and stuff, but someone said you're wrong, Kala. That's why we have to separate. How would you separate African Americans and African immigrants of the
What
United States?
exactly? Where you gonna go to? How you
How
gonna
does that
separate?
even, how is that possible?
How's that work?
We not
It's
part of
very
y'all.
easy.
First
It's
of all,
very
we not
easy.
Africans.
It's
So
very easy.
are we put into
It's
like our
hilarious,
own
man. It's
little
hilarious.
neighborhoods and ghettos, or what? Like, I don't get it. How does that work?
Yes,
So you're
sweetheart.
gonna have
In little Haiti,
signs out there.
most of the Haitians
You're gonna
committed
have
crime as Haitians,
Jonathan.
sweetheart.
Jonathan,
Let
you're
them
gonna have
claim
no
their
signs.
L.
You're gonna have
Jonathan
no
got a
tether
big mic.
signs, no tether
Something got to be
signs
done
on
about
things.
it.
Listen,
His mic is too
Kala.
big and no one can be
What
heard.
when
I think that
in Haiti, I don't know what it is. I guess it's the beast.
the
But
reverb is
in
just
little
messing up in it.
Haiti, whenever they interrogate the people that commit crimes there, they always come out to be Haitian. But
So
when
are you?
everyone
Do
else
you
look
want
at
to
them,
round
they
them
just
up or what?
But this not your country. You
why
don't
would I
run
round
this
them up?
country.
Why would I
So how
round
we
them up?
gonna
Why would I round
separate?
them up?
What do you want us to do?
No, we can acknowledge the difference. Listen, if you do something great, sweetheart, your people did something great. And when you do something bad, sweetheart, claim that shit too. That's all we saying. And when our people do something bad, we'll claim that shit. And
Yeah,
when
but Jonathan,
when
you're
our people do
blaming them.
something great, we'll claim
You
that shit
don't
too.
understand, like that dude, idiot Myron, whatever, like that. It's the
Fuck Myron.
mainstream media. The mainstream media, not them. It's the mainstream media. They're the ones that basically say every time like a Haitian or somebody basically does something great. This is a Haitian American boy.
No, the Haitians say that
They,
also. They
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 don't do
say
that,
that.
Carla.
Hold up.
Look at
They don't
Busta
do that,
Rhymes.
Carla.
Not too long ago in Florida, there was a guy doing some stupid shit where I recognized by his name he wasn't Black American, but the media knows that, right? They didn't say a Liberian, whatever, like that, Jamaican, whoever. They just let
Carla.
the picture up there and basically,
Carla.
how am I
What exactly says?
Myron? Myers a freaking idiot. You know, why am I just? I have to
Yeah,
defend that.
he's an idiot. He's an idiot. What's his last name, Carla? What they claim to be his last name?
I don't know. He's Somali, whatever. I don't know what the hell he
No,
is.
he's
Is
Sudanese.
that he's
So what
Sudanese?
my whole thing is, he's the type of person. If you really know what I'm talking about, right?
That's
He
what a
has
honey.
a lot of white friends, right? That's all it's about. The white
Carla, he
guys.
lays in bed with white dudes. That is
Yeah.
not a hidden
The bottom line
secret.
is he has white friends, and that's who his audience is. You know,
MP,
No, no, he
what are the
got white
specific?
lovers. He ain't got white friends. He got white
Hold
lovers.
on, hold on, hold
whatever.
on.
He's
He's a
around a lot of white
coon.
people. You know,
What what are MP? What are the specific crimes that FBA do that Caribbeans and Africans do that y'all don't do? What are the specific crimes?
Everyone does the same crime, brother. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about
Not
MP.
that, not.
She said we do specific crimes that y'all don't do. So I want to know what are the
Oh,
specific
we
crimes.
don't do the love scam. We don't do the love scam. Shout out to the 419
And we
people.
don't marry child brides either.
Yeah, we don't do that either. Yeah, good luck with
And
that.
we
yeah.
don't mutilate our
What about
women's
R.
You
Kelly?
want
genitals.
me to keep going? You want me
There's
to
We
keep
no
don't
going? I
point
can
mutilate
of
keep
our women's
going.
genitals,
comparing.
brother.
There's
What
no
about R.
point.
Kelly?
Yeah,
Hold on.
keep going.
We
Hold
don't
on. You say
mutilate
we
our
don't marry
women's
our child
genitals.
brides. What about R. Kelly?
I was just about to bring him up.
What's her name? What was her age,
Aaliyah,
Carla?
Aaliyah, Queen Aaliyah.
What was her state, Carla?
She was like 14, and R. Kelly married her at
No, she
21.
wasn't.
She
To
was
be honest,
13.
Carla.
What?
No, she
She was
wasn't. Yo, why y'all
13.
lying? Now y'all lying on here.
Yeah,
It's because
she
it's
was like
illegal
13
in
or
some
14.
Defamation of
countries.
character,
That's why.
defamation of your damn your ethnic.
Yo, look, R.
Keep
Kelly's
going.
in jail. What's he gonna do? Sue me? Yo, I'm gonna tell the
Hey,
truth.
hey,
She was
hey,
like
hey.
14.
You can sue a nigga from jail, Carla. Now, at the end of the day, Carla, there's a difference between if you want to say
Ain't no
Ethiopian
damn
marries a
difference,
boy.
man. Come on.
Carla, hold on, baby. Hold on, baby. 4-year-old marries an Ethiopian man. You celebrating that, Carla?
No, it's wrong and repulsive, but given it,
Do you want me to? Do you want
yo,
me to post the
Hebrew
link of that,
Israelites.
Carla?
Look, hold
Or
up.
do you want me to repost the
I heard,
link of the 5-year-old
look,
Nigerian
I
that
heard
marries
brother
a
polite.
5-year-old, Carla?
Look,
And
I've
they
heard
mutilate
brother
their
polite.
Okay,
women's
then.
genitals.
I heard
Don't leave
brother
that
polite
out.
interview a dude, a Hebrew Israelite dude said, "Yeah, if you have a 12-year-old daughter, you got to give her to have sex with her." It's just
That's not our culture, though, Carla. We
We
don't celebrate that.
post your
That's not
crime
that
our
was an
stats.
African
culture.
American Hebrew
We can
Israelite
post
guy.
your
Oh, but
crime
that's
stats.
one
We
dude.
can post your crime stats in your community.
GMS
Like
GMS promote child marriages. Don't lie.
All the child laws they break in Africa,
you
they
guys are no
mutilate their
better.
women's genitals over there.
You
Well,
guys
well,
are
well.
no
Child
better.
Let
You
me.
guys
soldiers.
have
All right,
horrible
hold on,
crime
niggas.
stats.
Let
You
me
have
stand up for
horrible crime.
Africa. Let me stand up for Africa. White people did not decide with the age of consent is in Africa. They decide what it is in their home countries. If you're in the UK, it's 16. Depending on where you're in the United States, it could be 16,
In the
18,
Philippines, it's
17,
13.
14. Exactly. So let them. They don't decide what Africa
Paula, they're
says.
just bashing
Africa
Africans.
decides
That's
what
what
the fuck
they're
they
doing.
want to say.
That's all they
Yeah.
want to
Sweetheart, I'm standing up for Africa right now. Can't you tell the
No,
difference?
you are very fake. You play like
Baby
all
girl, baby girl, baby girl. I
no.
just said white people
You
don't
were
decide
like
the world.
you were saying all
I
these
just
horrible
said what,
things about Africans,
Hey,
and now you're
what
like trying
country
to
are you
defend
from in
honey.
Africa, sister?
That's her
What
I
country
mean,
are
Yo,
you
problem.
you're a
don't
from?
bash the
hypocrite.
female, man. Come on,
You're a
fellas.
hypocrite. You're
What
a
country are you
That's
hypocrite.
from
the
in
problem,
Africa?
sweetheart. You don't know the difference
You
between a
are a
Jamaican and an
hypocrite.
African. That's the
You guys have
problem.
terrible crime stats.
What country
All
are
the
you from in
hundreds of years
Africa?
you've been in the
Mm,
in this
girl,
country, your communities are still full of crime. So
What
Yeah,
don't
when
country
we
are
talk
you
you're
about
from in
right
other
about that.
baby,
Africa?
people.
Now,
baby
look,
girl,
Don't talk
crime,
when
about
our
other
crime in
communities
people.
are
Black
full of
America is
crime,
increasing right
we'll end up in
Don't
your
talk
country
about
of
other
Sudan.
people.
It ain't never
Okay,
happened.
okay, okay, before
They
you
got
talk about
mass
other
rape in
people,
Sudan. What is she talking
before
about?
you talk about other people,
4-year-olds get married in Ethiopia like it's crazy, like it ain't shit.
Mass
Sweetheart,
rape.
can you speak
They
on that?
mutilate their women's genitals.
That ain't rape. The grandpa
Hold on.
dancing
Why
at
is
the
it?
wedding like it ain't shit.
Hold up. Why is it that
and this is why
people
the
always
black
pick the
race
lowest
cannot get
common
ahead in any
denominator
way
and
because
judge people by
this
the
Yeah, you
lowest common?
contributing to him, boo boo. Stop
What?
this is
contributing
what
to it.
you guys
If she
do.
from the Sudan, she can't say nothing.
This is what you guys do. You
We
guys
know
are
she can't say nothing. We're gonna ignore
useless,
her.
Okay. So the
useless,
bottom line, look,
useless,
In the
bottom line,
Sudan, you can get married at
oh, look,
3.
instead of
We
saying,
don't
useless.
care about the Sudan.
instead of
And that's
conceding
all
up
they do
like
over
that,
there is rape
the
and
whole
And
kill
entire
and
all you
black
do
pillage.
is
race needs
talk,
help on
talk,
that.
talk, talk, talk,
You
talk,
guys,
talk. All you do is talk.
all you gotta do
Uh,
is
Yo,
sit
this
and
stuff is getting repetitive. Like
Yeah, it is.
we're not talking about any solutions or anything. This is getting kind of
Yeah,
And
repetitive.
that
Bro,
grown
this is
act
not a
like
platform for solutions.
grown
You want a
black men
solution, you
act
go
like
to
we're
job
no,
platform on
this is a
Telegram.
platform for solutions
grown black men
because the
acting
last
like
couple of
we're
days we've
Is
been
it,
breaking a lot
Carla?
of stuff like that. So we break a lot of ground. People learn stuff on this platform, you know.
Carla,
So
I listened to the last couple of shows from
I
since
don't
you
know.
invest in the
I don't know
black
what you listen. I don't know
ghetto.
what you listen to that, but like the show we had the other day on investing in the hood was like a legendary show. You know, a lot came out on that show. You know, so I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you're thick and something. Your head's so thick you can't understand anything. You know, maybe it's beyond your comprehension. But that show right
Uh,
there we did on investing in the hood.
Yo, this is why white
Carla,
people laugh at
yeah,
us as a whole.
exactly.
fuck white
They
people.
think everything's a
No,
fucking
no.
joke.
At the end of the day, Carla, I know a person in Oakland. They own a restaurant, a very 5-star restaurant, very
Oh, good
expensive
for him.
restaurant.
Good for him.
And they had a shooting that motherfucker. The bitch ass nigga said he wanted to shut it down. I said, nigga, don't shut it down. Why you gonna shut it down?
I heard
The
about
Italian, how many Italian hits have the Italians had in their restaurants and they didn't shut it down? Sports Steakhouse,
oh,
those things to this very day.
that's I don't live in Oakland. I could care less, but yeah, that's where you live at.
Call
You know,
these shit carriers, still your people, whether they in
I don't
Oakland,
know. I don't
Virginia,
know.
New
I
York,
live here in Virginia. You know?
in Greensboro, Carolina, wherever
I
the
have
fuck
no intention
Greensboro
of ever
is.
going to California. I don't care. Where that
You'll
happens.
make a
Carla, I
lot more
want to
money in
hear from
Oakland than you
you. I
would in
want to hear
Virginia.
you talk. I want to hear you talk, please, because I'm getting black
You want to
fatigue
hear me talk,
from
baby?
hearing Jonathan and that other guy.
Why are you being like white people talk about you getting
I'm
black
getting
fatigue?
black
What the fuck?
fatigue from hearing
All
you.
right. Yeah, remove
Please,
Johnson. He's
Carla,
being
please.
obnoxious tonight.
This is
Obnoxious.
low IQ behavior. No
I
wonder
was
why
saying Johnson brings a freaking platform down. That's like,
he
geez,
brought it
we're
down.
having
Like
a
he's
good
so
conversation
hateful.
flowing, and he comes up here with his crazy shit, man. You know, it's fucking stupid
I
shit.
didn't know that African Americans hate Africans so badly. Like it's
I
just.
don't know. I don't look. Don't look. Don't put it like, honey. I don't want you thinking that all of us think like that. I don't look. The bottom
I
line
know
is
you
this:
don't
I
think like
basically
that.
look at the problems in Black America. I'm honest. Like I said, can you handle the truth earlier? I'm looking at the problems in Black America, right, with my eyes, always with my eyebrows raised. You know, I see stuff like this mammy culture and this stupid nonsense going on in Black America, foolishness. It's like Black America's problem like this, right? Everybody got problems in our culture, right? Everybody
Yeah,
got problems in our
you're
culture.
fair, Kala. You talk about Africa
I
and you
talk
talk
about everybody. I
yeah,
felt to everybody. You know, I don't just single
fair.
out Black Americans. I don't single out Africans. I talk whole. And I basically, if I get out here talking about Africans, talk about how great Black America. No, I talk about it all because we have a problem in our race. Our
Yeah,
race has pathologies.
Kala and Simp really laid. You know what I mean? They don't show no bias across the board. I don't
Yeah,
show no bias either. Jamaica got his own. Jamaica got a lot of problems as
and
far as
we're
shooting.
honest with ourselves and whatnot. We all got problems. You know, we do got
Right.
problems in our race. You know,
And
we
they
have
try to
freaking
compete.
serious fucking
Oh,
problems.
FBA this, or Jamaica this,
Oh man,
African
that's
this.
just
I'm not gonna
childish, man.
compete for
It's
what?
schoolyard shit, man. You know, FBA, Africans, y'all did this.
This
That's
just make it. They just making it easier for the white man to just pick us all off one by one. Like,
and
y'all
also,
want to delineate?
I
Don't
was telling
worry.
him earlier, right?
N-
Look, when people basically say, "Oh, if Somalis do something great," of course they're gonna say, "Yeah, this
Making it
guy
easier. It's not a
graduated at age of 15, he was a Somali." Of course they're gonna pick up that community, right? But at the same time, right? When they know, like, maybe give that you know the kid that I called a nigger in Minneapolis, you know, it was a Somali, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Right? But the thing is, the media basically for sensationalism, right? They're
I'm
not going to say a Somali immigrant. They're going to say
but Kala, I'm kind of glad though that the Somalians is getting that because for
no.
years the
But
Somalians
hold on.
always
If
say they're
the
not
media is not
African, they're
saying,
not
look,
black.
the media,
They was like the first to. They like the first FBAs. The Somalians.
check this out. The media is deliberately holding the fact that he's Somali, right? Because they don't want to alert the Somali community. They want to make it say all the racism is directed at Black America, you know. And so people go to false news. She called a Somali child, 5 years old, the N word, and now that she's basically on TikTok, I don't know how I got on my For You page, right? She said, "Thank you for Rebel, this lady, Confederate, like, all these white racist women are supporting her," you know. So this is what I'm saying, like this. She's proud of the fact that she terrorized a 5-year-old boy. If that man wasn't there, she would have put hands on him and hurt him. That's the type of woman I hurt a kid, you know. And so
Yeah.
basically, I'm saying like this. So it's I'm like this. The real problem is the white racists in this country, right?
Yep.
Since they're so powerful, right? They force us to fight against each other, you know. And I'm not gonna.
But call it. But you know
I
what
think
though?
we do
There's
that
many people.
naturally. I think
There's
we do
many
it
people
Yeah,
who
but
naturally.
I
come
think
over
there's a
here
time and
But
place.
wanting to try to
one thing I
civilize
can
little
one thing I
whiteness.
can say about America, that Black Americans kind of got it, it kind of forced Black people in America to drop all ideologies, all nationalities, and come together. That
Yeah,
other
that's
places
how I
don't
wish
have the
mine
But
luxury.
but
you know.
Kwame,
Luxury.
the thing about it is the fact that we had to fight against white supremacy. No one came over here to help us. We stand on
So
business.
Marcus
We
Garvey
know
and
that.
wait. So Marcus Garvey
You want us to get a
and
time
Stokely
machine and
Carmichael
go back
didn't
in
come from
time
their
and
home
fight
country
with
to
you?
come here to
He
Wait,
fight
doesn't know what
white
he's
wait.
talking about.
supremacy.
What's the
Hold, did you
question?
hold? Did you hold? Did you hear that speech I just played? Marcus Garvey, or not? That was his looking for the listen to look for me in the whirlwind speech.
Yes,
That's
I
to
heard that.
electrify Black America. And he
I
said, "We as a people," you
I
know.
know that, but at the same
So
time,
Tyler,
Stokely,
you
so
in the
Stokely
we
Carmichael didn't come here in the 60s and fight for Black Americans. Are you
no, that's
serious?
not what I'm talking. What I'm talking about is when you have people like Myron Gaines and Candace Owens
Oh well, hold up.
who
These
come over
people
You're
here
are.
talking about
speaking this
lone. You're talking
hypocrisy.
about lone wolves.
You
No,
told
but it
hold.
doesn't matter.
Myron
Their
Gaines
voice
and Candace
echoes.
Owens is not part of
It
the
does not
community.
matter.
That's the whole thing. Look, so just because somebody's online don't mean they're
Oh my
community. What
god.
you go look at is where they associate with. Candace Owens don't associate with Black people.
But it
Neither
doesn't
is
matter
Myron
when
Gaines.
you.
You know.
But
Ain't no Black Americans going to Jamaica and they ostracizing them or nobody
it's not
like that.
about that. When you have someone that comes up here and says, "Oh, Breonna Taylor deserves to die," when she was an innocent victim, that's a problem. That's
Who
the
said
problem.
that?
That's what I'm talking about.
with that?
Because
So
there's other white people who try to justify that, and we as Black Americans
what
fight against that.
what's bigger, Myron Gaines talking about that or white people not
These
or holding out funds for y'all or stopping
No,
y'all
it's
from
all a
getting jobs?
problem. Because you know what? You have your countries to go back to. This is our home.
This is not your home. This is the
This
white
No,
is
man's
my
home.
home.
that's
My
what.
Man, don't
Hold up.
tell me this ain't my
That's what
home,
we're
nigga.
trying to.
Is
We're trying to
no,
Jamaica your
say.
my home.
home,
My
nigga?
whole
I've been
thing
here
is,
The
over
Chinese
400
I'm
own
saying
years.
that
it.
we
You don't
do
own
not
shit
have
in
a home yet.
Jamaica.
Yes, I
You
do.
oh
don't
my
own
You
shit
You
don't
in
don't
have
you're not
you
Jamaica.
in your home.
you're no different than
Don't tell me who I am.
you're no
Don't do
different
You
than
a
a
that.
bitch,
gypsy,
nigga.
or you're no
No,
different than a
don't tell me
gypsy
who I
or
am.
fucking
Oh yeah, gypsies or it's Kurds, all these
yeah,
other
Dude, you
or
the one that
Kurd.
came over here on a
pilgrims.
raft,
Hold
nigga.
up, hold up.
You're the
Ben's really
refugee,
not
nigga.
home.
You the one that ain't got no
Ben's really home.
home.
He's
You
a
the one that
cabinet right now.
abandoned
He's
your
really
home.
home.
Y'all act
The
like
Caribbean.
y'all run America. Y'all don't run America, brother. This is the
Nigga, you
white
No,
don't
man
but
run nothing
Wakanda.
in Jamaica.
we stand on business. We
You
never
can't even
fled.
go to the beach in Jamaica.
Thank you.
In your own country, you a damn squatter.
Yeah, this is just hilarious.
another roast session.
No, it's not a
It
roast
never
session. It's the
ends.
truth. Because
All
this is the
these
Yo,
thing.
people
G,
come
this
from
is
Just
what
be
failed
this is what
honest.
I'll say.
countries.
G, this is what I'll say.
This is
I'm like this.
tiring.
Hold, G. Have you haven't known anything like this, right? Until FBA came along, it was
That's
what was appears was
savage.
apparent. We were a sojourning people, right? That means America was just a journey. You know, we were not a settled people in America. We never settled in America. You know.
But it's
You
still
know
our
what?
home. We got
But
blood
you
in this country,
exactly.
Carla.
But
But you
if
know
he
what,
says it's
Carla?
his home, you can't tell him that it's not. Just it's his
Oh yeah,
home.
it's your
Leave it
home.
at
It's your
that.
temporary home. But hold up. But just like now, you say it's your home. Same way now, you got new immigrants who say this is my home. You know.
But you know
So
what,
what
And
you
it's
Carla?
like
trying to
she's
That's
from
say,
the
not my
Tyler?
Sudan.
concern. For
I
And
You
me,
didn't
trying to
say
for
this
me,
is
say,
my
my
Roy,
home. I
history is
never
very
said that.
real.
This is not my home. This is your home. You can
yeah,
have your
Sudan
home.
ain't your home either, right? Because the Arabs run that, right? They done ran your
I was
black
born
ass
in
out of there.
All right,
Ethiopia.
I'm gonna bring
It's not
Jonathan
my
back,
home.
man. Jonathan,
America is not my
come on,
home. You can
Jonathan, no
have it. You
trolling. I
can
mean
have
it,
it.
bro.
You can
John,
have it.
Kyle, I'm not trolling. I'm
Yeah, you are
speaking the
trolling.
truth.
If I say you're trolling, you're trolling. Stop it.
But
Kyle,
no,
I've been
Carla,
to
my thing
Jamaica
is
several
this.
where you
times. You
going?
never
Where
Listen,
you going
been
back
there.
but
to
Carla,
I
this
don't
is
like
my
I
the way
know
thing.
you
what
This is
it's
my
trolling.
like.
thing.
So I don't want to listen to
Carla,
a Jamaican say anything.
Well,
Now, I
this
ain't been to Sudan, but I've been to
everybody
Ethiopia. I've been there.
on the
I
platform.
don't want to hear
Everybody,
Ethiopia say anything either.
hold on. What I'm saying is this, though. Look, we all black people
I
have
didn't
the
say
same
anything
problem.
about the
You know?
black race. I didn't. I
Not
Yeah,
you.
just read
we
about the
all will.
history of
We have all problems in the
reparations.
black
That's
I
all I
think
community.
in
did.
Ethiopia, they still slaves there. Ain't the Arabs making y'all slaves there in
No, 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 no. They
Ethiopia?
don't sell. They don't
Oh
sell
my god.
slaves. But the dude
No, the
got
Arabs
4 year
make them
olds getting
slaves
married
though.
to like 50 and
The
60-year-olds and
Arabs
shit.
Jonathan
make
is
them
starting
And
it
slaves.
that's
again.
Hold on,
He's
crazy.
starting.
hold on,
He's
Jonathan. That's
starting
a
it
serious
again.
charge. That's a serious charge. You got proof of
Carla,
that.
can I provide evidence of that
Go
serious
ahead. Go
charge?
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Why is Jonathan quiet when we're having good conversations, but when we talk about something like
I wasn't
FBA
quiet.
against
There's a difference
Africa,
between
he's
being
so
quiet
talkative.
and being
He's so
dry,
talkative.
sweetheart. Honey
What?
fly, I like you. Join
This is
job
not a
platform.
competition. No, I
But
don't like you
it's
because
not. I don't,
you're
and
trying to
that's fine.
create
I still like you
division.
either. You're
You're
still a
creating
female, so I like you.
division and animosity.
Now, at the end of the day, we got to be honest on these platforms, okay?
Exactly.
We just
No,
got to be
no,
honest.
you're creating
Now, when I hear
division.
Jamaicans say that they doing great things in America and I can't point to a Jamaican town, shut the fuck up. If I hear a Sudanese say that they're doing great things in America and
Chinese
we can't
people
point
don't
to
even
their
speak
town, shut
about
the
this
fuck up.
stuff.
I don't
We
think
don't
you'll.
talk
I
about
look.
African
I don't want to
Americans.
hear about it.
Jonathan.
Everyone that's doing great
I don't
things
know
got
You're
where
their
you
not
own
on
coming
our
area.
from. Look,
minds. We
But
don't
see,
talk
but
about you
but
Of
I
Carla,
want
guys.
to
course
why
see
it's
do
them.
you
not.
expect
I want to see
black
It,
them do
Americans
Carla,
great
to
things in
Carla,
their
ignore
Carla,
country.
the
Carla,
degeneracy
pay
of what
attention.
other black
Carla,
or
pay
what immigrants
attention.
do?
I haven't heard talk
Having your own area and territory is not on your mind, but it's on the white people
The
mind.
only
You
Sudanese I
see
ever
the problem?
talk was that
One
freaking
Myron
Myron guy. That
Gaines
don't
out of the
represent
millions
Sudanese.
and millions. We don't care about you guys. We don't talk about you guys.
Yeah, but the white people
African
care
people do
about us.
not
The
make you
Asians care
difference.
about us. You don't, and that's the problem. Maybe we should
Hold on.
try
Yeah,
to
hold on.
compete at
That's
some
the whole
point.
thing. Black America. Let me say something. As a Black American, we're so embarrassing.
They're
God,
bullies.
it's like
But you
man,
know
I
what?
get
But you
No,
know
we're
what though,
not.
Carla?
Yes, you
Carla,
are.
let me
yo.
ask you
I'm
Go to
this.
Africa
embarrassed,
and
Why
tell
do
me
man.
you
that ain't
Hey,
but Carla,
embarrassing, Carla, what they do over there.
Girl,
Tell
I'll
them they
fly
don't
to
I'm
do
let
shit
me
Sudan
good
ask
tomorrow.
over
you,
Don't
there.
do
why
it.
do you
really am
expect us
embarrassed.
black
I am
Americans to
embarrassed sometimes.
absorb
Being
the
Black American.
degeneracy of what immigrants
I'm
do?
embarrassed. Really embarrassed sometimes.
But
No, you're
Carla,
Go
not.
to
why
Hey,
do
Africa.
you
Carla,
expect
Carla, Carla,
us
Carla,
black
guess what?
Americans to
I
absorb the
seen this
degeneracy
video
of
of
what
black
immigrants do?
Americans graduating high school and they were dancing and doing their thing. And
Acting like
white people talk about, oh my God,
well,
I
I don't
can't
know.
believe,
Like
look
I
how
said,
they act. But Carla,
I don't
when
like.
I
Hey, look,
graduated high school, I remember white people having this
That's
thing
called
called
Black American culture. It's
they
called
would run naked
cool.
in the
It's like
streets
look,
and
that's
shit.
Black American
I
culture.
got the videos, Carla.
Look,
Let's talk about it. White people
Black
ain't
American
shit.
culture acting fool. They just acting like stupid kids. That's like there ain't nothing wrong with that.
No. Carla, don't say that. They wasn't acting like stupid
And
kids.
yo,
They dance.
you would have
They
thought
did
the
they
Africans,
dance, and then
Wasn't
they
nothing
you
got
wrong
would
with
have
right
that.
thought
back in
Africans
order.
came up a red
But
line or
Carla,
linked
let me
on
ask you a
mad people.
question.
Oh,
Let me ask you a
hold on.
question.
Why does girls gotta be bending over showing their ass off, you know?
Carla, the white people run naked.
Well, I don't
Naked.
care about the white
Fuck
people.
showing your
What
ass.
is
They
the
show
point of this
I
everything
don't care
naked.
about
topic,
the fucking
though?
white
Why are
people.
you bringing
Also,
that up?
I'm not saying, hey, look, nobody say. I said, look, if that's what they want to do, that's their
Have you
graduation.
seen
Uh-huh.
them dance in
Yeah,
Jamaica, Carla?
I
Have
can
you seen
care
them
less.
dancing in Jamaica?
What?
I've been to the
I don't care.
carnival in
Look,
Jamaica. Shout
that's what
out to
they
them
did.
sisters and brothers.
Look,
They do
all
their
I say is,
thing.
I would not be there and look at that. If that's what they want to do,
Yeah, I was there. God bless them. Shit.
I'll say, hey, look, whatever it is, that's what your life
I'm
is.
going back.
What to do, you know? So the bottom line
Fuck
is,
white people, nigga, and fuck what they do. Damn.
look, I can
Shit.
care less. All I care about is how you conduct yourself in public. And there's a video going out right now where I know people get like this one black guy is basically DJ Biggs. You're about to get kicked out of here. Colin's not scared of nothing. We were check this out. This guy basically
Right.
pizza at a friggin' this Indian guy had a pizza, cold pizza, whatnot. He just go act just fool. Another thing where this black woman wrecked the buffet and whatnot, just going crazy, man. She tore the place up. Everybody's like this, terrified to do something. If that was me, I would have tackled her to the ground and took her to the hospital and got her some mental help. They sit there and let her just tear up the freaking restaurant and whatnot because she just had a temper tantrum. A lot of black people in America are going through mental illness right now, and we're lashing out against black immigrants and stuff like that because they
We
don't
not
feel
lashing
safe.
at them, Carla. We don't do
There
that.
you
We
are. Yeah,
welcome
you
them
are.
damn people.
No, we're
We
not.
welcome them damn people
But
Because
over
but
here.
you
Carla,
put hold on,
why do you think
hey,
that we
hey,
absorb the
hold on,
degeneracy?
hold on. You
Why
have
you why do you
reparations
think
act, and you think that immigrants are here to try to either take it or stifle your
I,
reparations
I
act.
know.
Carla,
Aaron knows
Carla,
this.
I don't mind the immigrants. I don't care about them. immigrants. At
Yeah,
the
but
end of
you
the
think
day,
that you think that after your
all of us are supposed to be at one group of people, and that's white people. Unfortunately, the black immigrants, they fall to the white people. They bow to them and see him as Jesus Christ. They
We're
bow to
supposed to
him.
bow to
They might see
you,
him as
right? We're
Allah.
supposed to bow
That's
to you.
no,
We're
no,
supposed to come to America
sweetheart.
and
No,
bow to
sweetheart.
African
Don't
Americans.
bow to white people. When you're on the same team
What
as
you
somebody,
mean?
do you
No,
How
bow
is
to
not
that
a
your
bowing
teammate
though?
You
or do
got to
you bow?
bow.
white people too.
You bow all the
You got to bow.
girl.
By
You
what?
bow all
What?
the time.
By
It's a
doing
damn.
what?
You bow to the Arabs.
Did you see
I'm Arab. I'm not black.
all the black
Says
you
the
see all
darkest
the
nigga
black
on the planet.
Bowing by what?
Jonathan,
How are we
hold up,
doing? What are we
Jonathan,
doing?
Jonathan, what about all those black women out there Massa Biden when Biden was running 2020? That was
Fuck.
Massa
Call her
Biden.
fuck. Call her. For every female that you could point that was going doing that shit, you could point to females that wasn't doing that shit.
Massa
And
Biden.
because you're a YouTuber in a
Everything.
social media person, you point to the people
You know?
that benefits your platform, and
Now,
that's
hold up.
all that it is.
Ross Moisture says, "I love the blacks crashing out racism and victimhood and dead America." That's what a lot of immigrants and people say that we act like victims. You know, are you a
I'm
victim?
sorry, gonna be by a white
The
boyfriend. She
whole
gonna be by
immigrants
me.
thing is a
Nah,
victim, right?
Nah,
My
nah,
country,
Kyler,
they
you can't.
killing
Nah, nah,
me. The
nah. I
corruption
can't lie.
running from
I can't lie.
genocide.
Like I can't lie and say black people in America haven't been victims.
Oh, I know,
That's
but
true.
you could be victimized. I don't mean you walk around with being a victim. That's a different
That's
thing.
that
all
don't make
immigrants
sense,
do,
Scholar.
Carla.
If I was
Hold on,
That
brother.
victimized,
makes
Hold on,
perfect
brother.
if somebody
sense.
I
breaks into
want you to
my car,
tell Carla. I
if
want you
somebody
to
breaks in my
explain
car,
to how somebody could be a
victimized.
victim and not be
But my
victimized.
point is,
Explain that.
but
A
my point
victim
is,
is
we ain't we
you
ain't
got people who
victimizing
never
no
been through
black
anything
Americans.
talking about I'm a victim just because they're black American, you know?
Carla, can you be a victim and not be victimized?
Well, I think you could be victimized and not be a victim. I do that. That's what I see it. You know.
Explain that. Explain that.
Okay?
Explain that.
In other words, a victim walks around asking
Man,
for. Let me tell you something. Let me break this down to you, Jonathan.
fuck.
See if
Yeah,
you.
break it down because it sounds like a retard. Go ahead.
Yeah,
No,
you
it's like
victim
this.
shaming,
I
Carla.
wrote a blog. Look, I wrote a blog years ago called "The Power of Victimhood." In other words, when somebody wants to soft serve you or get over on you, they appear like a victim, right? So that lets
That's an immigrant.
that disarms you and puts your guard down, right? And they go around like the gays do that. You know, the gays walk around, and Jews do that a lot too. They
And
go around,
immigrants.
they keep showing you things about the Holocaust and whatnot. You know, most of them were never victimized or like that. But the bottom line, just because they're Jewish, they become victims. You know, and it's a culture. Victimhood is a culture. You know, it's not a thing; it's a culture. You know, so a
So
lot.
the Jews are allowed to be
So,
victimized and be victim. Carla, I was
No, hold on, hold
teaching
on,
right
so,
now.
You got Jews.
Jews
Hold on,
saying that Jews
hold on. You
belong,
got
that you
Jews.
haven't done your support
Hold on.
for
You got
Jews
so
in
you
this
said
in
problem
the
San
with
Jews
Francisco.
are,
the beef people have with the Jews is you got a lot of Jewish Americans who have privilege and wealth and everything like that claim victimhood, and they weren't even victimized in Nazi Germany. You know, that's the difference.
Yes.
different
Carla, you
things.
don't have to be
To me,
victimized in Nazi Jersey to be a victim
Okay,
in
yeah,
Nazi
but
Germany. Your parents could have got killed in
hold on.
Nazi Germany, but you still
That's what
alive.
I say. Y'all
Damn.
black Americans of voluntary victimhood. You've never been through slavery, but you want to take on victimhood as
Carla, 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 the
Well,
United States
hold
government
on.
says you have been a victim of shit that it was transported down to slavery. Do you deny
yeah, but
that?
hold up. But the United States government also said you are now a citizen of the country. That will erase that. That's what we
That's it. That doesn't
So you
erase a
saying
damn
the
thing,
Jews
Carla.
could be a
it does.
victim,
It does.
but
This is
black
why we
Americans
need scholarship, Carla.
So
That's why I agree
yeah,
with
well, that
Daniel.
is
We need
scholarship.
scholarship in this
That is
that's
case.
the
scholarship. That's
thing.
why
That
the fact of the matter, reparations never happen. You know, unless you're willing to give up that citizenship and say,
yeah.
"Look, we're out of here," you ain't getting no reparations, bro. It ain't gonna happen.
Scholar, reparations will never happen because we have suckers that say
No,
reparations
it
will
ain't gonna
never
happen
happen.
because people like you are delusional. You know,
This is the first time that I realized.
like I said,
On this very platform, Carla, I
as
have
soon as
learned.
you Ben and Bentham and think go up before the Supreme Court and
Betty
whatnot.
Matika is a writer. Leave him alone.
they're
You
gonna
know,
Carla,
laugh. They're gonna
Carla, I
laugh.
have learned. I have learned. On this platform, according
Y'all
to the
are just trying to
Africans,
pull me into
white
a
people,
reparation.
white people juju is greater than black people juju.
I never heard
On
that.
this platform,
I never
I've
heard
heard
that.
it.
I never heard it.
I've heard it.
They, the
Listen
white
to
man
Elvis and
ISIS
listen to
owns
Mike
it.
Jones. You will
No, I
hear
don't like.
on
I
this
don't
platform.
listen to
Color,
everything Elvis has
color.
to say. I don't listen to everything.
Bring Elvis up if he's
First of all,
around.
Colin,
Elvis.
can I say something?
Elvis, Mike Jones, and many others have said white people have juju, and their
Me,
juju is greater than
Michael
our
Wally.
juju.
Michael
And
Wally.
according to you, Kala,
Hey,
white people intelligence is greater than our
that's all I
intelligence. At
was
this
just gonna
point, we
say.
have no way to win.
All I was just
Too
gonna say,
intelligent.
We
Johnson,
should just
Tyler
bow to
was
white
ready.
people.
You're talking about
Carla?
two deadly
Y'all
clowns.
already do. Y'all already bow to white people. Y'all wanted to be citizens of America.
Nigga, in
Tyler
Jamaica, you
said that the
bar to
Jews
Arab,
condemn victimhood, but Black
Asian,
America
and
don't.
whites. I don't want to hear from you. Shut the fuck up.
Like,
Kala,
You
you
bowed.
at the end of the
You
day,
bowed. You bowed.
as a
You bowed and got
nigga,
spit on. You
bruh,
bowed and got spit on and chased by
do you
dogs to
want me
integrate.
to show, bruh?
You
Do you want me to
bowed
post
and
videos
you
of you
bowed
guys
and you bowed and
bowing
got
to the
spit
air?
on for to
The
integrate with
Arabs
white people.
bitch, you ran to this country because it was better than your country. Where you bow to Arabs, bow
Yeah,
to
also,
Asians, bow to whites, bow to
Jonathan, with all
everybody.
due respect, you'll say we stayed in this country because it was better than leaving the country. We couldn't do anything else.
Why, Carla?
We
Because the
fought for our
Jamaicans
freedom
didn't
when
do
we
a
had
damn
it.
So what's
thing.
the difference
The
between us and them?
Africans do a
We
damn
stayed in
thing.
America. We stayed
That's
in
why we
America, a
stayed.
land of oppressors, like Dr. Olabali Combo said. I'm not gonna live in the land of my oppressors or my enemies, right? We chose
Amen. And
That's the
Carla,
great. That's the great
to
Dr.
start.
Obadala Campbell.
first, man.
Actually, it's not true. You know why? Because
It is
Carla
true.
runs to
You
a
just
country every. Carla, you
look,
run to a country every year called Liberia, where the black people didn't say
everybody
that.
know, Jonathan. I need like 2 minutes to explain this. So let me
I
drop
know
this.
with his big loud mic.
Check us out. Look, I studied Liberia, right? Because I said, why did black people, they had a golden opportunity. Our people had golden to build Liberia. My novel, Journey to the Promised Land, was about the Liberia Exodus Association, right? They went around to Black America, and there was a consensus among Black people that said, yeah, we're ready to part ways with white America. Unfortunately, the elite in Black America sabotaged that, and they sabotaged the Gullah Geechee corridor. That's why we're in this situation right now. Not because we're Americans and we just decided to stay here and make it good. No, we had no choice because there was a deep fear that we could not make it without the white man's civilization, the white man's grace, whatever like that. So if
No, that
that
wasn't in
was our,
color.
if that was our, if that was our truth,
Shit,
it's the
man.
difference between them and a Jamaican saying, you know something, the white man basically is a better civilization or African coming over here. We're doing the same fucking
Yo,
thing.
that's true. They gave Black Americans Liberia, so you're here.
You know what I'm saying?
Your own homeland,
And
everything
we
is
had
right
our own
there.
homeland. You chose to stay here. You know, come on,
Because
stop.
we fought for this, color. Our blood is
Oh
in there,
man, you said
man.
that was the dumbest thing. What would you fight for something?
No,
People that tried to
no,
escape.
hold on, brother in Canada. The good old brother Master King posted a video of Black Americans doing good in Demona. Now I find it strange that Black Americans can do good in Israel, can do good in Africa. Hold on, Kyle,
Everywhere the white man
get antsy. Black Americans can do good around the world. Why can't the rest of the people do that, Kyle?
You do good in Japan, England, anywhere there's white people at Israel, South Africa, anywhere there's white people, you're gonna do good, man, Jonathan. Let's stop it, man. You know.
Kala. At the end of the day, in Liberia, are you saying there was white people? Contradict your words from previous
If we go
episodes.
to Liberia and make Liberia great again, then you talk. Until then,
Kala, they made Liberia great. Is that because of white people?
Hold up. We lost it, you know, and so we.
Kala, we lost that to some punk ass savages. Is that, as you said before, is that because of white people?
And we're not. So we have something. We have no government, no flag that we control. So don't brag about what we have in America, bro. And don't.
Kala, in Liberia, did they get started because of the help of white people, or did they do it on their own?
Years. So the bottom line, a nation should be like Liberia is almost older than the United States, and it fell apart in like a matter of 100 years. You know?
50 years later, it ain't that so, Kala.
Yeah, so it is what it is. So it is what it is.
Kala, did the Liberians, the American Liberians, as they call Congo people, whatever you want to call them, did they do great without white people, or did they need white people?
Bottom line is they were the exception. You know that like
they're not the exception.
It's crazy.
Brother John can show
the same talking points as the white people.
Kala, when you say the exception, You know, when Haile Selassie gave land to Black Americans, the Jamaicans went over there and claimed it and didn't do a damn thing with it.
Well, I know that. Well, hold up. What I'm saying is this, though.
Whoa, wait, wait.
What I'm saying is this.
You know the
Liberia,
Jamaicans
hold
didn't
up.
do a damn thing
Liberia
with
was
it?
proof. Liberia and the black community, African American community in South Africa, was proof that black people, like, but the majority of black people did not have the confidence that they could leave the white man's land. You know, those black people built the community in Mexico, African Americans, but the majority, vast majority, will stay because they realize they can't live without the white man. You know.
This our home, Colin.
Kala,
That's why we don't run.
at the end of the day, I
So
have
you're
learned
saying
something
you
about
in
Black
Canada, man? What are you
Americans.
talking about, man? You in Canada?
Kala, it took Black Americans to get the Nigerian oil industry started. It took Black Americans to get the Ethiopian industry, airline industry started. It took Black Americans damn near to get everybody shit started. You
The
can't
South
compare
African
us to everyone else.
Right now, the black
Everybody.
hold on, do
So
we have an
no,
airline
we
right
not.
now? Hold on. Do we have an oil? Hold on. Do we have any of the Nigerian oil fields to ourselves and oil rigs or anything like that? No. You know. So
You sure?
we're good at starting shit for everybody else,
Kala,
but we have nothing for
Kala, we
ourselves.
do it for everybody else because we want everybody else to succeed. Because we can succeed
You
on our
know,
own. We don't need these niggas.
we think our home is with the white man in America. We don't.
Kala, no. In Demona, in Liberia, in many places, Black Americans have showed that ain't true.
Mona is basically supporting.
Kala,
So why all the majority
no,
black
it
cities
ain't.
is failed cities?
Bro, when you can name a Jamaican town doing something good somewhere else, shut the fuck up.
I
And tell
said
them, just
Jamaica
shut the fuck up.
Queens. I said Jamaica Queens. I said Canarsie. I said
Kala,
White
if
Plains.
you don't mind me, can you point out the Black Americans that made Jamaican Queens? Jamaican Queens and Jamaicans didn't do that. Shut the fuck up, nigga. I don't listen to you. Kala, at the end of the day, Black American, we gotta admit, we are a great people. And we should be
So
proud that we
why
are
all the
great.
majority of black
Bruh,
cities
I
failed?
don't want to hear nothing from the
Why
Jamaican. I've
Detroit
been,
failed?
bro,
Why
You sound
I've
like
Detroit
a white
been,
failed?
man. You
bro,
sound like a white
Why
I'd
man.
St.
rather
Louis
live in
failed?
Why with
Why
20,000
all these
homicides a
major
year
all the
than
major black cities is
Jamaica
failed
with
cities?
100,000 homicides a year or 1,000 homicides a year to make that make sense? Shut up, nigga. At the end, I've been to Jamaica, bruh. It ain't
I've
pretty,
been to
bruh.
St. Louis too, nigga. You acting like these is
Uber.
great places.
Hey, check
Detroit
this
is
out.
a
Check this out.
shithole. Cincinnati's
Check
a
this.
shithole.
Would
St.
you rather
Louis is a
live in St.
shithole.
Louis or
I
live
heard
in
Memphis outstrips Chicago in murder rate.
Yeah, all of that shit. Would you rather live in Memphis or live in Jamaica,
I'd
Kala?
rather live in
Answer
Jamaica,
that question.
stupid nigga. I'd
Lying
rather live in
ass nigga,
Jamaica.
get your punk ass out of America and go to
I would not
Jamaica.
live in no damn Memphis. I wouldn't live in on Saturdays, man. I wouldn't go to.
Would you rather live in Jamaica, Kala, where the niggas might shoot you, or the cops might shoot you, or the Chinese might shoot you and get away with it because they Chinese, or the white people might shoot you and get away with it because they white people? Pick one, Kala.
Well, all I know is, man, Memphis is dangerous, man. I would not live there.
Yeah, Memphis is
I would not go there on a
dangerous. And hey, Kala, shout out to Damian Marlowe. Walk on to John Rock where people get killed. Yeah, you understand? You understand? Damian Marley knew better. He got the fuck out of there and went to America. Shut up, Jamaica nigga.
If y'all so great, why y'all don't
Bro.
fix Detroit?
You came to America. We ain't
this
moved
the white
to
man
Jamaica,
country.
nigga.
This the white man.
No.
Oh,
Shit. Kala, is Jamaica a white man's country?
Because the
With the
white
goddamn wigs and shit?
The white man, yo, look, I'm enjoying this infrastructure from the white man provided, just like you are, Jonathan, man.
Kala, I'm sorry. Jamaica was built by white people. What are you saying? Did you forget that they got their independence in the 1960s?
White people.
You know, but you don't.
This is the best.
You know.
This is white.
Kala, Jamaica's a white man's country. Nigeria is a white man's country. South Africa's a white man's country. Liberia is the only place that's not necessarily a white man's country, but we can go there if you want to. At the end of the day, good thing you correct that.
America is
What's the
majority
point?
white, and they're the ones that keep the shit running. You know, that's why people come here. You know,
Kala, I'm not understanding the point.
If it wasn't for us, Colin, it wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be what
oh,
it
really,
was.
man? They would have found somebody else to do
Because they failed in Virginia when they had it to themselves, right? They failed. They couldn't get shit to jump off until we got into it.
No,
okay?
we were forced into it.
No.
They did it themselves.
They failed in
did it.
Virginia.
But they didn't
failed
do it
in
themselves.
Oregon. They failed in Nevada. They failed everywhere. White people suck. Fuck white people. They suck.
They need us. We
Okay.
the
But everybody,
sauce.
why does everybody come to their country though?
Because it's we the special sauce. That's why. If
Either
it wasn't for us, this
White
shit would
people,
be
look,
like Canada.
Carla, with all due respect,
We
there's
are
a
the
reason why
culture.
white
We're
people
the
claim to
music.
be Egyptians. They claim to be the original Ethiopian. They claim a lot of shit, Carla. White
They
people
claim to
claim a
be
lot of things.
Jews.
They got a lying history, Carla. I mean,
Well,
they
you
lie.
guys
I'm
do the
listening to
same.
you,
You
Carla,
claim
Negro.
to be
Hey,
every
hold on.
other race too.
we are
That's where
FBA.
black people get their lying from about history. Well,
Yeah,
we do the same
black people
thing.
do the same thing, claiming to be every
Hey,
single
hey,
race.
it's called, hey,
The
hey,
Yeah,
guess
y'all
original
what?
claim to
this,
be
the
the
original
original
Carla,
that.
Carla,
monks.
Carla.
Native
You
Americans,
know,
the
You guys
Mexican
Carla.
claim the
black, the
Yeah,
same.
yeah,
Jews
yeah,
is
yeah,
I
yeah,
black.
yeah.
claim the
And
Everybody
the
same
was black.
right.
Jamaicans say they're
The
Native
only
Americans
I
too,
never
nigga.
heard
I'll show you
Jamaican
videos of
You
that.
ain't never hear.
he
You a
was a
lying ass
samurai and
nigga.
that,
You a
All
lying
right, nigga.
bozo.
Here we
You
go,
ain't never
Carla. I'm
hear
about
a
to send you
Jamaican
a
talk
video.
about
Play
they
it.
indigenous.
Carla posted on. Carla,
Hey,
play the
Jonathan, do
video.
you
I
know
want this
you're an
bitch ass
ancient
nigga to shut
samurai?
up.
You're a shogun. Were you a shogun, Johnson, sent for a
Fuck
shogun?
the Japanese. I don't battle
Well,
them.
just
Only you
like
do.
Negroes, like American
You
Negroes,
only
like
bow to the
you,
white
can
man,
be a
right?
shogun. You know.
I don't battle them either. You suck their dicks, nigga, to get to America. Shut up. All right, Carla.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
but you
play you a
supposed to
video
stay
of
in
a
America.
Jamaican saying he's not African. He's Jamaican, and I
No,
want this
we
bitch
don't
ass
speak
nigga
to
on your
this
planet to make
country.
it make sense.
We
Why are
don't
they saying that?
to this country. They're the ones that sponsor
Jonathan,
right
Jonathan,
here.
Jonathan is a white man dick sucker. That's what
Dick
he is.
rider.
He a white man dick
If you
sucker.
Bruh, bruh,
want,
bruh,
I
bruh.
have an
You ran
idea.
to the.
No, I have
Hey,
an
hey.
idea. No,
I love
Jonathan.
it. I
Jonathan,
love it.
Jonathan is a dick
When
goggler.
a Jamaican, when a black Jamaican runs from a majority black country and runs to a white man country because he feels safe, he feels better, he feels he could do more, he feels
Yeah.
he's
So
more,
the
White man
reason why we
side
productive.
didn't
is
go to
colder.
Jamaica, Haiti,
We
and all
didn't
that
go to Jamaica,
because
nigga.
the white man's country is better. We would stay in the white man's country, bro.
He's the
Oh,
white
but
man
Carla,
nicest
Carla,
cousin to these
Carla,
niggas.
last time I checked, it's the white man that decided whether Jamaica gets independence. It's the white man that decided whether
The white man
Jamaica
is the one
Constitution is
that
the Constitution. And last
decided
time I
to
checked, I
set you
think the Jamaicans
free. White
bow
man decided to set you
to that
free.
bitch ass nigga. What's his name?
White
King
man
Philip. You
decided
know
to
his name,
set
King
you
Charles.
free.
Yeah, they was crying
You
about the queen. They was
White
crying
man
over
baby
that.
decided to
baby girl,
set you
they let your
free.
punk ass free too. Get over it.
White
At the
man
end of the
decided
day,
to set
Carla,
you free.
they
White
let
man
you
decided
free in
to say that you're
Sudan.
human.
Yeah, they
White
let you
man did
free in
all
Sudan.
of that too. You're no
Don't you have a
better.
brain to let you know that they let you
You're
free in
no
These
Sudan?
African wars are
better.
just
You
fucking
don't
You
know
are
ridiculous.
that?
no
Man.
better.
We
You
calm
know what I
down.
love
Yo,
about
Loser.
Sudan?
look. Let's get
Honey
back on
flower.
topic. Let's get back on
I
topic.
Yeah,
don't
let's get
care.
back on
Say
topic.
whatever you want.
Yeah.
Of
I know
course
the
you don't.
truth.
Of course you don't.
I
You're
know
the
the
one that come on here
truth.
criticizing the African men every
Yeah.
single day, every time you get a
Yeah.
chance to.
Oh, she
I'm
was,
fair
Why
on
you
yeah.
both
That's
sides.
criticizing your
I'm
people?
criticize
fair on
black
both
American women.
sides. I'm fair on both sides. I
I'm
can
fair
take
on
the
everybody,
criticism.
man. So
I'm fair on
Uh
both
huh.
sides. And I come here
You're
to
fair on
speak with
both sides, but you
Kala. I come
realize
here to
that
speak with
as long as
Kala,
you ran
not
to
with
America,
you.
you ran to a better place. You didn't run to
yeah,
you
we
Um,
didn't run
stayed
to
in
another
America.
African
Jonathan,
I don't
country.
care.
Jonathan, you know something? You wouldn't
Of
have
course you don't, honey
if
flower.
we would have left
You
America.
could have ran to Haiti. Haiti might
I
be a
don't
Jonathan,
better place
care.
for you to
Jonathan, if we
run
would
to,
have
by
left
the
You guys,
way.
America,
I don't
if we
care.
would
But
have
you
The
a
never
white
sucker,
man,
all
so
left
your
America,
family
we
didn't
have
run
the
to
white
Haiti.
man did
had
not
reparations
deport
by now.
me, so he's keeping me here. Get
Yeah,
mad. Be
he's
mad
keeping
all
you
you
safe.
want. White man is keeping me here. Get mad
All
all
right,
you want.
all
You can't
right,
do
I got a
nothing.
question
You
for
can't do
gobbler,
y'all. What
calm
y'all think
down.
about
nothing.
the
Shit,
You
about
damn,
can't do
white
shit.
man?
nothing.
Don't do too
What
much
y'all think
about it.
about your
Calm
brother?
down, gobbler.
Mm, whatever. You know the white man's in charge. You ain't got no power. Shut up.
Man, they love saying
I,
the white man in
You
charge.
don't
They
hey,
have
love
no
saying
I,
that.
power.
They
You
I
don't
love the
not.
have no
fact that she
They using
power.
says,
this motherfucker
I
as a
love the
white
fact that
man.
she
Power.
says the white
You
man
don't
in
have no
charge.
power.
This is a black woman that was defeated long before we got started.
Hey, you
And
know,
the
She
it
But
sounds
tried
Ethiopia
like
should
to
have never
college,
leave
nothing
but
to
man.
do
honey
with this
flower,
white man's
honey
I'm
ass.
flower,
glad to get
honey
along with
flower.
this.
I love the fact that you come to a black man's channel
Yeah, I
to to say
do.
that shit
It,
You
this a
mad?
Pan African
because
channel,
you
Dick
don't
You
believe
Sucker.
that the white man
mad?
is
It's a
actually in
Pan African
charge.
channel, Dick Sucker.
Welcome,
Yeah, but
welcome
you
to
acting
color.
like we're
Welcome to
supposed
color
to worship
platform.
you. You're acting
Yes,
like us Africans are supposed to
bow to the
worship
half American,
you.
half
You're
Caribbean
not
color, nigga.
on the hierarchy, on the pyramid. You're nowhere near the top. So
You
be
come to
quiet.
color platform, you go to a
You're not
punk
at
ass
the
white
top.
supremacist platform, baby
You're
girl.
not at the top.
Know the difference.
No,
Know the
white boys
difference.
put a
Narcissist.
train on them Africans. You know what I'm talking about?
Narcissist. You guys have this
They
fake
do.
ass
Bro,
ego.
I seen horrible shit. I would never want to
Fake
see that
ass
shit.
ego.
How they
All right,
treat them.
all right, folks. This is getting old. I'm about to go to bed.
Well,
John kick started.
Oh man.
you started it. You guys started with your stupid Tariq Nasheed and all this bullshit. That's why
You
the
hate
white
Tariq
man keep
Nasheed for no
bringing us
reason.
here. The white man keeps
He
bringing us
don't
here.
bring
You
you
can't
here,
do nothing about
sweetheart.
Hey,
Sweetheart.
yo,
it.
this shit
As a
Good
nigga
started
that
way
sponsors
before
enough.
people to work in
We're
JC.
America,
taking your
you gotta
He used to
voluntarily
resources.
let it
go to
go.
the
We're
embassy. You
taking
gotta
your
voluntarily pay those fees.
resources.
You
We're
gotta
taking your
voluntarily
Then they
show
had to
up.
claim
You gotta
asylum.
voluntarily
resources.
hop on the flight. There's too many
We're
things you gotta
taking
do voluntarily
over.
before
We're
you say the
taking
white man brought you
over.
over, honey.
If they got to
Whatever.
claim asylum, you know what I'm saying?
It's just
Oh,
low
white
IQ.
daddy, please save me.
Low
My
They
own
gotta
IQ.
men
claim
is
too
raping
much.
me. My own men is
Low
abusing
IQ
me.
Well, let's
nonsense.
be honest,
Hey, hey,
fellas.
hey, hey, hey. This is the same girl that said that if she was back in her home country, that they would beat on her.
Oh,
I
let me
didn't
ask you a
say that.
question, right?
And only the black Americans supported
Jonathan,
her ass.
I didn't say
Jonathan,
that.
if you're gonna get reparations, who's gonna hand it to you?
The white man. The white man's at the top. He has power. All they're doing is
The African love saying the
bapping
white
them
man on
Hey,
out.
top.
wait,
You
wait,
see
wait,
that
wait,
with their
wait, wait, wait.
guns?
I love it. I love when a black
You
woman
have
says
no
that the white
power,
man,
dude. You
that the
have
white
no
men, the
power.
white people are at the top, and white people are at. You
Yeah,
know,
and they
I love it when you say that. Keep saying it, baby.
and they let us come here.
Keep saying it.
They let us come here.
You
Young
give a
Yes,
pet, a
Africans.
pet nigga.
yes. And
Africans.
you come here, and you come
Yes.
here. Why do you come
All
here
right,
when
let me
white
get
people at the
Ja. Let
top
me
say
get
you come
Ja
here?
on. Ja, go
I
ahead.
can
I
get
mean,
booty
Dark Migo,
scratches.
go
Is
ahead.
this our jaw or the
Y'all,
other
y'all
nigga
gotta
jaw
ask the
Dark
or
general
Migo,
punk
go
ass
real
ahead.
quick.
jaw?
Ja,
Don't start
Nah,
drama.
this is the Dark Migo. Yo, Kyle, I
Shut
just
up,
wanted to
Migo.
ask you a
Shout out,
question.
Migo.
Nigga, fuck you. Like, what are you tweaking for? Anyways,
Nigga, I
I
said
wanted to
shout
ask
out,
you a
Migo.
question.
Nigga,
All right,
fuck
all
you
right,
too.
calm down,
Nigga,
calm
hurry up
down,
and
calm
go.
down, calm down, calm down, calm down. All right, yo, Kyle, I wanted to ask you a question, sir. So, what would you pick? You think the reparations would be better, or like, just having citizenship, and then like, you can never be deported, so you could just have, a chance to,
Well,
get your
that's a
money in
catch
America.
22. The reason why we took citizenship because one of the things about if they were going to settle us in Africa, they were going to pay for it. Lincoln wanted to do that. They would help us get settled in Liberia, Haiti, whatever like that. They want us out of the United States, but Lincoln was assassinated, and all that fell apart. So we were left with people left with nothing. So yeah, there should be some reparations, but the reparations people don't understand what they're talking about. They're talking about reenacting a plan to remove black people from the mainstream of America. That's what you're going to trigger with reparations. When you come on a check, they ain't going to you get a check and you go out to the club. No, it's a whole program of rebuilding Black America, schools, infrastructure, infrastructures to get you to repair you towards independence. Saying that you haven't assimilated to American society, so we're going to give you a chance to build your own. That's what
Yeah.
the real reparations is.
Just
If you
give it
really
that
want
a
to put it on
check.
that book.
A check will solve all
Can't,
that.
can't you use
You're not gonna
Afristan
get
as
it. You're not gonna
a
get it. You're not gonna get a chick, Ben.
Yeah, yeah. Like you
That's not
said,
gonna
yeah,
happen, man.
infrastructure and
It's more
education.
complicated than that. If you look at the bills, it really reparations on an international thing means repair. Germany gave the state of Israel reparations.
They gave the Japanese a check.
Oh no. The Japanese were living in Japan.
Yeah, they have the
And they
Bank of
got hold up. They
Mandarin,
got
sir.
compensation, not reparations.
Those
That was
Japanese were
compensation, a class
Americans,
action
Carla.
compensation. They settled a class action compensation. People brought suit in courts, and the federal government put it into a civil rights bill as a rider because you know why? Because the Japanese government pressured the United States at that year, 19. I remember that year. And
Exactly.
the Japanese were basically telling America it's time to shut down the bases. America didn't want to shut down the bases, so they said, "Okay, we got this little issue that we're being pestered about the Japanese that in Japan Japanese that once in America lost their property." So America just gave matter of fact, it wasn't reparations because had they got really reparations, they would have got millions of dollars. They only got $20,000 a piece.
And also the people on the islands of in Micronesia, they gave them reparations.
Well, the
You know
bottom line
that,
is,
right?
like I said, hold on, like I said, they're on an island.
Right? Yeah, like there's a key
You
factor
cannot
right
get
there.
no
They
reparations
have
inside
people
the
to
entire
back them,
inside
nigga.
America, bro.
Yeah, come
man.
on, bro. You
Reparations,
gotta wake
when
up.
we
How
talk
old
about
are you?
reparations, they think you're gonna build like which one? Japan had to pay Korea reparations. You know what they did? Korea did. They built their infrastructure and their industries up. It made themselves a rich country. That's how they got started. Korean industries, Hyundai, and all of those formed. You know, and then
Yeah.
Japan, after they paid their reparations off, then they basically was able to go out of receivership, and they was
No,
able to. money.
Carla, with that being the case, you understand the importance of reparations. Do you support it or are you against it?
No, I'm saying the fact that in fact the
No, 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 no.
look,
It's a basic question. Are you
no,
support?
I'm
Do you
gonna answer you.
support it or are you against
I'm gonna
it?
answer you right now. Since if I believe that Black America, right, and if the situation was right, and Black America was serious about, look, we're tired of racism and stuff like that. You know something? As much I hear like Phil Scott talking and all that, Phil ain't tired of racism because he's making too much money off it.
He
You
makes
know,
money off of it. That's his bread and butter.
his
Yeah,
bread
yeah,
and
yeah.
butter.
Fuck
They
Phil
do it
Scott.
fine.
We ain't talking about Phil Scott.
Hold
Let's
on.
talk about those
I
people
want
in
to say one.
Oklahoma. Do you
I want
think
to
they
say
deserve reparations, Carla?
wait.
Well, the
And you
bottom line
too,
is the
my
government,
beautiful
Carla.
Ethiopian baby
FEMA,
girl.
and the government has a responsibility for disaster relief. You
Do
know,
you
Carla.
believe that they deserve reparations?
that's
Yes
not
or no? Those
reparations.
people in
They're
Oklahoma.
basically doing disaster
Carla. Can I
disaster
say
relief.
something real quick?
They got.
Okay.
Damn.
Carla,
Yeah.
I want to apologize for any bad
Oh
things
no, you don't have to apologize. You do all right. You know.
for any bad things that I said. I don't really mean it, but I was just saying these things because, like when people are trying to be bullies and stuff and they're trying to roast Africans and stuff like that, that does
Yeah,
trigger me.
that's what I said. I don't like. Look, my whole thing
Like
is this. My whole thing is this.
I don't
Like I said, and I've been very empathetic towards Black immigrants, African immigrants. You know, and I really have a lot. I did a lot of soul searching this last time I came from Liberia, right? And I realized Africa's a rough place, you know. And the bottom line is
yeah.
this: if you can make it to America and whatnot, you know, and then I basically start looking at my own people in America, right? I'm saying, look, you got an opportunity, right? Think about it. I thought about this too. When I drove from the airport to my aunt's house, my car was right. That was like a 45-minute drive in an Uber, right? I paid that guy $100, right? As a Chinese guy, $100. I'm saying to myself, this guy working the airport is probably gonna make like $2,000 in one day, right? Think about that, $2,000 one day. You know, in one day working at driving your car, brand new car, it was a nice SUV. I forgot what it was. It was like a big money, big things, you know. But
That's
but
good.
I'm
Two
saying to
thousand
myself,
dollars in one
there's so
day.
much. Look, there's the only country in the world where you can even think about making that type of money is America, right?
Yeah.
Right? As a black
Everything,
person,
everything black people talk about is we need money. We don't have like that. And I look right now in my business right here. I'm gonna tell you right now. In a few months, right? Hopefully by the end of the summer, I'm gonna be hiring people. You know, I'm gonna be hiring people. You know,
Carla, at the end of the month, are you gonna be, making 100,000 a year?
I look well. Don't worry about what I
Is
make.
that the goal?
Look, I'm gonna
You
be.
say you
I'll tell
said
you one
plenty of
thing.
times on this stream you don't
No,
make that.
when I'm about to build right here, I'm gonna be paying people $500 per sale. You know, $500 easy for sale. There's so much opportunity in this country that I'm coming across every
facts.
freaking day. I'm moving beyond what I normally do with this health plan and stuff like that. I'm moving
Hmm.
all the things. And I'm saying to myself, there's so much opportunity in America, right? And what I'm finding that is immigrants come over here and they look for those opportunities, right? Wherever they are, right? And they put their money together and they basically do that, right? And they basically and I know if you live in New York, right, there's a lot of immigrant groups like Washington Heights and places like that. They must look at this so-called foundational Black America as like, what the hell
Carla,
is going on?
this big disproven on your platform. The average immigrant don't make that kind of money. Why you pretending?
When you
All
say
I
stuff
know is
like
Does it
that,
all
make
I
you
know
Carla,
feel?
is
that
you go
Do
to
triggers
I
New
need
me.
York.
to post the
You go to New York.
Department of
Hey, yo,
Labor
hold up,
statistics
hold up.
When
Yo,
again
you
hey,
say
yo,
for
this
you to
and that,
realize
yo,
that
Carla,
that
yo,
shit ain't
that
real?
yo,
triggers
check this
them.
out, Kwame. Have you been to the
I don't
Bronx?
like lies, baby. If we can
Kwame,
talk
have you
truth,
been
we
to
can
the Bronx?
talk truth. I don't like lies.
You check this out, Kwame. Have you been to the Bronx?
To the Bronx, yeah.
I'm ignoring you.
Hold up. Do you see
You
over
should.
there on Gun Hill Road, that area over there, all those Dominican body shops and everything like that, and wholesaling places, stuff like that? Who's running that? You know?
Spanish.
Yeah. So I'm saying to myself, I would go to when last time I was in the Bronx, I was like, what the hell? Every time you look, you see people opening businesses and stuff like that. I mean, real
What are
Carla,
you
business.
when
just
was the
saying,
last time you
Carla?
was in the
God
Bronx
damn,
for
you're
that?
like these people
Yo,
Carla,
thinking they
Carla,
doing
no,
something
no, 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 no,
special.
no, brother. No, 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 brother from Canada. No, 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 brother from Canada. Carla, when was the last time you was in the Bronx? What year was it?
Back in March.
Nice.
And so the bottom line
Got
is, I'm
him.
saying, look, you drive through there, and you see all
Collar,
these.
you was in Liberia in
Yo, you
March.
see,
How
yo,
you
you
back in the
see.
Bronx?
Nah, cause he
I
said,
was
remember
there
you
in
said you
March.
with
I
that.
was heading to Long
I
Island.
remember you said you gonna pull up on Dollar Bill in New York.
Yeah,
Nah, salute
yeah.
to New York, bro. No
He
cap,
never
no
met me.
cap.
You know, I was gonna go. I was on Webster Avenue. I was waiting for him. He never came. But you know, but the
Yeah, that
bottom
makes
line is
sense.
this.
Go ahead.
Bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. When you go to the Bronx, all you see is like a whole world of recent immigrants barely can speak English, and they turned the Bronx. It looks like a little Dominican Republic up there. You know, they even own all the black hair salons and whatnot. You know, barbershops and whatnot, beauty salons and whatnot. And I'm like, wow, man, record stores. I mean, just everything, clothing stores. You know, and I'm saying, well,
Washington Heights is damn near. You got to speak Spanish up there.
yeah, Washington Heights, same thing. And I'm like, shit. So, but the only people that don't have it like that in New York City is Black America. Now, Jamaicans, Caribbeans, you do see them with bill. Maybe because we're basically a blue collar city civil service type of people, you know. But and I have nothing against the immigrants, anything like that, doing what they do and whatnot. But I'm saying to myself, right, this. I wouldn't even say nothing, right? If it wasn't for the fact that I'm always seeing people online talking about we don't have nothing, we need this one night. I'm saying if the immigrants can come over here and do this, like, and you say you want, no, it is. Black people are not satisfied with what they have. Black people are entrenched in the civil service economy of America. You know, the post office, the MTA, the transit authority. That's Black America. You know, the buses and whatnot, sanitation. That's Black America. You know, and
Carl, you just named a whole bunch of industries that do business and got benefits and make a good amount
yeah,
of
that's
money.
what I'm talking about. Black America,
Ouchie.
hold on. Black America got that, which is better than actually small businesses. My cousin Jerome makes $150,000 a year working for the
What?
sanitation.
That's crazy.
He
No,
makes
I
one
made
hundred
double to
fifty
what your
thousand
cousin
dollars a year.
Ramon made,
Yeah,
but my sister makes more than your cousin
hundred
Ramon,
fifty
so does my
thousand dollars a
brother.
year
That's
just
crazy.
driving 5 hours a day. Where he drives a garbage truck, 5 hours a day. He has a couple specialized stops and whatnot. We use hazard weights and whatnot. He gets $150,000 a year. He got a pension. Now he told me his pension is retirement. He's gonna be making like $30,000 a month in his retirement. That's how much. I'm saying
Sheesh.
like this. My point I'm trying to make is Black people in America, Black America got so much, right? But every last single commentation is you would think Black America has nothing, right? And they always talk about Black
But
poverty.
Carla, that's because we love our poor people. Now, as the rest of the world walks
Hold on,
over
look,
their
look,
poor
hold on.
people like it
Let me
ain't
say this.
shit. We
Let me
love
say this.
ours.
Let
We're
me say
leaving
this.
ours behind.
Oh, let me say this. Let me say this. Do we say leave out a horse? Do you know what it takes for? I've seen poor people go from nothing, and the next thing you know, they pass that civil service, and they got a good job, and now that they can even do Uber and now DoorDash now and stuff like that. There's no friggin' if you work hard, you know. So the
Yeah.
bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. Yeah, everything takes work. We're still working people. I think Black people, be honest with you, we want to stop working. We think we're owed something and whatnot. We just want to sit back and do
We're
nothing.
Carla, we are also. Do you know the good brother St. Police has came on here and said that in Nigeria the woman work harder than the men. The men are essentially lazy.
Well, the
And
bottom line, I don't know
and
about
I
that.
second that opinion.
I'm only know about.
You
I'm
don't
only
know
know.
about it because you
He's
haven't been there, but
starting
I
more
second that
drama.
opinion.
You see, he's starting more
That
drama.
ain't started. That ain't started drama. I noticed the same thing when I
What does
went
that?
to
What does
Kenya.
Nigerian have to do with what I'm talking about? You know.
Is that
Exactly. He's a drama
because
starter.
the
He come
fact of
out
the
of
matter is
nowhere
the
with
fact of the
drama.
matter is Black people in America still work harder than everybody else,
Yeah, we do
and we
work
still
harder.
find a way to
Look, hold on.
complain
You're making my
and
point.
benefit everybody
You're
else
making
at
my
the same
point.
time.
Hold on. Black America works hard. Black America got the when I go do people's pension retirement one, it's Black America. I don't say immigrants like because a lot of times they have business. A lot of them don't even have Social Security saved up. You know, a lot of them
They
don't even
don't.
have work yet, right?
Yeah, and
Oh,
a lot
but
of
they
them
don't
get
work 10
fired,
quarters. They're all
bro.
in their business. So Black people, we've been led to believe because we don't have raggedy ass gas stations, right? That don't make any real money and whatnot, that we're not doing nothing. We've been told that we're just workers and whatnot, you know? So we put in our mind that we're not succeeding in America and whatnot. And so we just don't even bother trying, right? And so therefore, when immigrants come here, right, some of them are lucky because they got businesses in their home country, they duplicate here. But some of them go with jobs and whatnot, and they're basically not complaining about this. What the society is looking for is people that want to join society, embrace society. Now, if you don't want to do that, right, which I know is the truth, right? I'm saying it's hard for me to embrace America because of the history of slavery, right? So I want an alternative, right? That's why I go to Liberia every year, you know? I want that peace of mind knowing that I could step on another country and I'm at home, you know? That's why I'm building with Liberia, you know?
I agree with you, Kyla, but why do
Look,
why do you think black immigrants are willing to
hold on,
bow
I'm
so
saying like this.
much
Hold
to
on,
white people ruling?
say like this. But the average black person in America, right, who sit there and complain about America all the time, complain about this, right? The immigrants come over here saying, you know something? If you don't want it, I'll take it, right? We're gonna lash it out them like they.
All right, Kyla. On Monday, I will live stream from Lagos. You will see why they won't complain. Okay, if you want to walk,
Hold
if
on,
you
no,
want me
yeah,
to walk into the blackest of
yeah. So
blackest
in other words, what I said,
areas,
hold on,
I
you just
would do
prove it.
so.
You just proved
And
my
this is
point,
the
bro.
quote unquote richest areas in
Look,
in Lagos.
Black America is
Of course, they ain't
spoiled.
gonna complain.
Black America is spoiled. You know,
Hell yeah, we is.
Black America is spoiled.
I don't
So
doubt
if you're
that shit.
spoiled, man, don't take it out on the immigrants because they're like, hey,
Hey, listen,
yo, look, you know what it's like to live in a place where
We
the
are the punching
Kyla,
bag. This is why they
I have
blow off
lived in a
steam.
place with no running water for 2 months.
yeah. So the bottom
I
line is this:
cried as we
when
ran
they
that
come here,
generator
they're
to
like,
run
what
that
the hell are
bitch.
y'all complaining
I
about?
know what it's
Y'all
like
got
So
trains,
why
you
do
got
you go
subways.
there? Why do you go there?
because I'm a soldier. I don't give a fuck about that. See, the
So
difference is, baby girl,
so you talk.
baby girl, honey flower. The difference between the punk ass nigga from your country and the riders from my country, and when we believe in something, we willing to deal with anything. So that means if I gotta destroy the punk ass country of Nigeria and deal with no running water, let me remind you, we run that journey one 24/7.
Yeah,
And when we don't run that,
good at
we got
running
a
your
solar
mouth.
power generator 24/7. There's always light where I'm at in Nigeria, in Africa in general. So I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I'm not like the rest of the people. Unfortunately, I want the rest of the people to live like that. That's the difference, sweetheart. You understand that? So if we
I don't
gotta
think
go ahead and
you do.
stir
I
up
don't think you
trouble,
want.
let's
You do not
honey,
seem like a
and on
person
every
that
block,
actually has care
in
or
every block, I
compassion.
run into 10 or 12 punk ass
You don't seem like you
advertisements
have
of
high
white
empathy.
Jesus. I want that
You
shit
actually
burnt down
don't seem
to
like
death.
you care. You don't seem like you care.
Sweetheart, if I didn't care, I wouldn't live in punk
Sweetheart,
ass night.
you
Sweet,
speak in a
I wouldn't live in
condescending
Nigeria if I
manner.
didn't care. You,
You
you
don't
haven't went
care.
back to your
You
country in a
like
long
making fun.
time.
You don't
Why
care.
is this nigga riding around like that?
You don't care. You just like making
Sweetheart,
fun.
I'm not.
Yo,
You
Listen,
Kyla.
feeling like you're
you abandoned your
superior.
people a long time ago,
You
saying
feel
that's my
like you're
Jamaican people.
superior compared to Africans. That's why you like to diss them. But
It's not about.
compare
This is the.
yourself to
This
white
is the
man.
problem. This is the
Compare
problem
yourself
that
to the
black
white
people
man.
have. This is the
Compare
problem that black people.
yourself
Y'all
to
have
the
a
white.
problem with superiority. Why is that?
No, you
If a Nigerian
feeling
is doing
you
great
feel
in music, I
inferior.
don't argue with them about,
No. You
hey,
feel
you're doing better than
inferior
music than
to
our
the white
people.
man
Hey, nigga,
because
keep
you
doing
pick
good
on
into
the
music. Keep doing, keep,
African.
keep
You
doing good in
feel
your music.
inferior.
If a Belizean
The
person, I've
white
been to Belize, if they're doing good in anything, keep doing good in what you're doing. We don't have a problem with superiority. That's why Marcus
yeah, you do.
Garvey is a
That's
big
why you
thing.
guys go
Sweetheart,
online. You go
girl,
online and blow off steam.
Kyle, I'm about to show you an image of Marcus Garvey sitting next to the rest of black Americans in the hood, because I'm in the hood today. I want you to see this, sweetheart. We don't care about where you're from.
We
As
don't
long as
care
you're
to see
as
anything.
long as you're black,
You
only the
don't
rest
have
of the world
power, Johnny.
cares about your
You have
image.
zero power. You don't even vote.
Exactly. And girl, we can't work for power if we got bitch people on our side. You
Okay.
don't work, you don't win a championship
You're
with losers
superior.
on your damn side.
You're better.
Kobe can't win a championship with a bunch of punks on the side.
Okay.
LeBron James can't win a championship with a bunch of punks on the side. And Black America is with a bunch of punks currently. We need to get rid of the punks and work with people that think the same way that we do. If you bowed to white people a long time ago, you useless to
Okay.
us. You
Okay.
bow to them. They run everything. They control everything. They will do so forever. That's your mind of thinking. That ain't our mind of thinking. So we're going to continue to stump. That's why Kyla goes to Liberia. That's why I go to Nigeria. That's why diners travel us around the world. We got hope in people that is fucking hopeless. But we're not hopeless, nigga. And we gonna figure this shit out. While y'all bow to white people, we'll figure this shit the fuck out.
That was a good one, I guess.
No one cares. No one cares.
Of course, you
This
don't
not
care. As
even
long as you
a
live in a
topic.
white person
This is
country, you
not.
don't give a fuck. But we care because we think different than you do. Listen,
The
I
whole
understand your point of
you guys
view.
want
Ethiopia,
Africans.
Sudan,
You
where
guys
you
want
from?
Africans to bow
You
down
come from
and
an Arab
worship.
controlled, white
That's what
controlled
you want.
country.
You want
You
Africans
are at
to
the
bow down
bottom of
and
the
worship.
bottom of
We're
the
not gonna.
bottom. So I understand why you hate African men. I
Actually,
support African men. I don't hate them.
are
God
you
bless them.
at the top?
Put
Are
their
you
foot
at the
down.
top?
God damn it.
Are you at
You
the
are
top?
weak. Listen. There's a
The
reason
white
why
man
Eve ate the God. There's a
everything.
reason why
The white man
There's a
Jonathan,
reason
man.
why Eve ate the
Hold
fruit.
on, Jonathan, hold on, Jonathan. She's a
Go ahead,
woman.
sir.
Which we
Black
call
men don't
men.
care if I'm
Men,
a
That
woman.
shit, Kyle.
Y'all arguing
men is
me like
Being
I'm
supposed
a
a
to
woman
man.
build.
don't make you different.
Yo, men
Y'all
is supposed
arguing
to
me like
build.
I'm
When
a
that
man.
they're supposed to be like,
Kala,
this is what we build. When it's not her responsibility.
Kala. Angela Davis is a difference
Yeah,
in the
Angela
good.
Davis is a white loving lesbian, man. Come on.
In the
Is it
side of Shakur. What is she? What is
Well,
she, Kala?
she's on the run.
Yeah, sell out.
You're not building.
On the run.
No, yeah.
No. You the sell out. You the sell out. You ran to the country that she ran from,
No, look.
bitch nigga.
No, saying, look. The bottom line is this.
God.
She killed cops. You didn't, bitch nigga. Shut
I'm
up.
saying, who you call me a bitch nigga?
Not you, Kala. Damn, Kala. You gotta be a
Who?
victim in everything. You just talked about victimhood earlier. God
So
damn,
the
why you
bottom
want to be a
line is,
victim in everything?
I really want to see what Jonathan builds. I really want to see it.
Oh, baby.
Cause you
I
got
will show
Wait,
you.
wait, you
I will
said you calling
proudly
me
show
bitch
you.
nigga?
I would show you walk. I would show you me
Oh, I
armed up
thought
with the
so.
soldiers in the Eastern
most
Star
men are
Network in
confident
Biafra.
because they
I
don't
would
have big
show you me
Jonathan
knocking down
building on a
bitch
white
ass
man
niggas in the
dick. He a
north.
dick sucker.
I,
He
I'm
built
not
to
you,
suck a
bitch
white
niggas.
man dick.
Hey, the country you ran from, I run too. You's a bitch. Shut the fuck up, Jamaican nigga. You's a punk. At the end of the day, y'all y'all too scared to face white people. That's the problem for
one
Black
that has a
ain't
Americans.
white
nobody,
man on your
Y'all,
back.
ain't nobody,
y'all
That
too
is
ain't
scared
nobody
to
facing
face
white
white
people,
people.
man. Ain't
these
nobody,
are gods.
Negroes in
The
America
white
ain't
man
doing
is your
shit either,
god.
man.
Scary ass, bitch ass
The
people.
white man is
Negroes in
your
America
god.
are scary ass niggas too, man. They're all scared, man. You know.
Yeah, Colin, that's the Caribbean in you talking.
No, it ain't the
Not
Caribbean. I'm
because
not
you grew up
Caribbean.
around them.
I'm just telling you.
You grew up around them.
I'm just telling you the goddamn truth, man.
I wonder what
Negroes in
city this
America
bitch
are the
ass
ones
nigga
that get
from.
their ass kicked the most by the white
Hey,
man.
hey, bitch ass nigga, I'm in East Oakland, one of the most
Because we
Kala, do
fight,
you
dangerous
know
Carla.
most
That's
areas.
men
why.
from the
We
In
fight.
one of the most dangerous
Look,
areas. You couldn't walk around these streets.
Ain't nobody
Nah,
look.
I
I'm
like
loaded and
Oakland.
gloated
you
right
Hold
now.
up.
I
We're
don't
like
show
scared.
guns
Hey,
on
y'all
the
got
Listen,
platform,
we're
Equinox
no.
Black
scared to
talk?
part
people.
ways
You
with the
can't
white
just let
man,
people talk.
and the
You have to
immigrants
have
come over here
boundaries,
to be with the
Kala.
white man. This
Don't
is
say
basically
boundaries
like
for
it's
bitch
a
ass people.
competition. It's a competition of who could be next to the white man. That's
You're
all
just
this shit is.
negative. Like
That's the immigrants. They
everything.
want to be next
No,
to the
no,
white
no,
man.
sweetheart. Negative is you talking about African men all day like they ain't shit.
No, I just
That's
talk about
negative.
Africa. I'm not.
Why?
I'm not. You know,
Why?
when I talk about
Why?
Because look
Africa,
at the continent, man.
Why?
Look at the continent.
okay. When I
So
What's
talk
wrong
hold
with
up,
about
the
hold up,
Africa,
continent,
hold
Kyla?
on.
hold up.
Speak.
Hold up. So
When
she
I
know
talk
what
about Africa,
basically, if you listen to what she's saying, right? She's saying, why is it that she looks at a continent, right? And I know this for a fact, right? I listen to African guys, and all over the continent, right? And I'm saying to myself, do you guys understand that you guys, like I had to get on Big Black the other night, right? Big Black calls in, talk about, Colin, don't you believe the neoclass? I said, man, I don't want to hear nobody tell me about neocolonialism. I don't want to hear about no conspiracy about the goddamn CIA, When shit is fucked up, I'm looking at niggas right in the eye. Because I know the person that's going to betray me is going to be black. And I
yeah.
tell you right now, I'll come for you and I'll hunt you down and I'll take you out. I know that, Negroes in a thing where they basically want to, oh, Collar, I know I sold you out. I know that, but the CIA, no, nigga,
The
that's black
CIA.
people for Nobody
Man,
want to take
Who
no damn responsibility
who
for
who
nothing.
Carnell?
What?
huh?
Who Carnell?
What you talking about?
I see somebody typing.
Oh, nah. But, man, you just got to be wary of everybody, bro. It's black people, it's Africans, you feel me? Spanish, everybody on,
Everybody
you,
talk all
man,
this
man.
smack, Dark Mingo, but the bottom line
Yeah.
is this. Look, everybody basically, I told people all the time, I said, look, Africans basically, the African male, right? And I'm like this, and I saw this when I first went to Liberia, right? And I'm seeing I was on a plane coming back, and I see all these old ass men, right? On the plane, right? And I'm saying to myself, why are they coming back to America? You know, instead of them staying in their country building something, all they do is go there once every 3 years, have all this sex with these fucking young girls and whatnot.
Yeah, yep.
That's the African mind. And the African woman sees that. They tell me Honeyflower's not alone. There are a lot of African women tell me the same thing. What's wrong with our African men? How come they're not standing up like this? That's why they love Ibn Traore. He sounds like he looks like a man. That's why I love him so much. Because
No, Kala. The problem with the African men is that in order for men to thrive, they gotta depend on a woman to help them.
well,
And
the
the African woman is so
women do
bitch
everything.
made
Are
and
you
so in love with white people
that's
that they
that's
can't
another
even
lie. Look,
thrive where they need.
that's bullshit. The
Kala,
African women down
explain
there
why
is
you
working
explain why
3
you go to
jobs in
Liberia once a
Africa.
year.
They man the market. They're taking care of kids and some of
Uh
them
huh.
Did he say
taking
the
care of
African
grandkids in
woman
the 30s.
is
Yeah, I
working?
said it. I said it.
So it's not the African woman,
You
right?
don't have the
Yeah,
right to
yeah,
talk about
yeah,
African
yeah, yeah,
women. Okay, we're not your women.
yeah,
Shut the hell up.
yeah, yeah.
We're not your women.
Uh huh. Yeah,
So
yeah,
the
yeah.
You
bottom
still
line
You
is
fuck
know
Black
with
this,
your
what?
American
right?
women
I
African
truly
I
are
don't,
women.
I
way
don't
okay.
more
like
better
when
than
I don't
African
like I
women.
don't
I'm
like
going
when
to the.
when men don't stand. They say, look,
Uh
if they don't understand something. Every time you make a dumb decision and you make you being trying to
Damn,
undermine.
Kyle, I can't really show this good. Is that a
How
picture of
can
Marcus?
a woman be
Is
bitch
that a
made?
picture of Marcus Garvey?
What does that
I
even
can't
mean?
tell if
A
you can see
woman
it
is
or
bitch
not. It's
made.
too dark.
Are you kidding
That's a
me?
picture of Marcus Garvey next to Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, Malcolm
I don't
X,
know.
Elijah
But
Muhammad.
anyway,
They
okay,
got a picture of my.
hold on. What I'm saying, hold on. What I'm
We
saying is this. What I'm saying
represent
is this.
the
You're a
Jamaican people
psychotic,
Hold on.
narcissistic maniac.
When
That's
men
because
what
half
you
don't
of
are.
y'all
do the
so
Psychotic,
right thing, right?
narcissistic
underrepresented in the
maniac.
fight
When men
against
don't do the
white
right
people. It's
thing, don't go out and
embarrassing,
educate
baby.
themselves, if they
If
don't
there's no
properly educate
Caribbeans, there's
themselves on how
nothing.
to
Because
build a
Africans
nation,
ain't contributed
I hope you
they
shit.
get
don't
by
they
a
don't properly
hyena or
educate
something
themselves on
next
how to
time you
build
go
a
to
nation.
Weak
Africa.
ass hoe.
Africa has everything it needs to build a middle class,
Who's a
build
weak
everything,
asshole?
healthcare system, but they choose
Who
not
is he
to, and that's
talking
the African
about?
American.
Africa
That's the
should be
African man.
Dubai 2.0 or Saudi Arabia 2.0 without them goddamn
So why do you still
resources.
have hoods? Why do you still have hoods?
Africa
Why
And
don't
can
you
be
have?
projects? Shut
anything
the hell up.
2.0 because
You
Africa
still
ain't
have
got it
hoods
together
and
yet.
projects. You've been in
The
this country for
African man,
And
I
the
feel bad for
projects is
them.
better than what y'all got
They
over
got to
there.
the hell up.
depend on the
Ass
African
men.
women for
Weak
support, and they're
ass
so
men.
weak. They will
Ass
turn
men.
their hair
You're at the
blonde
bottom,
before
dude.
they take
You're
pride
at
in
the
who they are.
bottom.
It's disrespect. They will cry over the Pope before they take pride in who
And
they
the
are.
queen. And the queen when she
It's
died.
sad, bruh.
You
It's
got no
sad.
damn power. You have no power. You're the weakest man on the face of the earth to
Yeah,
talk.
yeah. You know what inspires? You know what inspires me?
How can you talk with your head
Honey
held
flower,
up?
honey
And
flowers.
How
You
that's
can
gotta
why
you
learn
y'all
talk
this.
with
being on
You
your
this
gotta
head?
learn
billion
this.
trying to get to Europe, right?
In
Yeah, we're the
order
white man
to,
race.
in order to
Yeah, but
We're the
what is
white man.
strive for
We're the European.
power, the woman gotta
yeah.
empower you. And if
So
you don't empower the man, you weak asshole,
I don't get
the
something.
You
men
have no
don't never get
power.
there.
You have
You're
What I
no
weak.
power.
say like this. What I always
You're
say
at
like
the
this.
bottom.
Anytime
Stay at the
we have
bottom.
these discussions, right? And women say this, I just sit back and be like, you know something.
They started it. The weakest man on
Men,
earth
we
with the
gotta do better.
biggest mouth.
We gotta freaking do better.
Weakest man
Because the
on
bottom
earth.
line is this: women basically they can only get as far as we take them. You know.
Call up. We the weakest men on earth until we get a white
Yeah.
woman. Once we
No,
get a white
no,
You
woman, we're
say
down.
it's not
you
that.
call
The
this
bottom
bitch
line is
weak.
What Tiger Woods, this bitch?
hold
What
on.
Stephen Curry,
No,
this
You're
bitch?
the
no. What it
weakest
is
man on
men.
earth.
Hold on. What it
We
is
need to
men
get rid
gotta
of the
stop.
black woman. The black woman is weak as fuck.
Men gotta stop sexualizing women and thinking women are nothing but property and
Call
all.
her, call her,
You
call her.
said
How
African
do you
women are
stop
bitch made.
sexualizing women that build who they are based
We're
on
bitch made.
No,
sexualization?
no,
You're
because
the
Tip
that's
police, call her, call her. I
You know,
didn't join the platform the other day. The 10
look
police
at a
was over
woman
there
like they're
yesterday
a
and
human
said the
being. And
women
I look at black women.
sexualized
I look at all
themselves.
black women like they're my sisters. You know, and
Kala, he
that's
They
started
ain't
it.
your
Yeah.
damn sister, nigga.
they're not
Damn.
my sister, bro.
They
He
not.
started it.
Yo, but
He
black
said
women are
that.
my sister. That's the whole thing. You
He
know,
said that
Oh
African
God, that's
women.
a dumbass
Kala,
way of
he.
thinking.
that's the way of thinking. That's the way I think about it. You know,
And
so
then we got
It's
Lois.
a false
Lois is
way of
gonna
thinking.
come up.
Everybody
I
your
don't
sister,
want
Carla.
to.
But
I
nah,
look at
cause bro, you
myself
can't
as
be
my
trapped
race,
in your
my
lust,
people
bro.
like
You
that.
feel
I look
me?
at all black women as my African women as my women. You know, and they come into under my fold, whatnot. You know, and come around me. You better
Carla,
not.
that's why they ain't coming, because you look at them as your
Kala.
sister. They're not
Now
your damn sister.
Lewis
Well,
is
the
gonna
bottom
come up
line is this:
here.
long as I know,
Kala. Kala.
yeah.
Lewis is gonna
Grow,
come up
Carla.
here,
Grow.
and he's
No,
gonna
oh yeah,
side
if
with Jonathan.
Lewis, you come up here. You got one. Don't say anything to my sister. I'm telling you now. Do not talk to young girl
Yeah.
like that. You know, like that's it.
Because
Yeah, chill out.
Kala, Jonathan said African women are bitch made women. That's why I said what I said to him. How can he say that about a
Hey
whole
yo,
group
how
of
you? Wow,
women?
where you get that from, bro?
From reality, Carla. I
Reality, what
see.
is that? What?
Carla, with all due respect, I would blame women on the platform to go ahead and prove what I prove. I brought my wives on this platform, by the way. You have
Yo, what's all
They're
right?
dumb as
Carla,
hell
with all due
their
respect,
wives. They're
when the
dumb as hell
Pope
for being
died, these hoes cried. When the Queen died,
Jonathan,
these
man,
hoes
hold
cried.
up, man. Okay,
you ain't shit.
that's
You ain't
enough, man. I can't let that language. I'm
he's
not
a
gonna have that. Don't
narcissistic
call fucking
psycho.
nobody no hoe on my platform. You
He
know,
start
I can
he
do it.
started all he brought all this negativity into this discussion.
We were having a good discussion. He comes up here with all his bullshit, man. What the fuck is
He
that?
was having a bad day or something.
Yeah, John's having a bad day. He must have
Yeah.
lost some money somewhere.
He
You
was like
know.
No, that's
outside or
no,
something.
no. That's his true personality. That's who he is. He's a disgusting, low bottom tier failure man. That's what he is.
Yeah, you said it, not me.
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
What's going on, Ja? What's on your mind?
Nothing much. I just joined the conversation. I just joined the stream like a good 15, 20 minutes ago. And
Ja,
I'm honestly trying
how
to
dare
follow the
you?
conversation. I'm trying to see where does
Well, the
the
discussion
discontention
was
happening at?
basically it always turned into this dick measuring. Excuse my language.
Micro, you mean a micro penis? Because we're all we're all not looking so good. So
Yeah, the
I
bottom
don't get
line
it.
it's all this dick measuring shit. You know, I'm tired of. You know, Black Americans did this, Caribbeans. I'm so sick and tired of having anything Negroes across the globe and whatnot. None of y'all got shit to me. You know. So the bottom line is this:
Yo, Kyle, what I realized is that Black Americans have a main character syndrome. Like they don't want they it's just like a main character
It's
syndrome.
like this. It's
We
like this.
build
This
we
no.
Hey,
This
hey,
what
we
I,
build
color,
everything. It's
bring
like
Jonathan
this is
back
what.
okay.
so we
This
can
is
have
what
a
I'll say. This is what I'll say.
constructive
Hold
conversation.
reality is this, and I studied this, right? The only reason why we stayed in America, right? We had the chance to go to Liberia, Haiti, to Mexico, everything like that, is because in our mind we believe that the white man is God and nearer to God to thee. So the closer we are to the white man, the more the more we like him, the more we
Hold on.
We just fought the Civil War, Carla.
Let
What
me
can we
big up.
believe
so
for?
therefore it's like
Let
people
me
like
big up Ja. Make me big up Ja, man. Ja's a good dude. He a solid dude. He a very intelligent dude too. Big up yourself, Ja.
Salute, bro.
and
Big up,
then
big up.
check us out. Then
I
the
don't
immigrants
cover.
come over here. Yo, the immigrants come over here saying,
Appreciate you,
you know
bro. You heard?
something? They say,
Yeah.
you know something about
You
my brothers?
already.
Oh, can I speak, folks? The immigrants come over here. Yo, my brothers and whatnot. Y'all got it popping over in America, man. I guess the white man ain't so bad, you know? And they come over here. They get along and they run for office. Like, we're some serious. She's Jamaican. About she loves America. We hate that shit. Well, the same thing, because what it is, we are hypocrites. We love the white man in America. Black America loves the white man. Don't let Jonathan fool you. They love the white man. You
That
know,
ain't true, Carla. You
it
know that.
is. Ben loves the white man even most and whatnot. You know,
I
they
don't
love the
think
white
they.
man
I don't
and
think they
whatnot.
love the white man.
They love the white man. No, they love him.
Wait, you're saying
I
that
think they got.
you
I
saying
think they got
Jonathan loves the
Stockholm.
white man?
I
I
think
think they got
all of them love
Stockholm
the white man.
syndrome.
Anytime
Hold on,
anybody that keeps
but color,
defending America. If you
because
defend America like that, talking about this is the greatest country, we got it
Because
like that.
this is my
You know,
country, Carla.
hold
That's
on, hold
why.
on. What made this? What anything you have in this country, the industries, the jobs, the infrastructure that allowed you to do that, was created by the Caucasian, the white
No,
man. You
we
know,
built it,
yo
Carla. Don't
yeah,
don't
yo
go
but
there,
yeah,
color,
man.
but
Do
no,
Jonathan,
not
you
go
got
there.
that's
you
you
got to
don't think
play
that two
the.
things can be
yo,
true at once?
that's another myth, a lie. Black men did not build America. That's a lie. Stop telling
Nope.
yourself
Yes,
that.
we contribute to the
No, you
country, building the
contribute to. You
country.
contribute.
We
Yes,
fought in
you're not
every
building
war,
it.
Carla. We
I'm not gonna
fought in
say
Yeah,
we
every
I don't
built
care how
it
war.
by
many wars you
ourselves, but
fought
we
in. You
contributed
didn't
to it.
build
Our
this
ancestors
country. You know.
contributed to it.
If
Yeah.
it wasn't for us, Carla, it wouldn't
No,
exist.
no,
The
because
white man couldn't get it
that's
to
another
jump
thing.
off without
People like
us.
Ben tell themselves that if it wasn't for us, but no, you're
They
finding out that.
failed in every
Oh,
colony when they came over here.
hold on,
They had the
you're
chance to
finding
do
out
it
real
by
quick that
themselves. They couldn't do
well,
it.
what you guys hate to realize is the white man really doesn't need you. You guys can't accept that. You
Then
know.
why he need us then? He had it all to
Well, he don't need
himself,
you
and he
anymore.
couldn't do
That's
To
it.
what I'm
pick
trying to say,
cotton on
man. He
the
don't need you.
field.
Yo,
That's
He couldn't
Kala,
do it.
Yeah, but the white man literally
Kala,
leeches off of black people, though. Not even just
Kala,
in America, but in general, bro.
Well, he leaves you
Africans,
black people
Caribbeans,
globally,
like
Kala,
the
man.
wealth of Europe was
please,
built off of the backs of black
You're
people
Kala,
kidding.
from
You're
Africa,
kidding. You're
Caribbeans,
kidding.
and
You're singing
the
to the choir.
U.S.
You
hey,
know.
Kala, can
Yeah.
you do me a favor? Can you play the Malcolm X video? You left your
Hey, yo,
mind
can
in
I say
Africa,
something?
please.
Goddamn, I run your show.
I'll play it later.
Huh?
But let me get Lewis on. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah,
Carla, how many
bring
times have I
Jonathan back.
told you about this demon woman you got on here?
Oh, look, Lewis, man, please don't start me with that.
Come on now.
Listen, this is the woman that believes that Africans, right, live in houses made out of poop. You shouldn't have this
Louis,
woman on
Louis,
here,
do you believe you're an
Is
Israelite?
that true, Lewis?
right? Yes, I am an Israelite, but this
All
woman,
right, so you can't
this
talk about
woman
no black
says,
woman, man.
this
You
woman says,
believe you believe
this
you an
woman
Israelite.
says, this woman says, right,
Yo,
that
Lewis, that was a whole
Africans
month
live in
ago.
houses made out of food. This is
That
what
was a
this
whole
woman
month
comes on the
ago.
show and spills out. She comes
That was
on
a
here
whole Lewis.
just
That was
to
a whole
wind
But
black
but
people up,
Louis, you
right?
believe Africans are cursed.
Huh?
You believe Africans is cursed.
No, we're not cursed. That's because you haven't read the Bible properly.
No,
Okay?
good. No,
This woman,
you believe you're an Israelite, and you
no. It's
believe
not about my
Africans is
belief.
cursed. So
I
you
didn't
can't
ring here
really
about my
talk.
belief,
We
Yeah,
already
right?
discussed about
I'm,
the
the
I'm
curse
bringing
of
Africans.
here.
Deuteronomy
It is a
28.
fact.
Listen.
In
I'm bringing
villages, they
here
did build
about the
houses out of
hypocrisy
poop.
of
It's a
this woman.
fact.
A woman, demonic woman like this produces nothing but a group of sellout Negroes. You
Hey,
Women
should
do
put
Kala,
bend
Jonathan back
over.
you
here.
see why
You should
I say we gotta get
listen.
rid of the Bible because it produced dudes like
No.
Lewis
What have
that
you got to do
think
with the Bible?
that
This ain't
women are
about
the
the Bible. Don't
devil and
try and
all this
twist it.
craziness.
Okay?
I'm a
I'm
woman
running the
demon.
show to give my opinion. All right. And this is where you're being hypocritical. You letting this woman here spill all this crap, and when someone gives a kickback like Jonathan, you kicking him off the show. That's what I'm talking
Jonathan was
about.
insulting
Right? And
Africans,
shut up,
genius.
bitch. We ain't talking to
He
you.
was insulting Africans,
Right?
genius.
He was
You
He
talking
was
about
insult Africans all
insulting
the time, you
Africans.
East
Lewis.
African bitch. Come around here talking crap.
Hold on, Lewis. Do you have an African woman or anything like that in Africa?
I wouldn't have a bitch like this.
No, hey, Lewis. Don't.
Come on, guys,
And
man.
she's
Listen,
an
Come on.
I'll
Ethiopian. She
slap the
thinks
teeth
she's
out of
white.
her mouth, boy. All she does is come talk shit about black people. That's
She
all
Okay,
she
thinks
does.
she's white.
Yeah, but that's
You
her. That's
cannot
her.
have a woman like
Yeah,
this
but
on
she
the
has the
show,
right to
on the
I
topic
voice
don't
subject.
say
No,
anything
she ain't.
different
She
from
ain't
objective
got
Kala.
opinions,
I
nothing.
don't
She
say
man.
ain't got
anything different
nothing
from
proper
what
to say.
Kala said.
But
Tell her
Lewis,
to put her camera on.
how could you talk about her when you believe Africans is
Because she's
cursed?
an ugly bitch. Tell her to put her camera on.
Wow,
Ugly.
she's
I
not
You're
still
ugly.
got the
Come
my
on,
side of
ugly.
her
come
crap.
Did
on.
you look
You
in the
going too
mirror?
Coming here
far.
You
talking
look in the
crap about
mirror?
African,
Going
African
Big,
this,
big,
that's
big,
African
all.
that.
God.
That's
Always
all.
hey,
putting
big,
down
you're gone
Africans.
too
I'm about to
far,
leave,
big.
No,
man.
she ain't
Big,
Put
putting
your
you're
down
camera
gone
on.
about
too
people. Have
far.
you heard the stuff this woman says?
Big, you're
Look,
gone
You
too
listen to what
far.
this woman says?
she put her camera on. She's very
Yeah,
attractive.
She's a
tell
beautiful
her to put
black
her camera on.
woman.
I dare her. Put your camera on.
She's a
Let's
gorgeous
see it.
black
Lewis,
woman.
she put her camera on for me. She's very attractive.
No.
Yeah,
Put the
she's a
camera on. Let me
gorgeous
see you.
black woman.
Bloody
Stop
Lewis,
sellout.
pimping, niggas. Goddamn.
She makes
shut
me
up, nigga.
sick.
You live
I'm
in
all the way in
Canada,
England and
nigga. You
she
can't
fucking, I
talk.
feel
You
like
live in
saying that she's
Canada,
fucking.
nigga. Fuck is you talking about? You live in
Man, I
Canada.
say you stand next to me and all your teeth will be out your mouth.
Nigga,
Give me that proper Ashanti wake
my
up.
goodness.
Stupid
Nigga
woman.
want to talk
Come
shit
here
and he in
talking crap.
Canada,
Look, I
nigga.
don't want to hear this
Canada
shit.
is
Come
wild.
on, stop it, man.
You know
Stop.
Jonathan was right, hey,
This
Carla.
nigga want to
Come
talk
on,
about his
you put Jonathan
ancestors
back on.
fought for
You know
America, but
Jonathan
he
was
fled
right.
to Canada. I fuck like, come on.
Yo, John is going off on
Black
some.
men hate
You
women.
use words
Yes,
like
because you come on here
look,
telling
Not
that
all, not
Africans make
all.
houses out of poop.
yo, these
You
They,
come here
there
hoes.
are
telling
some
people
houses that are
Africans
made out
Come
of
on,
tea.
come on,
Not even the
Kyler. You
KKK
gotta
remember that crap.
control the show. Kyler, you
Yeah,
gotta
control the
control the
panel,
show.
caller, because everyone
You
should get
can't
a
have
chance to
no
Yeah,
speak.
man. You can't have no
everybody
black
sitting
man talk
down, man.
about a
I gotta
black woman
bring
as a
Man,
bitch and
doing
all
you
this
Also,
other
slipping,
shit.
man.
Jonathan, come
Take the
back
damn
up,
cape
man.
off.
But y'all
God
gotta
damn
be
it,
Oh,
Jonathan.
respectful to the
no,
women, man. That's crazy.
Jonathan, man. Yeah, he got to cool off, man. He's been going off on him. When that you don't call women hoes and whatnot. These
But
hoes.
somebody just called women bitches, hoes. They saying a lot on the
I've been
panel, but you gotta
insulted
control it.
since the
Yeah, the
beginning
only
of
person I
this.
heard say it Lewis. I took him down, and Jonathan. So I
Yes,
can't have
man.
that.
Hey, Kyler, please, can you play the video where Malcolm X? You left your mind in Africa, please.
Well, you
Only
gotta freaking find it, man. Then put it in the back
it.
chat, bro.
All right, hold on.
I'm not gonna fight it, man. You want to put me, do me extra work, man? Come on, I ain't getting paid for this. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do later when I get monetized. I'm like, yo, you want to play a video? Send me a super chat.
And the thing is, when people and like when people like insulting Africans, calling us names and stuff, I try to defend Africans, and then Africans come and attack me. I'm being attacked by blacks. I'm
You
being attacked by
Ethiopian, so you
Africans.
think you're white. I know you're
Huh?
type and you mess with white boys. I know you're type.
Oh, come on, Ben, stop it.
I never
I know
messed with
these
a white guy in my
Ethiopians.
life. I never messed with a white
They
guy.
think they're white. They think they're different than
Actually,
other black
actually, every
Africans.
Ethiopian I met, they're really pro-black. I don't know how that is, but they really pro-black. I don't know how that is. Now I do see
Because
some
we
West
know we're
Africans think they're
Africans.
white, but I don't know how that happened. But Kenyans do, but I don't know why Ethiopians are so pro-black. Maybe because of
And we're
how.
like, we don't even date out that much. So I
Yeah,
don't.
they always stick
That's
with each
They
other.
all go with white boys over there in Europe.
No, they don't. No, they don't. You think of
not
the
really.
Kenya, bro. You think of the Kenya, bro. That's not Ethiopia. You got the wrong country, Ben.
Carla, I'm gonna take a break from your channel. I'll come back like I don't know when things calm down because I think I don't
No,
know.
you don't have to go take a break, kid. You're all right.
I don't want to ruin your channel. People
And you
are
ain't ruining
like,
nothing, man. I don't think you did anything wrong. So I shouldn't have let it get to that point. Where everybody
I,
turned with. Like,
Yeah,
Kala,
you're just voicing your opinion and your objective
Kala,
opinion, and
I
people are
put the
being
clip in the
emotional
back.
about it. So that's what it
Kala, I
seems
put
like.
the clip in the
uh,
back,
there
Cherry.
are a
Can
lot
you
of
please
emotional
play that
dudes up
video?
here. A lot of emotional dudes up here. You know, you don't know how to basically. Uh, Jonathan and the freaking back door take a break. I ain't letting them up
Like,
here.
I don't know what kind of men. Like, I don't know. I'm not dissing them, but like,
I have no idea what type of
I
men
was
these
never
are.
that guy to like argue with women, bro. That's not my thing.
I don't like arguing with women. I don't fight women. I don't
It's
argue.
like it's not masculine in my
Nigga, you
opinion.
ain't
Like
getting no
arguing with
pussy, man.
women.
Stop. Take the cape off. God damn.
Ain't
You weren't
nobody trying
arguing
to.
with
Ain't
her.
nobody trying to fuck nobody on a panel, bro. It's just respect black women, though, bro. You
Dude, you was
calling
Bro,
just
bitches
having
out
a
they calling
disagreement
women
with
out
him.
their
God
exactly,
name.
bro.
damn.
You don't got daughters and sisters in there like that, bro. Like I
Yeah,
wouldn't want
you can
nobody
have a
talking to my sisters
disagreement
like
with
that
him,
or my
nigga.
daughter like that. That's
Shit,
the
yo,
problem.
somebody have
Like,
a disagreement with your
Hold on.
goddamn
Everybody
daughter.
mute up. Hold up. Everybody mute up.
Yeah, I gotta find a better one. This one sucked, bro. That's some raggedy ass dude did that. Let me find another one. Malcolm X. Malcolm X. Mal. Today, yeah, the other day was Malcolm X's 100th birthday.
Yeah, I think they just revealed like a statue in Africa to Malcolm X.
Yeah, this is Malcolm X Day, folks. We love brother Malcolm. That was man. He was the most on point. Most on point. Garvey was it. Garvey was good, but Malcolm X was really. If you like Malcolm X, right, the best book he ever did was in 1990. He had a book called Malcolm X's Last Speeches. He didn't publish it. One of his followers published it. That book changed everything in my life. That when I read that book right now, that set me on the path of doing what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm here today. You know, that book really opened my eyes how dangerous the situation we are in America as far as racism and stuff like that. And he just put it out there. We're in a really dangerous situation. He was just really real with that shit.
Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. Before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate? You should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you? Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair?
Carla, let Jonathan back on. He's on the back chat. I think he calmed down
Oh,
now.
I won't
I don't
say
know.
anything, Carla. I'll let him diss Africans, call us
No,
names.
I ain't gonna have that. I'm trying to calm this show down. When
I'm
I'm
not,
trying to get
but you know what, Honeyflower, I think you guys are having a misunderstanding because I don't think Jonathan is like really dissing Africa. Like this guy literally lives there in Africa. Like he's the only one on the panel that actually lives in Africa. So I mean, you
before I do
can't.
that. Okay, Baruti says the stupidity of the African panel, pettiness, vulgar mouth, low IQ, Elvis, you're right. What is Charles has become? Mazungu will show more respect for a hungry flower than bros do. He's an African scholar, man. Like I said, just not a good look, man. I don't care what you disagree with. It's not a good look, man. Going back and forth with females,
Yeah,
man. It's
yeah,
not
it's
a
not
good
a good
look.
look, but I think it's just a misunderstanding. I think on both sides, I would say.
But if she can have a disagreement, then she don't need to be on it. She ain't a
No, it's
goddamn
not a
child.
disagreement. We all have a
No,
disagreement, man.
we can
But
have disagreements.
when
It's
you
about
have
being
this feminine
respectful.
energy,
That's the
man, that's
problem.
feminine energy, man. I just can't deal with that shit.
Yeah, but it's
He
about being
said
That's
all
respectful on both
extremely wrong
African.
sides.
He
doing
Like,
said all African women are bitch made or something like that. That's not a disagreement
yeah, that's disrespectful. But like, I think the conversation led up to that point. I don't know. I don't know what you guys were talking about, but it must have been kind
because
of
they were
chaotic.
because they were comparing Africans versus FBAs, and I was saying like we're at the bottom regardless as a race of people. But
Right.
then everyone just wants to keep comparing. Then it got toxic after that.
Yeah.
But
See.
me and you
See.
not the same race though. That's where you get it confused.
Okay, we're not the
We
same.
What
are.
race? Oh wait, what race are you?
Same race, different
What
ethnic
race is
groups.
he? Like, what the
Same
hell?
race, different ethnic groups. Now the reason
So
why
what
it
is he?
gets
What is he? Nova Scotia
disrespectful
black or something?
is
What
that
is
if
he?
you attack African men, black men, at the end of the day, we were raised by a black woman.
How is that attacking? Black
Collar,
women
collar,
don't mind
collar, collar,
attacking black.
collar. You were raised by a black woman.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
fathers went to work. The black women are the ones
yeah,
that
yeah,
raised the
and
child.
it's a
So
good
at the end of the
point.
day, if we have this point of view that white men are superior, greater, and blah, blah, blah,
I never
it's
look.
being
Let me
given
tell you
to us
something,
by
right?
the
I don't
black
know
woman.
how everybody else was raised, whatever like that. All I know in my life, whatnot, it wasn't like that. I grew up. I had two parents in my house, whatnot. We had a good life, good kids. We went on family vacations. We did everything. I had everything I wanted as a kid, and everything like that. I don't know what the hell the big deal about this stuff is. So that's not my life. Nobody can just tell me, "Oh, you did like this." I don't make people make generalizations, even about Black America. It doesn't affect me.
Carla, you gotta admit, when women say that white men are superior, that's pretty much the end of it. Because
I
they
don't
teach
know.
their children,
I don't think
Carla,
people.
Carla, they teach their children this. They sons this. White
You
men are
started it.
superior. Just try
You started
to,
it. I can get petty. I can get very petty. So
you
you
did,
start.
you did,
I can
you
get
did.
petty.
You
Yo,
raised
look.
those
I
Sudanese,
don't look. I don't hear
Ethiopian
anybody.
brothers.
Jonathan, I didn't hear nobody say. Like you
Carla,
say.
you don't pay attention to anything. I ain't new to that.
Hold on. You say that right, but I did not hear that come out of her mouth or
Yo,
anybody.
Jai, check the back channel.
Carla, you older. Of course, you didn't hear it. At the end of the day, if a black woman comes out and says that white men are superior, you raise your children to be
I said they're
superior.
at the top of the
In a way,
pyramid. You're
if
wanting
you
African.
raise, if
You
you
want
raise
immigrant
as a
African immigrants
as
to
a
bow
black
to
woman
you.
and you're raising children, if you say white men are superior, you teach that shit to your children because that's in your
Well,
mindset. And if you
Johnson,
teach that in your mindset, those
I'm
children
seeing
are
an
fucked
awful
by
lot of
default.
FBA. Look, now we're gonna have a good discussion, right? I see an awful lot of FBA older women telling younger FBA, "Get with yourself a white guy."
Carla, with all due respect,
I'm
those
seeing young
old
black.
hoes.
Look, I'm saying, and also young black women they didn't give them a chance.
Carla,
Always telling them,
unfortunately, I could look
always
at the
telling them that
marriage rates and see
the
that
black
younger
man's
black
no
women
good.
marry black
Blah,
women
blah,
at a
blah.
higher rate. They're rejecting these old hoes.
Every time you see a 40, 50-year-old chick when her daughters they were white, they think it's just so cute. Her with a white boy, they think it's just so cute. Like that. So the bottom line, it ain't just African women, it's all women, Indian women, Filipino women, the white man's the ideal, So how do we fucking
Carla, with
change
all
that?
due respect, no one cares about what the fuck the Filipino woman think.
Well, the
What
bottom
the
line
fuck
is
the
okay.
Chinese
So,
woman
so
think.
what is the hold on. If the African
Black
women,
what
why is
Carla?
why is such a big deal when the black women do it? Because every
Because the
woman looks at
reason
the white
is
man
you're raising black
power. Because the white
sons.
man
And if you
symbolizes
raise
power.
black sons to think white people are the shit,
Well,
bow
the
to
bottom
them,
line is
they
this:
will
I don't know.
bow to
I don't
them
know.
because they were raised
Nah,
to
I don't
think
I
know
agree
that
what
with you on
way.
that,
damn Negro
Jonathan.
been
I
through.
agree with you on that. You can't implement, you can't put that, instill that into your children, like an inferiority complex when it comes to white people
Yeah,
or
but
any other
who
people.
does that though?
Color,
There's
with
some
all due
people that
respect,
do
you
it.
think white,
They
you think
some
Okay,
white
people.
look,
Hold
knowledge
on,
should
but
never
look,
some people
look,
change.
do it
family. Look, there are
subconsciously. They don't even
people.
realize that
Look, there
they're
are
doing it.
people that do like that because these people have no intentions of preserving their race. They don't care nothing like that. I grew up in a very race conscious family,
Color, you
so
said it on your show the other day that the black race is not having the birth rate that we
yeah,
used to
okay,
have.
yeah,
Where
I know
was
that. I know that.
that means
The whole thing, but
that
that's
black
also has to.
collar, hold
That
up,
also has to do with
calm down,
the
collar.
fact that
That means
black
the black
men are
women are doing
raising
it
their kids.
also
They're
because the
raising
white
kids all
women
over the
do it,
place.
the
They're not
black
they're not
women do
stepping
it
up.
too,
They're
and
not
that's an
stepping up,
example of what we're
marrying black
talking
women.
about.
We're not. They're living women with like 3 and 4 kids while abandoning them and whatnot. So there's a lot to it. That it's not just on the black woman, man, bro.
Yeah. It's on the black woman because black women decide in this country whether or not they give birth or not, whether or not they abort or
Oh
not.
yeah, the
It's not
bottom
up to
line.
the
So
black
no,
man.
men are
Name a
not
state where it's
responsible.
up to the black man, Collar.
Men are not responsible.
Yo,
Okay.
Kwame, check the
Exactly.
back chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see it. I'm about to do it right now. Say that.
What? Rest of the Afro Spirit Collect. I
Yeah,
don't know.
but listen, at the end of the day, I'm hearing both of you guys, and both of you guys. I mean, two things can be true at once. I don't understand why we have this mentality where it's just an absolute sort of position that we take. That I can hear both sides and agree with portions of both of y'all arguments, honestly. But I wanted to say this to Jonathan, right? Because people are accusing you of hating African women. Is that true?
The guy that marries an African woman hates African women. This is the stupidity.
We didn't say
The stu-
he hated them.
Exactly. So that was
the
Jonathan. That was my point of
stupidity
coming on the stream, like to
is
tell.
African
great.
women are the
Hold on,
most
but Jonathan, that was
insane.
the point of me coming on the stream to let people know that you're the only one on the stream, on this panel, that actually lives
Lives in
10
Africa and
toes in
marries an
Africa,
African
bro.
woman. Y'all,
Like just
y'all,
the other
y'all on
day,
Rewind.
drugs.
You can
hold
rewind the
on, Honeyflower,
stream
real
to
quick.
hear
Just
what
the
he
other day,
said.
just the other
I
day, I
don't
was talking to
care.
Jonathan, and he came to America to attend one of his family members' graduation. But he's like, I can't wait to get back to Nigeria.
Sister's graduation, and I'll be on my way back to
Bro, he
Nigeria
complains
on
about the things in
Sunday.
Nigeria that he wants to see change, but he loves being there. His foot is on the ground there. So we have to give him credit for that, man. A lot of people are not willing to make those sacrifices and sacrifice a lot of
You
the
need to listen
American
to the live
amenities.
stream very well from the beginning and listen to how he talks.
It's not about listening. Listen, this is the problem, Honey Flower. You listen to me, and it's based out of frustration that if a black woman in
No, not
any part
really.
of
I can handle
if
criticism. I really
you're not
can.
even listening before I even finish talking. That's an example of what I'm talking about. You
Because I'm
listen to
sick
the
of you. I'm
words
sick
before
of
you
you.
get it exactly before you ever actually listen to what I'm saying. The fact of the matter is, you, Honey Flower, you will give birth to a black son. And out of your mouth, white people rule everything. You're going to teach that son, white people rule everything. And by default, that son will believe white people rule everything. There's no
Well,
point in
bottom line,
competing.
Jonathan. Let's be
It's
honest.
their
Let's be
place
honest
to
Why would
about
I
rule
something.
teach
Yeah,
my
you
everything.
can't.
son that? How do you
Yeah,
know that's
we
Because
what
can't
he's
do
that's
that.
your
doing?
fucking way of thinking right
Yo,
now.
hold on.
No,
Yo,
you're just
Jonathan.
Fix
you
it.
want to
You've been
you
99%
saying it
want
for
of
the
us
whole
black
to
people
hour.
immigrate
The
living in
white
without
man
America,
running
bro.
teaching.
everything. He running us. Wasn't that what you
Yeah,
was
he
saying?
runs black people, bro. That's all I'm saying. So
Black people globally colored. Nigeria was founded by
well,
white people in
let's
color,
move on. Let's move
named
on.
by the
Big
white
black,
woman. So
black,
was
big black.
Jamaica. So what's the Sudan? The Sudan ain't no
Well,
damn
the bottom
Arabic
line
name.
is basically
Did you know that, baby girl?
no one's in a position to be bragging about shit. We ain't
You said
none of us.
Sudan.
Yeah,
Sudan is an Arabic name.
Big black. Go ahead,
yeah.
bro.
Oh, another non-black name. God bless you, Ja.
Yeah,
Thank
And
you for that. Thank you
Swahili
for the
is an
effort.
Arabic
All right,
name.
Sudan is an
let's
Arabic
do a
name.
big black.
Swahili is the Arabic language.
It's
No, it's
it's
not.
Man,
not. No,
Let's
no, it's
talk.
not. It's like
Let me
20%
hear
and
what
Arabic.
you
big black. Hold on.
20% Arabic.
Let me hear what
That's
Yeah,
too
big black
damn
has to
high.
say. Let me hear
Kyle
what
is
big
trying
black
to
has to say.
speak.
Go
but
ahead,
that's
big
the
black.
nature of languages, bro. Languages pick up from other languages, and
And,
pick up
and
loan words. That's just how
yep.
it is.
But
And the
we don't
Arabs
look
got
at it
y'all
that
slaves
way.
in North Africa.
Big
We
black.
don't look at it that
Hold
way.
Kyle
on.
is trying to speak,
Yeah, I can't
Fellas,
really
please.
think of a
I
pure
ain't
language
had to
out there.
talk to
Every
right now,
language
man.
picks up
Come
from another
on.
language.
Kyle is trying to speak, please.
Big black. Go ahead. Big Black,
Yep.
I got the floor for you, man. You're sitting there. Your mic's open.
What's going on, Big Black?
Probably went to go take a piss.
I'll mute your mic, Big Black.
He's unmuted. He muted back again.
Oh, okay. He probably got a phone
Uh,
call or something.
something wrong with his phone.
Yeah, but Jonathan, I think my only critique for you is that because I agree with what you're saying. I agree with some parts with Carla
You
and
got the Biden
Honeyflower
phone.
saying. My thing is the way you convey your messages or your rhetoric could be a little bit harsh. I understand you, but maybe somebody else might
No, I
not
can handle harsh.
They,
She's just
they
a
comprehend
don't
what you're
bully.
saying.
they don't understand
She's
me
a
because they
bully.
grew up sensitive as fuck. That's all it is.
No, I can handle harsh.
Honey Flower, as a nigga that grew up in the hood, I wasn't taught to be sensitive about anything.
No, the way you
So if I
talk is
tell you,
not
so
like
if I tell you
constructive
something, this is
criticism.
gonna
It's
be
not.
harsh. But it works with the African man. It's only the African woman that be like, hey, this is me.
Well,
No,
bottom line,
It
the
you're
works.
bottom
not
It
getting
works. Now,
gaslighting
black
me.
look,
You're
American
not
woman
gaslighting
to
me.
a
everything
different
has a right
extent,
to
they're a
express
little bit more receptive because they
frustration.
used to mean this anyway. They don't care.
The reason why, hold up, the reason why she can't go to her continent is because the people who run the continent are men, right? So she's like, well, why
And the
can't
woman who raised the men are the woman. Oh shit,
come on,
Carla. Uh
fucking men,
oh.
man, come on.
Uh oh.
But
Uh oh.
so in other words, basically, the men get up there, steal, cheat, loot, and everything like that, and not and have short sightedness, no vision, no nothing like that. Man, God gave one thing. God gave man over women is having a vision. You know, a vision, and you could see things before they happen, and you can look
Carla.
at all things.
Carla. With all due
Not all the
respect,
time. I feel like
why
women are
Carla?
way more intuitive than men.
No, no,
Go
They
women
ahead,
pick up
Carla.
on little details
quick to
than
get
men
things
do.
But
out.
Carla,
Men have
white
vision.
women teach their children that they run the world. Black women teach their children that they don't run the world, that white people
I don't
run
know
the
where you're
world.
getting that
Uh
from. You
oh.
know. Oh no, black women teach the children that race don't matter, color and to be your best person, and
And that's the first
inside and
fuck
not
up, Carla.
all this stuff that basically don't. That's what black women do because they have no choice. That's all they got. You know, that's all they got. You know, that's all they got.
And that means we gotta
Black
replace
women,
them by a bunch of women
no,
that
that
don't
means
think
that
that
the
that
black
way.
man,
I will
hold
invite
on,
my
the
wives,
black
don't hear
man
that,
got
don't think that way. I say
black
fuck
man got
white
to
people.
build something for himself. Stop playing around until you build yourself. Don't get on women when they don't think highly of you when you don't got shit. You know, so that's what I'm saying. You know, women are always going
Yeah,
to.
they're happy about mirrors and shit. God bless them.
So like this. What the hell? Yeah. So it's like that's how women think. Women think and women think that what you call it. Yeah. You know. Hold up. Hold up. Go ahead, talk.
Yeah, why everybody quiet? So I don't know. I guess everyone has a perspective of how they want to raise children. Like me personally, like I wouldn't instill like no sort of inferiority complex to my children. Like I would just instill within them like pride of themselves, pride to be black, proud
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm saying.
to be
That's what
African.
most black people think the pride, but the reality is black people
That ain't
understood one thing.
that ain't it, Carla.
Hold on,
Ja,
one thing.
Ja, I
If you grew
told
up in
you.
a real black family, I don't know what family you came from, but they always tell you you're black, you're never going to be accepted, and the world's going to you got to work twice as hard to be
Yeah,
considered half as good. That's
I agree, Carla.
you didn't go up in that family, you didn't go in a real black family. You know, so
I agree. Now, Ja, on your platform on Telegram, which everyone should join, Ask the Spirit Collective. I said my daughter came home and said that they were talking about inventions and inventors, and they only talked about white people. And we went over all the black inventors for her to go back to school and disrespect the whole punk ass white narrative that white people invented everything.
well, the
Mhm.
bottom
If
line is
black people had that same mindset, we would get
people
somewhere.
do.
But unfortunately, we got too many bitch made
I don't know
niggas
what
and
type of
bitch
Jonathan.
made
I go into
mothers
black
that
people's house.
don't do that shit.
Look, I go
Yeah.
into black people's house all the time, and all I see is African American almanac, encyclopedia, books on inventions and whatnot. I don't know where you be at. We know all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Color,
I go into black
color,
people's house all the time, man. I don't know where you get it from.
color. Whether you want to admit it or not, it's not the norm. Embrace it. It's not the norm, color.
Well,
It's
no,
not
it
the
is
norm.
normal.
Nah, I'm in the hood today, college.
I don't know.
I remember I
Most of us are there,
debated the bitch ass nigga
most of
Afrodamas,
us are not in
black banks, black grocery stores. I'm in the neighborhood of all of them. I control them
ignorant,
all.
depraved ghetto hood. Not all of us live like that, bro. Come on,
Yeah, I agree. Now I'm in the
Like
neighborhood
I
of black
said,
banks,
you
black
go in the house,
grocery stores, black
they don't
everything,
have.
Yeah, I was just about to say
Pan
that too,
African
Jonathan.
everything. You
If you
can't
go,
Jonathan, I was
compete
about
with
to
this
say that
shit.
too. My
black
upbringing,
house,
bro, was all
look,
black. I
look.
grew up in a
If I go
predominantly
into
black
a
community,
black
went to
house,
predominantly black schools, so I never felt that way about white people, bro.
I went to the same thing. I went to the same thing. Okay,
Yeah,
I saw Jesus was black. When the motherfucker tried to tell me he was a white, I wanted to
well,
shoot
look,
him.
if you go into a black person's house and
exactly.
you don't see encyclopedias and stuff like that, or books from Malani Karenga, Dr. Karenga, Jawanza Kajufu, and stuff like
But
that, that's a house.
Carla's not the norm. I remember the first day I arrived at
I don't know.
Benin
Yeah, like
City.
I said, it's all
There
about
was a white
going around.
punk, gay ass looking Jesus,
It's all around.
supposedly. I wanted to set
Again,
that shit
hold up,
on fire. We're gonna set that shit on fire in
hold up. Then what I'm
2026.
saying, right? Look,
Facts.
we all have different types of black societies in America. Not everybody's like I grew up in educated family, a conscious family, so I don't know where you get.
Carla, I grew up. I got police officers, lawyers,
Well,
and
how do
all
you
of that
like? If
beautiful
you
shit
do
in
that,
my
how
family.
would you think that?
And I went to jail, and I came out a tech CEO.
I know,
It's not that difficult. But at the end of the day, Carla, that ain't the rest of us.
I don't know why.
Damn.
Like I said, well, that's what maybe you guys are the problem then.
No, we're the solution.
No, you're the
Because it's a
problem.
nigga like me that's gonna land
No,
in Africa and
yeah,
stir
but
up
you guys
trouble
are
and say you're
you
gonna
guys are
push
the
the
ones.
black American
You guys are the
agenda
ones getting
or
locked up.
die.
You guys are the ones dying all the time. How do you?
Yeah, well, we
Oh my god.
Carla. With all due respect, Carla, Dr. King locked up, Martin Luther King locked up, Carla Muhammad locked up. You ain't locked up. That's a problem for me.
Die. We should all go to jail and die. Okay, thank you, John. I'm glad you cleared
Carla, why go to jail and die? Who's killing you? You gonna kill yourself?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to stay alive. I'm trying to stay from.
Carla, Carla, that means you're scared. That's all that is.
Every day I look around, I see Negroes dying or not. You want me to play video?
Carla,
Hold on, Colin. Let's not make it into a generational thing because
No,
this
make
generation,
it into.
the crime
I
rate
like
is
the
way lower than
generational
it was
thing.
in the early '90s and '80s. Like the '80s and '90s and late
Ja,
'70s was really, really bad. Like that
don't
was probably
wake
the
Carla
worst of
up to
our.
that reality. Don't wake Carla up to
I don't know.
reality.
I
I
don't
want him to think that
like
his
all I
generation
know.
was better. They were killing
No,
each
it
other,
wasn't. Look, like I
listening to
keep telling
classical music.
this fool, it wasn't a generation. It was a segment.
Classical music. Pop, 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 drive by.
The same
What?
dumbass, the same dumbass that we had in our generation, they have in their generation. So it's the same.
No,
Same
not at all.
10% of the black population could put 90% of the problems.
Carla, your generation did crack. We look
It
down
wasn't
on
no
crack.
damn my generation. It was a crackhead that did it. The same one.
Your generation, Carla.
It wasn't my generation.
Carla, your generation in LA, they had 2,000 homicides. In Oakland, they had 400 homicides. In Detroit, they had 1,000 homicides. They don't have that now, Carla.
If it was my generation, then why the hell don't have a criminal record? Yeah. That's stupid.
Because you was a sucker in your generation. That's all.
Now,
Chill out, man.
Get the fuck out of here. I don't know when to shut the fuck up, man. You're not gonna fucking argue with me on my platform.
Get his ass, Carla.
I'm saying, dumb nigga, man. Jonathan's good at speaking dumb nigga. When you understand dumb nigga, then you understand Jonathan Miller. A fucking FBA that goes to fucking Nigeria. What the fuck is going on? We're the fucking dumbest niggas on the fucking planet. I swear to God.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a sucker because I didn't fucking get on crack and whatnot. So dumb nigga, man. That's dumb nigga shit, I said, one thing I say, I am not going to give dumb niggas a platform. I'm sorry, man. Can't do it, man. You speak intelligent to me or don't speak at all. I don't want to hear what you guys say. That's dumb nigga logic. Oh, man, everybody's on. No. Dumb niggas were doing crack, drugs, gangbanging, all this like that. Majority of us were chilling back in the 80s and 90s, man. We used to go to concerts, everything, man. We had all kinds of shit going on in the 80s, man. A certain setting where dumb niggas were acting up, same segment that's acting stupid right now,
Yeah.
The same dumb niggas out there acting the same thing. It ain't a generational thing. It's a dumb nigga thing, There's been dumb niggas back in the 1930s, This stupid motherfucker, You know, so what you going? You know, oh crack. Oh, you was a sucker because you wasn't on crack. Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. You know? That's the dumbest thing I ever heard, man. I'm like, damn, I can't deal with that shit, man. No, you know, I guess I gotta go smoke
Yeah.
crack now, man. I want to be down with the
Nah,
community.
nah, nah. We
I
don't
want to be
need
down
that.
with the community. You know, I gotta go smoke
You mean the community?
community. I gotta go smoke crack now, man. I'm glad Jonathan told me that, man.
Jonathan, come back and rephrase what you just said, man.
No,
'cause-
he ain't coming. That's what we heard. What he said. You know, we heard what he said. That's gonna go down in the history books, man. Jonathan Miller said, "You ain't down unless you smoke crack," and went to jail, got shot and killed. You ain't dead yet. You ain't really black, man. You know, like goddamn. Oh man, Jonathan Harris, man. That's what it means to be an FBA. Okay, you know. And only the white man's civilization gives you this misery of death, crack, destruction, everything like that they want to hold on to. And
Yeah.
a smart black man, like if I get a chance, man, we build a nation for ourselves. I'll be away from this white man as far as fucking I can see, you know. But it is what it is, you
Yeah,
know.
but I feel like integration sort of took away that sort of self
Well, the
autonomous
fact that
mindset that we used to have at the time,
the
like that
fact
self
that we
sufficient mindset.
you know,
I
the
feel like
fact that we
yeah.
basically settled for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, right? Instead of having building a nation of our own, we wanted to be American Negroes, you know? And so it is what it is. So you can forget reparations, you know?
Yeah.
That shit just
Another thing, even with integration, like so, I think some people think that all Black Americans were for integration. I think only a
I
small.
heard that black people didn't give a rat's ass.
Exactly, I think it was like a small segment of Black people that wanted integration. You
Yeah, it
know,
was like
and
this. And also the rest were and ones most of the rest were forced. If you have a
exactly.
dilapidated school with no sinks, no nothing, no chairs, whatnot, they say you can go to school with this white kid. What do you think you're gonna do? You're gonna take it, you know? Like Elijah Muhammad said, if you give a man dirty water, if he's thirsty, he'll drink it. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
he's thirsty, he'll drink it. You know, so that's what it is. So
Yeah, I think when I look at integration, it was mostly about like economics. When, in my opinion,
oh, actually,
economics and maybe politics,
right, I'll say this
but it
right.
was to integrate our economics, our Black economics,
And
within
check
a
this out, I will say
majority
this, right?
white economic
I'm a
system.
product of it. I'll be a hypocrite and say I'm a product of the integration. You know, I'm a product of integration. My family was the first family to move into the city I moved to in upstate New York. We were
Mm,
the first black family there.
mm,
We thought we were doing the right thing. We're moving into we're Americans now. We're moving around white folks, you know, all these other. This was new America, you know. We didn't
yeah.
know any better, you know.
You
I
know
thought
why? Because segregation, even though there's elements that I can support of it, but it wasn't all peaches and cream.
it
So
was never. It was all. It was
so
hell.
I'm pretty sure the reason why your family, just like with some people in my family, I have family that come from Georgia and North Carolina as well, just like you. But the part of Georgia that my family came from was like Albany. When you look in the history of Albany, Georgia, like
Yeah.
it was one of the most racist part of like the South. You know what I mean? So they were fleeing. They were, I'm not gonna say fleeing, but they left that part.
Yo, then you go to
I
New York, right? You go to New York,
but
right?
yeah, but
Yo,
yeah.
John,
So
you a funny nigga.
You know, you go to New York, you do something.
nah, because that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. Like I'm fleeing my. We're still in the same country, right? We're still in
Yeah,
a.
but
It's
hold
not
on.
like
This
we're
is what
leaving the country or anything like that.
my
But
family left the
I think
South.
we left. I think a lot of our people, families, they left a lot of assets that they have, and then
Oh yeah,
had to
we left
start
so much
new
land.
in the
Oh,
north. And that was sort of the problem. They
we are look, we left everything. We left all the land to a few relatives and whatnot. You know, we said, man, get the fuck. This is because we had land, but you were poor. When you went to New York, you was able to make money. You know.
I just don't understand why they just couldn't maintain. I mean, obviously, I know this. It was harsh back then,
yo,
right?
yo,
But
Lewis,
they
should
should
I
just
say?
maintain the
Look,
black-owned
we
businesses that
juggled around.
they had,
Look,
but
we were
you know,
juggling around everything.
Hey,
Even when we
Lewis, should I say
were poor, right?
Quavo or should I say Shalom? Which one? Should I say Quavo or should I say
Aquaba,
Shalom?
Aquaba, Aquaba,
Yeah,
But
should I
check
say
us out.
Aquaba
Check us out.
or
This is what I want to
Shalom?
say. Oh, check us out. This
Aquaba.
is what I want to say. This is what I want to say.
Aquaba.
We lived in Queens, right?
Hold on.
My father used to take
salute,
go to
Lewis.
work in Jersey, right? He got the job in
Shout out
Jersey,
Jamaica Queens.
and he used to have to go to Merritt Boulevard, the Jamaica Avenue, and then get on the Long Island Expressway, go to Manhattan, and then go to subway to Hoboken, New Jersey, and then he had to go through all that just to get to work. It was like 4 hours every day. So finally, my father said, "Man, we got to move out of here." Whatnot, the city sold our house, and we moved to upstate New York, right near Jersey, where my father's job was. Right, but all the people I knew, my cousins stayed in the city because my cousins, my uncles, they had jobs with the city sanitation and the bus department. But we had to move. That's what happened to a lot of my friends and whatnot that do it upstate New York. Their parents worked in the city or they worked upstate, whatever like that, and they had to move. Nobody was allowed to stay in their own for the most. If
Wait,
you
which
let
part? Which part of upstate New York? Like Utica or like
no, this one
Rochester,
I wasn't
Buffalo?
that far. I was in Orange County, Rockland, and Orange County.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
To me, that was
okay.
the best place in the world to grow up. I mean, you talk about fun being black. If you're black, that whole area, White
Yo,
Plains.
Kyla, ain't nothing funner than Jamaica Queens.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying you connect that with Jamaica Queens. Get on the Tappan to the Whitestone and all that, the Triborough Bridge, Van Wyck, whatnot. Yeah, that's what our stomping grounds, man. Whitestone Theater, and then go down to Queens, Jamaica Avenue, Flushing Meadow Park, whatnot. That's what
I,
happened.
I don't understand how you are a Queens native, right? And you gonna say that Jamaica Queens is not a Pan African community.
Well,
Three
because
pineapples.
when my family's there, and they're all upper class bougie people. Black
Mm.
people. They're upper class bougie people.
Hey, do you
But
guys
you
consider
know,
LI as being like upper class bougie? LI?
What?
I believe your
certain
pineapple.
parts, certain parts, certain parts.
Yeah, because I have family, like most of my father's side, they migrated from North Carolina and they're in
But
a
you
lot of
know
them are
the
in
you know the
Long
thing.
Island,
Let me
You
tell you
know
but
the
something. Queens and
they
Long
all own
Island,
businesses, they own
Queens and Long
churches. Like,
Island have the most bougie black people in the freaking world.
Nah, they do. They do.
The Queens and Long
what
Island,
about
most
Hempstead? What
black,
about Hempstead?
if you ain't doing, you look those
It
black
depends,
and my
cause
cousins, they got so much money and stuff like that, man. So,
the
and my
thing.
family's down to earth and whatnot, but some of their friends and whatnot, they was like, and
The,
that's why I say I'm glad now I got a good career and whatnot, because I used to hate going around before, and
nah,
then
you right about that. Cause one thing I could say about Queens is like, especially
if you
black people
ain't
from
got a
Queens,
degree
they
and got
they
that,
think they top of the line. They don't think nobody better than them. They think they really
Queens and
bougie.
Long Island, man. People in Queens
Yeah.
and Long Island, the black people in Queens and Long Island, man, they just think they're superior to everything,
Really?
everybody.
But the thing about like what you were saying, John, like yeah, it's middle class black people, but I say the younger generation, they want to be like the city folks. They want to be like the kids from the niger house.
Brooklyn,
Yeah, they want to be like
Bronx.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they
so a
really,
lot.
and that's what I said. A lot of black Americans, we threw everything our ancestors built. We just threw it in the garbage to pursue thug life, hip hop, and
It's the culture, bro. I think that's one of
Yeah,
our,
and
like, in my opinion, I
that's
think the
why I said, why do
biggest
you think
problem for
I'm
Black
crazy?
Americans or just Black people in
Why do you
general
think?
is a cult. It's a
Yeah, that's
culture. It
why I
has to
said, hold
change,
on,
man.
yo,
hold
Jai, you got kids from like Hempstead and Roosevelt.
on.
They think they in California. They think they in Brooklyn. They
Yo, they
think they
become
in
from middle
Brooklyn.
class. Look,
Yeah, it's
Fat
because the
Cat
culture they
Nichols,
think is acceptable and they love it. The,
Fat
the
Cat
drill
Nichols.
music, they want to listen to JD and all those
Check it out.
Chef G
Fat
and all
Cat
those
But I
people.
blame.
Nichols,
I
yo,
can't front. I got.
yo, check this
I
out. The Supreme Team, Fat Cat Nichols, all them dudes I knew, right? Fat Cat, their families had money. They had good jobs, money, everything like that. All those Queens drug dealers back in the days, those dudes were friggin' rolling in money. Their parents had money. They took trips to the islands. My uncle Gene and Ike and whatnot, they used to take fucking trips to the fucking islands, Puerto Rico for lunch. You had people that had so much money back in those days in Queens and whatnot. But everybody wanted to get into that gangster life. Remember something? They were hanging out with the Italians and whatnot. You had the mafia. Matter of fact, my uncle Gene, he knew that Henry Hill, and the guy Stacks that got killed in the Goodfellas, he knew him.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
wow.
my uncle knew him.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was based on a real person. I didn't know
yeah,
that.
Stacks was a real
Oh yeah,
person.
because the Tons of Heights. Yeah, it was a real.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
the
actual.
Tons of Heights.
Yeah.
My cousin Billy
yeah.
was involved with
You
that.
you got
Tons of Heights.
you got to remember Howard Beach and South
Yeah, all
Ozone
that.
is literally
Yeah,
is literally
they did
the
Samuel L. Jackson dirty on that movie, man.
that's
Look, I
literally the
mean, well,
mob
Joe Pesci.
to this
you'll be
Yo,
late
to
for
this
Carla.
that.
Yo, that's one
day.
of my favorite. I'm not gonna lie, that's one of my favorite movies, man.
To this
I
When
grew up
day.
Yo,
watching it.
when that came out in 1990 in the movie theaters, we
Yeah,
walked out of the movie theaters, right? And everybody, black, white, went to the local Denny's right after that. Everybody was like in shock. It was like, did you see that scene?
yeah,
Everybody was like, yeah. And that scene when he did everybody was in shock when they went to prison. They said, "Well, I'm gonna take me to prison." Next thing you know, they're cooking 5-course meals.
Yeah.
Everybody was like, "What the fuck?" That's
Hey,
what
yo,
happened.
But
to
I
this
think that was
day,
true. A lot of those mafia guys, a
Yo,
lot of those old
the
guys,
whole
they ended
movie
transition
theater,
into
the
the
whole movie
construction
theater was
business.
shocked. We were like
yo, to
literally
this day,
shocked.
Howard Beach and South Ozone is still the mob
Yeah, that's
stronghold
a
to
mob
this day.
stronghold, Italian mob stronghold. You know that
But they
White
have to
Castle
find a way
right
to
there,
clean up their
Hudson
money.
Boulevard. That White Castle's right there. That's the dividing line between the black area and Italian. Right there, that White Castle's right there.
Not
That's the
it
difference
even made it
between.
work. It even made it worse because now they built a casino right back there.
Wow.
Um,
Hey, are you guys familiar with that group called BB&Q Band? You from Queens?
No,
yeah, I'm
I
from
don't ring
Queens.
a bell.
Brooklyn, Bronx, and Queens. Big group. I mean, we love them here in the U.S., man.
What they
They
called?
really represent you guys.
What
Just
they
before
called?
the hip
You
hop
said the
era.
BP. You said it's called the BPQ.
No, BB&Q Band.
I don't
What
know.
what type of
Come on, you
music they
guys,
do?
Americans, you gotta know this. They
What
used to do
genre
all
of
the
music is
disco
it?
funk stuff before Sounds of Blackness and all that. They had a sound, you know, without sophisticated funk.
Hold on. What genre of music is jazz and like blues?
It's funk R&B.
Funk R&B. Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Oh
Soul to
man.
Soul.
I mean, the reason why most of us were turn on to like what's happening to you is the music these guys make. You know, the classic
I
80s
gotta.
stuff.
Yeah, back in those days, they made quality music. Like nowadays, the
Oh
music
man.
is it's not as
That's
quality.
all I
It's
got to
not.
know about
My
Queens.
neighborhood,
Before
they
Run
got all
DMC,
the
that's all I
all
got
the
to know
jazz
about Queens, you know
players.
that.
Kyle, you know that all the jazz players used to live in like Adisha Heights right there by Merrick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
that's
uncle's a
where they were
jazz
from.
player. He played with Nas's father. You know, my Uncle Drew.
Oh,
Now
all
he got a
right. This was
studio in
before that
Harlem.
era, yeah.
You know, he used
This
to
was
play with
like group.
Nas's father. You know.
Yeah, they were made up of group people from like group like the Change and things like that. They were made of all the top disco players. These guys, they got together, and this group they came from Brooklyn, Bronx, and Queens. That's the name. That was the BB&Q band, and we love them here in the US. In the UK, they come here, they sold out concerts, everything. You know, but
Wow,
when I talk to Americans about it, a lot of them don't know, and I'm like, oh god, damn, this
I
was
gotta
a
get in
cycle
tune.
before hip hop.
Were they from like the house scene? Because I know
No,
you all.
before that. We're talking 1978 all the way up to about 85.
Oh, okay.
You know,
All I
before the
remember
new.
1978 was Kraftwerk's Trans
Yo,
Europe.
yo, Lewis,
Colin, see if you can
Lewis,
look it up real quick. What he's talking
Lewis,
about.
the kids now, man, they just do drill music. So if you ain't talking about
Yeah,
that,
I know. It's
I don't know
terrible.
what you talking about.
You know, because we're talking about, I mean, I've been listening to this stuff even before I come up. But I heard of them like in the early days when I left Ghana, and then when I got here in the 80s, and they just made sophisticated, you know, like the group, you familiar with the SOS band?
SOS band, yeah.
Yeah, they were like that. They were of that era. They were made up of the SOS band and a couple of different groups put together.
SOS band, you know, take your time.
You know,
No,
but
what's that
I
song?
mean,
Take your time, young man.
they done this song, right? They done this very famous album called Genie, and a song called Your Wish Is My Command. And we here in England, that was the group that was like, whoa. That we we heard it, we were like, what's this African American thing? Apart from Michael Jackson, these guys.
The best song SOS band, Just to Be Good to Me. That was summer '83.
Yeah, I saw them live.
Good to
I saw
me.
them live in a place called Hammersmith Palais. My uncle used to work at a car park, and we used to get like sometime like half discount tickets. And I saw her with it. What I liked about her, that the lead singer, the dark skinned black lady,
Shannon.
Yeah, oh man. Well, listen, all the African boys that we just go just to see her. She was beautiful, man.
Hey,
You know, you
we was
guys.
Yo, Colin,
Yo,
peep
I
the
don't hear no.
You
Telegram.
know what we was bumping from the UK.
Oh, check my time. All right, I'm about to check right now.
You know, Junior.
Yeah, these
Mama
guys.
used to
Yeah,
say-
we know Junior. You know, he's tell us about all that. But these guys, they represented you guys. That's what we saw.
Junior was from the
Black
UK.
Beauty.
Junior was from the UK, really? I know.
And Colin, you got to do a show on Al Qaeda and how they funded this war that's going on in the
I don't
Sahel
know, man.
region.
I don't look. The bottom line is this: I don't know much about this. I don't want to get into it. Look, the one thing I don't want to do is this, right? Until I get real evidence, right? I don't want to ever get to the point where I'm letting Africans off the hook, you know, because I'm like this. I'm looking at African culture, history, and whatnot, you know. And one thing we make the mistake of was Black people in America basically thinks of Africans as less intelligent, less conniving, less this and the other thing, right? And the bottom line is, like, when you look at Thomas Sankara, what happened to him, Patrice Lumumba, like I said the other night, right? They are President Tolber of Liberia, right? Kwame Nkrumah, right? Every time you look around, they're like cells waiting to just their turn to take over and everything like that. And it's like a nightmare. So we bottom line is people have to be, and what they do is while they're looting the continent, while they're killing people, political dissidents, people disappearing, whatnot, all they could count on their so-called diaspora Negroes to be like neo-colonialism and racism, white supremacy, Al-Qaeda. And we fall for
the Al Qaeda thing is kind of true though. Al Qaeda.
Well, and we know Al Qaeda's thing, but the thing is, you got to understand what's going on. There are a lot of people in that region, right, who don't know if they're African or they're Arabs, right? And there's a blurred line.
Not in West Africa. I think most of them know who they are. Is that
they come from a strong background and strong culture and history.
Yeah. So, but hold up.
Nah, but a lot of those Tuareg people, they think they Arabs.
Yeah, but it's a segment of Islamic understanding that they're school of thought that they're going by, right? So you have like hold on. So you have people like Ibrahim Traore. They're under the Sufi. They're more Sufi Islam. That's the indigenous.
You know why I don't think it has anything to do with Islam? You know why? Because if
it is, it's the Wahhabis, the Wahhabi form of Islam.
No, it's Salafi, not Wahhabi. Salafi.
No. A clue would be the Janjaweed.
Wahhabi is the ideology.
Hold up. Now the Janjaweed, when they say there's the Arabs enslaving people in Darfur, the Janjaweed are actually black, right? But they identify as jihadis and they identify as Arabs, right? Mentally, you know. And
but you have to understand the history of those people. Hold on, Carla, you have to understand the history because a lot of them, a lot of those guys are Arabs.
Carla, now you see why I say Islam and Christianity is the problem in Africa.
You guys, let me finish what I'm saying first, right?
All right, go ahead.
Then the people that are enslaving are also Muslims.
No, they going after the Dogons.
No, they're not. That's not in that region. You know, I'm talking about in Sudan. You know, in Darfur. Both groups of Muslims, like, some people were enslaving the other people, and they will both practice Islam. Now, Islam says you don't slave another Muslim. So why would the friggin' Darfur?
Because they believe black people are kufars. No matter what.
Islam is supposed to be the religion of.
It's more than just that. It's the
culture.
It's
not a religion of peace. It's
more than just that. It's the culture, though.
Hear me out. Carla, what I wanted to say was, this time I think things are going to be a bit different. This is a real revolution, I believe, is happening among the free countries. Let's not just give glory to Burkina Faso. The three other countries resisting the French.
It's not just the French. It's not the French.
Hold up.
It's more than it's the French. The French in particular.
Lewis.
The French say Al Qaeda.
The United States.
Listen, forget Al Qaeda for a minute. The French are putting fire on this power to destabilize this country.
We jump out of the fire. The fire. Where they go? Jump out of the water into the fire. Look, the United States is now going to build this drone base in Ivory Coast. So how is that?
That's up to them where they want to put it. All right, my main thing is that
Ivory Coast. It's going to be somewhere near close to the Burkina Faso border.
We need a revolution in Ivory Coast. That's where we need a revolution. Gabon and Ivory Coast.
As long as you got weak countries like that around, it doesn't even matter what they do in the
Sahara. The Ivory Coast is so blatantly obvious. It's a joke. The man changed the constitution to keep himself in power, and nobody said a damn thing.
Well,
that's where we need a revolution. When you get a revolution in Ivory Coast, the French are on their way out.
Colin, but you can't just throw out the neo-colonialism because it's a lot of coups that is backed by French and Western powers.
The French do not want to let go, and the French money now is EEC money. So the whole of the white race in Europe are backing this French nonsense.
That's his largest territory, you know. So of course they're gonna hold on to
that. Carla, let me ask you and Lewis a question, right? Because during the independence movements in Africa, right, many of those governments leaders, they were forced to sign into the Commonwealth of Nations. Do you guys believe that the Commonwealth of Nations is no different from integration in the same way?
No. You can never compare.
Let me say something. In the 1960s, right, the OAU was supposed to be the preemptive organization body on the continent, right?
Started in Liberia.
After the 1980 coup in Liberia, right, the OAU collapsed because Liberia was ahead of it, right? They were ahead of it. And so When that
Yeah.
happened, right, the OAU fell apart, and now what you have is a weak group called the African Union
Yeah.
or Union. You
They don't
know,
really represent us.
Hey,
Yeah.
John, add me. You can add me now.
Right.
All
But
right.
listen, if I could just say, the problem you've got is the 14 countries run by France. And until those people do what Traore, Mali, and Nigeria are doing, trust me, there ain't going to be no difference. This is the beginning of the end for the French. They're going to go, they don't want to move, but they're going to move because the people are waking up. The
All right, let me get
revolution they're having in the French-speaking country, we already had it in Ghana, in Nigeria, and other, what is it, French, English-speaking places. The thing with the English, you got to understand is, when you want to get out, right, after the Second World War, listen to me very carefully. The English they were bankrupt because of the war. The Americans came in, and something happened when America wanted to sell something to India. They realized they had to go through the British Commonwealth Office. Under the agreement that Britain signed with them, the Marshall Plan, the Americans said, "Listen, give these lot their freedom and all that." The British said, "Oh no, they're not civilized. They're not ready." White on white talk. And the American says, listen, we fought alongside some of these people. Those who can show that they can do themselves, let them. In India, they were the first one to get independent under Gandhi and so on. The influence spread, and then Ghana stepped in. That's how our movement goes. Believe it or not, the Americans actually put this pressure on the British to do that. Okay, because they can see the dominance and the advantage they had. These countries were free. We don't have to go through the British Commonwealth Office, and we're finding the British. Like Winston Churchill and the likes, they wanted Britain to have time to recover. So if they would have done that, we would not got independent. They would have gone back to their territories and strengthened those places. India, Africa, none of them would have got independent. So funny enough, why America on this occasion actually played a part in our freedom. You won't believe this, and I don't want to give them credit, but I'm not giving them credit. I'm just letting you know. The next time you have this argument, this is something that we know, those of us in the Commonwealth, and we know exactly what happened. And a chance came and people like Nkrumah stepped into it. And that's how we end up where we are. But the French, if I can just say, they knew that they did not want to let go of their territories. And they kept quiet. De Gaulle sent assassins after Nkrumah. He hated assassins. He was actually trying to back up some of the opposition parties who went to him to see him just to get rid of Nkrumah. Yeah? But what happened was, they took their time, they strengthened their stronghold on the colonies by uplifting certain families and making them kings, like what they've got in Togo. Disgraceful thing happening in Togo. But they are holding on by the clutch of their teeth. Sooner or later, when the people shake,
Not too much on Togo. Not too much on Togo.
Listen, when the people shake, he's gonna give. Togo is a political mess, and it's a next couple of months, maybe a couple of years, a year or so, you're gonna hear something big in Togo, because what the French have done, they've strengthened themselves and they've made that family a royal family. That's the disgusting truth of what the French do in Africa. So that's why I'm always saying,
Ivory Coast became a disgrace to Africa.
Right, Ivory Coast is a disgrace. But guess what? They're using the launch pad from Ivory Coast to strengthen all the other African French-speaking countries so they don't become like Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. Senegal has already got their food. They're going to do it through the paper. Right? So now, what these three countries represent is resistance. Now that was happening in English-speaking countries in France. It took a long time, but I'm glad it's happening. And the people are waking up this time.
You know what's going to happen? You know what's
What,
going to happen? Them Islamic jihadists, if they get enough weaponry,
they're being funded by France. France will fund them. They're funding them, trust me, to destabilize West Africa.
We can't blame it all on France. We got to blame it on Islam.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, the core of it is from France. Not just France, but all the other countries who want Africa destabilized. They don't want you.
So France is funding what's going on in northern Nigeria too?
For years and years. Go and ask the Nigerians. Go and look at the statements the Nigerians make. France are behind 90%. Alongside with CIA and all the rest of them, but France have a vested interest because the economy is based upon those poor African countries.
So why Timbuktu? Why he so against the Sahel countries if France is funding all the stuff that's going on in Nigeria?
Who's that? Who's
the president of Nigeria. He's okay with what's going on.
I'm not sure. I don't know about this particular Nigerian guy that's coming. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. Yeah, you have to remember is what you're seeing, what happens in the background after a couple of months or a year when these people get in power, then you see the result of it. Okay, but this Nigerian guy, first thing he done when he came to power, he spent about 3 weeks in France. Unless you don't know, the French tried to get in to lower you in. They were trying to do that over Kufuor, but it didn't work. What happened was because he speaks fluent French and so on and so forth, therefore were trying to get him to know. He made it quite clear. Bank de Paris is a problem because the Bank for Paris is what runs those African things. But he's not a sort of person come out with guns talking. He's a man of substance. He likes to put his suit and tie and do it the way the aristocrats in England like to do it. There's different ways of fighting, okay? But at the end of the day, it comes down to finance. And I'll give you an example. Ghana, when Akufo-Addo left office, they started a program called the Gold Funding Program. No, we're going to keep our gold. We're not going to just keep selling it. They only had about 8 tons to start. Today, they've got 38 tons, and the new administration are taking all the credit for it, okay? But it doesn't matter as long as you build on it. And what they've done, they've brought in a law with a gold board that says all the companies digging gold in Ghana got to give 20% of what they make, take out the ground to the Ghana Commercial Bank. And it's strengthening the Ghana CD. Now it's the best performing CD in the world, currency in the world against the dollar. And I told this on the Down SME show, I told this to a couple of people who were putting down Ghana. Say, listen, you watch. The heavy lifting that was done by Akufo-Addo administration, you're going to see the bare foot. And the Ghanaians are going to vote them back in power at the next election because Mahama is just riding his luck at the moment. Okay? Gold coins, you can go on Ghana, Carla, you can Google it. Ghana gold coins, issued gold coins. It start from, I think, £800 to about 1,500 and then £2,000. You can buy these coins. Instead of buying dollars and putting dollars underneath your bed, you can buy these gold coins now online, get it delivered or kept in a bank so that you stop buying dollars and making our currency weak. That's why the CD, if you check, the best performing currency in the world at the moment, and it's going to get better.
Promoting Ghanaian gold, right? Man, come on.
So, no, I've got to let you guys know, there's some good stuff. So when we get good stuff, let's talk about it, right? Now,
Yo, I'm going to be real.
Yeah, the current administration
as long
is
as Islam is in West Africa is never going to rise up.
No, I hear you, but I think I'm not a big fan of Islam. But I think that aside, the trial is not pushing Islam really. The stuff he's doing goes against much of the fundamental Islamic things. You know what they want him to put this in? No, he's going about the revolution, which is about getting hold of your resources. So that's why I'm glad they're producing the gold. If they link up with Ghana eventually, we can start the new currency without the damn stinking French, right? Things are going to be changing. Just be patient, give the brothers time, right? But things are happening in Ghana economically. The city is very strong now, and it's going to get stronger, okay? Now he's under pressure because Akufo-Addo done so much. Now he's got to match that. Because if you don't match that,
let me ask you, Lewis. Lewis,
yeah,
are you a fan of John Mahama? How is John Mahama being received?
No, I'm not a
Ghana?
big fan of him. He's yet to convince me. Put it this way, whether I like him or not, he's a fellow Ghanaian. He's a good friend of some of our family members.
No, but is he being well received by the Ghanaians right now compared to like
right now?
Akufo?
Yeah, right now, John Mahama has had the best chance that any Ghanaian president has had. He's coming. This is his second term. His first term, he served 6 years because the previous guy that was in, Atta Mills, died. So the Ghanaians felt sorry for them, and they basically won that election out of sympathy. He went. Then Nana Akufo-Addo came. Around about the age of 80, he'd done so much. Built the new Ghana Commercial Bank headquarters, motorways, infrastructure. So much so that it came to his detriment because the Ashantis were saying he didn't do enough in his own region. Therefore, they're going to punish him. He didn't go to vote.
Why they voted out Nana?
No, he can't run again.
Oh,
it's the law. You can't run again. No, you can't do more than 2 terms. And what Ghana needed was consistency. But the Ghanaian people, after about 8 years, they don't vote for you longer than that. So they automatically, the other party just have to sit back down, talk crap, and then they end up getting in. But Ghanaians, this way that we lack sophistication in our voting choice. When you have a country where not enough of the people are literate, this is a problem. You understand? We should have kept with him. We should have kept with Bamua, who's also from the northern region.
Man, y'all should have pulled the Trump. How the Trump about to pull in 2028.
Right. So we should have kept what we need in Ghana is consistency. right? But because of the good work Akufo-Addo has done, if this guy does worse, he's going to be in trouble. Already, they're talking about doom so and not having enough power. Akufo-Addo built it from 55% to 85% electricity reach. But this new administration are looking to save money, looking to hide money somewhere in Dubai, and very soon, if they're not careful, you're going to see that doom so return. And then you see how good Akufo-Addo is. Ghanaians don't appreciate their people until they leave office, like in Nkrumah. After Nkrumah left, then they start crying. That's why we need educated Africans who can make sound choice. Akufo-Addo bought free education from
Man,
kindergarten all
man,
the way
they
up to
should
the
have just let
university.
Kwame be the president for life how he intended to.
Now that one I didn't agree with, right? But I know why he done that, because when he saw that the CIA and the rest of them were moving him on it quick, it was a little bit too late. But it doesn't matter. Good thing he didn't die. He wrote books about it, and now we can see
So
it.
you're saying that Nana Akufo put the country in a better position?
Oh,
That,
listen, go and speak to any,
Nah, he
and
he
just go
definitely
look at the
did.
record.
He definitely
Just go and
did.
look at the record. As I told you, see, it's only the COVID that really rocked him. Is the COVID. As he said when he left office, he said he's leaving the country with the lights on. The lights were not on when John Mahama was lasting. We had doom so. You took it from 55%. Now we got 85% electricity range. We also got the license for nuclear. The American company won a bid for to build nuclear power in Ghana. That's why the Americans
yeah, I
don't really
seen
want to
that.
let
Yeah,
go of Ghana.
recently. Yeah, I
Is that
seen
the
that.
same
Yeah.
president that did the return of the
Sorry,
diaspora?
brother?
Is that
Sorry?
the same president? Is that the same president that did the return of the diaspora that movement?
Yeah. The year of return. That little short
Yeah, that was
guy.
Bada. That was Bada.
Yeah, right. So it's just what you had was up to now. Dr. Bamua, he's actually in America now doing a lot of lecturing, who was a deputy prime minister, who was a finance minister, who was really behind most of this. The former
Dr.
minister.
Campbell got to run next, man. Y'all got to let him run next.
Oh, listen. Let me tell you something, right? The thing is, and I don't blame him, because Dr. Campbell is a Pan-African and so on, right? What I like about his style is he didn't rush into politics. He's not in politics. He just does the lecturing and so on and so forth. He hasn't chosen any particular side, okay? He doesn't get involved in politics because he's a pure Pan-African. And I don't think he wants to upset either, because he can see the good and bad in either party. So I think he's going to take his time, but hopefully in time, when you got heart for your people, you need to serve your people. If Carla goes back and makes a name for himself, Carla should run. Not necessarily for president, but be an MP or something, represent the people of Liberia. They need representing. We got skills, communication skills. Some of our people can't read and write. We don't step up as men when the time comes, we're going to be in trouble. I'm going back
You think the people of Ghana would accept him if he ran?
Sorry?
Do you think the people of Ghana would accept him if he ran for president?
Not straight away for president. People got to get to know him better. We know him, and the people in the students know him and so on YouTube and all that. So he's going to have to work on that if that's what he wants to do. But he's a traditional chief as well, right? So people know him, but he's going to come up. I think the time will come when those of us will return and will be represented, and he can easily do it. He can definitely be a district MP, local go in parliament. He can do that, be a big influence. But I don't think he might want to do that, because he doesn't want to. In politics, you end up dividing people. You know, black people are like, they get passionate about things. If you say something,
I don't think he should get into the politic part. I think he should just
for now
remain.
he's better where he is. I like him to make more noise, but
just be an
educator
and deal with the culture part. But I don't think he should get into the politics aspect.
But we've got
I wanted to ask
lady
you a
that
question,
represents.
Lewis. I wanted to ask you a question, Lewis, because
Go ahead.
I think part of the reason why I sort of like John Mahama, is he seems to have a friendly posture to the AES, right? So, in your opinion, do you think his sort of friendly posture and inclination to the AES could sort of disrupt or alienate some of the investors that's coming into Western investors that's coming into Ghana?
No. I tell you why. What it is Mahama is very good at playing the politics, but when it comes to solid policies to really push the country forward, sometimes he lacks it. He says it, but he lacks it. Nana Akufo-Addo doesn't do the jingoist stuff, but on the ground, he does it. Like I said, he's strengthened the Ghana CD. He's strengthened the Ghana Commercial Bank. He's building big new headquarters of all the latest gadgets, everything you want in it. His deputy, who was running for the leadership, brought in digital. Ghana is one of the #1 places for digital movement of cash, which we need in Africa. Stop the corruption. We're too cash heavy. People can hide shit. When you go digital, allows you to keep an eye on what's coming in, what's going out. Okay? Dr. Bamo was the brain behind this. We need educated people. If you look at the credentials of those in John Mahama's party, they're not that well qualified at all. They're good at street speakers. He gives them money, then they shut up. They just do what he says. Why do you think the only one ever comes up for leadership? Because he knows where all the hidden money was when he was in power. Most of his money stuck in Dubai. He gets in power, pulls it back in, and then legitimizes it by setting up fake companies and so on. You want a real party with the real credentials, university graduates who are now not in power but going around America and lecturing.
Yo,
That's
Africa
the
need to
people you need.
start. Africa need to start looking at the diaspora for help and not Western powers.
Listen, Africa has a solution within Africa. Okay? Now we find a way to get the money, which is the gold on our ground. Before we were selling it, now you got
No,
to
look,
keep
what I'm saying.
30%.
What I'm saying is, most of the African problems could be solved if they include the diaspora.
Oh yeah,
Like a lot.
that's why you're doing the lecturing.
Yeah, but we as diaspora also have to take our initiative as well. We can't just hope that they connect with. No, we have to
That's it.
build
We
institutions
need,
as well over here.
yeah,
Nah,
And
we
that's
need
make
true.
activism.
connection.
We need
But I'm talking
activism to
about,
be.
I'm talking about like you see how, Zimbabwe and Congo is like reaching.
Yeah.
Zimbabwe just gave white people a whole bunch of money when they could have just brought in different
Now
farmers
he's
from
losing it.
America.
That guy, right? He's losing it. I don't know why some black people have to appease whites. I mean, I guess for the life of me, why does this man Gwangwa? He fought in a
After
war.
all the work Robert Mugabe did,
Mugabe done, right? The advantage they've got is that
and
they ain't got the white farmers
they
like in
just
South
scaling
Africa.
back. Yeah, they could
I
have
told it to a Zimbabwe
brought in
mechanic.
some brought in some Haitian farmers, some black farmers
Reach out,
from down south, some
easy, right?
some farmers from Suriname or
Anyway,
Jamaica
but
or
for some reason he
Bahamas.
don't want to do that. All he's interested in doing is appeasing this white people.
That's
Even
why I
the white
say,
farmers don't even want it.
hold on. This is why when somebody Honeyflower says, "I don't know," you guys
No.
Look, I'm dead serious, right? The Africa, Lewis, I would never understand the African mind. You got
Okay, I get
literally
it.
Black America that could basically outdo every
Yeah,
on the
outperform all them white farmers.
Yeah.
I don't understand the
And
African
guess how
mind,
much?
bro.
And guess how much he was going to give them?
And I'm not trying to side. I'm not trying to side with the FBA. But when we see African leaders do things like that, that kind of
It's
hurts.
sickening.
When
It's
you know
sickening,
black people,
right?
black people in the diaspora is suffering. You kicked
Well,
out all these
listen to
white
this.
people. You could have
Right.
brought in all
Listen,
these black
right.
people that will want to work and want to farm and do all this stuff. You gonna pay these
Right. Listen to
white.
this, brother. Listen, you know how much money he proposed to give them? 3 billion. Billion. Why?
Exactly.
You know what it is? He wants to appease his
Sometimes I
white
wonder if Africa
masters.
is just cursed, man. Just cursed, man. Whatever.
Right? He wants to appease his white masters. Even the white people, the English people who were there doing the farming, they said no. They felt offended. They didn't want the money. They don't want people to feel sorry for them. Right? I don't know what what is getting into that guy. Why he wants to do this? He himself is not poor. 3 billion. The Zimbabwe people need that.
Yeah.
Put it into farming. Bring up, like you said. I don't know what it is about our people. They want to be, listen, British people, I've lived with them for a long time. They don't respect you unless you're able to punch them back. They've got a lot of respect for Mugabe.
That's any white people.
Let me say this real quick. Here's the thing. One thing is we need to raise our trust levels. And one of the reasons why the trust levels, you know, and there's a reason why, right?
Big Black, I was telling you that the other day, man.
You don't call the countries when sellouts go to other countries, whether in the diaspora or they're going back to the continent, you know, the people don't call out the sellouts, you know. The countrymen don't say, hey, watch out for this sellout, watch out for that sellout. When they see it on the internet, there's a lot of continental African sellouts that a lot of continental Africans, they really don't call out. And that leaves a bad taste in people's mouths.
Yeah.
I'm
glad. That's why I'm glad for them. Normally people from the Caribbean, America, because you know this. You're not worshiping no white man. You don't. You just want to get on, do your thing. And that's why we need the attitude. That was the difference between Nkrumah and the others who actually invited him back for the Gold Coast movement. Okay? Because some of our people, and Magangwa fought in a war. He fought in a bush war, physically. Right? So I don't know why I don't get it. He doesn't really need the West no more because you got Russia you can go to. You got China who can make everything you need. Even if you have to get certain Chinese farmers and say, okay, you can only
You don't need China. You don't need China. You need a
No, listen to
diaspora.
me. Right. No, listen to me.
It's enough money in the
Stop really hear
diaspora.
me, brother,
It's
listen
enough
to me.
money in the diaspora. We could invest. We could do
Brother,
labor. We
listen.
could do
This is the
farming.
reality.
We could do industries.
Brother, hear me out. This is the reality. It would be nice to do that, okay? But I'm telling you, they ain't gonna come in those numbers. You're only gonna get a small percentage in the diaspora that's gonna come. So you have to face reality.
How much?
They
How
don't like
much?
the 60s.
You acting like it's 100,000 people just moving in from China. It's
No.
investment.
Listen.
It's investment
Right.
companies.
I think what the brother's talking about is like laying a lot of infrastructure. I think Colin talked about
it's not even that, brother. Hear me out. The reality is, and Carla knows this. I've heard him talk about this. The reality is, if you want to pick up and go and set, let's say you want to go and set up an African stand, you go count the amount of people that will actually follow you and coming with you. The reality is,
the more reality is, more becomes reality, the more people will come. You know?
Yeah, that's
right
it. But
now,
the thing you gotta
reality. It's not reality
right.
because we hear these horror stories about people losing land or tribal issues and stuff like that. People
Louis, there's a lot of black people in America that got trades. That
Right.
could build
Thank you. Trade is what we need. Right.
Electrician.
Skills, man.
It's black people coming out of prison that got trade jobs.
Yeah, right.
So it ain't about the number. It's about actually reaching out and seeing who's willing to participate.
Now you can always do.
Africa can't keep running to China, Russia, and the West,
right?
and
listen
then
to
expecting them to win.
Right.
When all they're gonna do is just suck out the resources.
Right. No. Listen, it depends on the deal you make. Listen to me carefully. There's nothing. Listen, the Europeans cannot match the Chinese on the engineering now. That's how far out they've gone. Americans, to an extent, can't really match the Chinese. Well, they can match them in terms of knowledge, but they cannot match them in terms of in terms of
AI and everything comes from here, bro. Everything
because what you have to remember, right? When you do practical work, it's about practice. When you practice, you're doing something like that. It's instinct. I haven't been doing my woodwork for about 17 years, but I got to read up on magazines, keep up with the latest machinery. But the sharpness I had is going to take me time to get that back. Okay? Those Chinese are they're on it now. Everything they make, everything. Look at the engineering feat they got in their line. It's incredible. Okay? And they know that. That's what gives them the confidence. We Africans, we haven't even had time to practice that. Let's be honest. Skill-based wise, you can import certain Chinese knowledge. You can do a deal with them, they get certain percentage until you train your people up to a certain point. It's a deal. You just got to make the deal. But I don't know why everything Zimbabwe want to do. They've got gold, they've got platinum, they've got the farmland, they've got so much stuff on that land. They don't need. Mugabe himself said, we go east. We don't need nothing from the west. He's to tell Britain, you're no longer a superpower. Cuss them out. That's where Magangwa needs to go. I don't know why he keeps turning back to old Britain, who are not the same no more. Turning back around, trying to bet them. Britain are doing a trade deal with India, believe it or not.
The West is practically done. I ain't gonna
it's
lie.
done. The skilled people. Done. Listen, I went to a skilled school. I'm telling you that the craftsmen I see that was in that trade today, as I speak to you, none of them are around. Most of them are died off. I was a young man. I got gray hair now. So most of those guys that used to make all those productions and all that we see in the furniture business in England, they're no longer here. The kids haven't learned it. Most of it's done in the Far East, some parts of Europe, maybe up in Yorkshire in England. But the ones in the South where I live,
most of the skilled tradesmen in the diaspora are black.
No, not enough of them. Not enough of them. Because don't forget, the trade is no longer here no more. What it is for the last 15, 20 years, they've imported most of the tradesmen from Europe, Poland and places like that. That's where a lot of the skilled craftsmen are in Europe now. Eastern Europe, the ones who were poorer, they got hold of the skilled trade, learned it a lot. And most of them, I came across a lot of Russians, a lot of people from Poland. When I was
most of the people that deal in trade in America is usually black people.
Well, that's good. That's what we need.
That's what I'm saying.
We need to pull them in here. in Africa. We got in Africa we got the labor. We don't have the skill training. You guys got skill training. You need African ministers going there, giving them contract, bringing them. Maybe it's gonna take someone like me if I get enough capital to bring some of them in.
Yo, that's one of my plans though, to bring like a force labor skill trained
Skilled labor
workers.
force.
Yeah,
Maybe you should set up an
that could come
agency.
into Africa.
Yeah.
And and help train and teach the people how to do trade
Well,
jobs,
it's
and
not
you know what I'm
it's
saying?
not even just training. You got
Here's
to
the
set up a
problem that
business,
you're
and
gonna
then
run
you can
into,
train people through the business.
and I think Carla touched on this before, right? The the Chinese companies that are backed by the government, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're getting good deals versus
Yes, you
like,
listen. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
what it depends, brother. What you do with them.
I think if you bring in some real good trade skillmen from the diaspora.
It's fundamental, and plus you're gonna make good money, right? And whilst you're doing production, then you teach the kids. You take them from the colleges and you teach them, and
Yeah.
that's how you build skills. It's not that hard, really. But we've got a lot of people in administration who are lawyers, accountants. They don't have this
Yo, cause
background.
it's dudes coming out of prison, man. You give them like 20,000 a piece, they gonna fly to Africa.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you done it that way, right, it'd be hard to sell that to the Ghanaian public. They'll be like, "Well, you bring in prisoners." I hear what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying though. That sounds easy.
It has to be, because what's happening is that, you know, these companies that are coming over, they're working on huge projects.
Yeah.
So it's not just a, you know, one little thing here, one little thing there. They're trying to go at, you know, quote unquote God's speed. So that's
it.
That's what they're running against, you know.
Right. Let me tell you. Are you guys familiar with a gold company called Newman? American gold company called Newman.
No.
You right. Anyway, there was in Ghana recently, right? They had a contract. They were digging gold. They had a 25-year contract. It came up this year. John Mahama, when he came in to his advantage, he didn't renew the gold contract. He said the contract's come to an end. Ghanaians going to take it over now. We're going to dig the rest of the gold at that particular minefield. They were upset about that. And America, a week later, made an issue and said that Ghana is unsafe. Don't travel there. They had to backtrack it. But that's how the Americans play. Because what happened now, the Ghanaian government was telling them, listen, we looked at this contract. Guess what they were doing? They got the contract, but later on, about 10 years ago, they gave the contract of actually digging the gold to actually native Ghanaians. They had individual contract. Ghanaians themselves were, the last 10 years, were the one digging the gold at. That's why the government got so confident. We got skilled people now who can do this gold. Oh, man, hold up now. I think that's why things are changing. But what I'm telling you, where you don't have the skills, the Chinese have the skills. You do a deal. It depends the deal you do with the Chinese company. But if you're going to be corrupt and take things in the background, that's no good. But skilled men, when you're there, you're on the ground, you're going to make money. If you're a farmer, you need to be in Africa. If you're a black farmer, you need to be in Africa on the ground. Okay?
It sounds like what you all need to do is more mirroring, right?
Sorry?
When the Chinese companies come over, you need to do have a better effort of mirroring what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? And
what is it?
And running with
you know, the Asians, I mean, even the Indians as well, they can come, they undercut you. It just depends on you, the minister, the deal you make, and making sure your people are getting what they want. Like with the road contracts, we go, Japanese come up there.
The Chinese can't undercut no men fresh out of prison that's willing to work for
they
pennies
can.
on a dollar.
Number one, they got the skills. Number two, if they're coming from America and all that,
they got the skills too. They got the skills too.
In prison, you're only gonna do so much. You can only do certain skills in prison. Because you got to be out in the open to do big, like bridges and stuff like that. You know, but in production, like the shirts and stuff like, you can do that on prison line. Right?
No, I'm talking about skilled workers that could work on building houses and infrastructure.
Oh no, we've got those. Listen, those we have
roads and stuff like that.
Listen, have you seen the building work being done by a lot of the African Americans on YouTube? You know, the guys building houses and all that. Most of them are Ghanaian men.
They build houses, but what I don't see is the culverts, the pipes. I don't see the water treatment.
Unfortunately, they're gonna come later on.
No,
right now,
first. Louis, that comes first.
That comes first.
Yeah, but this is 2025. You ain't gonna get a toll now.
Those things come first. You know, you don't put the
Yeah,
cart before the horse. You don't
yeah,
start building big houses, and you know it's better even if you
mhm.
build vertically housed apartments. You know,
Yeah. No, we got them now, but this is the problem. A lot of the people coming in doing the big because you require capital. A lot of them are coming in doing it now. A lot of them are Arabs at the moment. We can't say no if they want to do it. We can't say no. You know what I mean, Ekala? But where the black ones, where the black money coming in, we've got there's a couple of them
hold
from
on.
our.
What Ghana has to do if they're serious about Black Americans coming in, they have to change their financial system, right? They have to
They're doing
create.
that.
No, hold on,
They're
no.
doing that.
This is what I'm saying. They have to do,
Uh-huh.
right? This. They have
Well,
to basically. One is in the areas where if they think Black Americans, they have to get rid of the tribal land laws and whatnot. And the only way you can
yeah,
actually
yeah.
hold on, let me say this.
That's the whole change of constitution.
Right now, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's never going to develop. Right
No, no,
now,
no. It will.
Detroit,
You can walk around.
Detroit is an abandoned city, but there's people getting rich there now. Why? Because they could buy property for cheap, right? And on the title deed, collateral, you can go to the bank and get a loan and whatnot. If you don't have the title deed of ownership and whatnot, you cannot use it as collateral. That's what
Yeah,
the
no,
problem
but
is.
yeah, but it happens. I mean, in England, people are they manage to develop their thing with
Well, the
leases and all
English
that.
basically have the same system as America because they have the laws written based on the Magna Carta, you know,
Uh-huh.
which deal with private property, you know,
Yeah.
private property.
But Carla, the thing is that how come the Arabs are able to do it?
They'll do
Our
what?
investors, Italians are able to invest in property in Ghana and build high-rise buildings.
Look, it depends on what you mean by invest. You can look what I learned about all these other people. They'll say they'll get a mortgage, but the bottom line is this: they have like a 30% interest rate, and you got to pay it back in 10 years. You know, like
No,
5
that's being reduced now, right?
You know, so
mainly most of the people, right, building Ghana. I don't want to get a mortgage for a house, Carla.
The territory, it's almost like this, Bill. I mean, Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
In order for you have to build a real modern mortgage system based on bonds, tax revenue, and municipal earnings, treasury, and stuff like that. You can only do that if you have eminent domain. You know, eminent domain means a city, a municipality has eminent domain. That means wealth, everything is secured. That means investors can put their money into your area. They're going to recoup it because they can say, okay, I bought your bond, your municipal bond, right? In 10 years, it's going to mature. I'll resell it, whatever, like that. But the way it's going now, they buy a municipal bond, right? They go look at, well, there's nothing in there. But
Yeah, no, Ghana. I've been issuing bonds and they done quite well out of it. It's not as good as it should be.
You don't have assets. The bond has to have assets in there.
Yeah, I think they do it mainly based on gold and all that because that's the only thing they know that's a sure thing. Yeah, and gold is doing quite well at the moment. And hear me out, Carla. Ghanaians,
you have land and you have real estate, right?
Yeah,
and real estate is being taxed, property taxes, and everything like that. You know, that's how you service the bond.
Right.
You know,
are you familiar with a housing estate in Ghana called IE Mensa? Because I was an African American.
I don't know.
Right.
I just
African American company came
So
in.
Colin, do you think the
average black person from the diaspora that builds in Ghana obviously never owned a home in America. They don't own. They don't know nothing about property.
Listen. Every one of the people who built in Ghana, right? The African Americans who built in Ghana have tripled their income because the value goes up straight away.
Oh, come on. How can you
that's a
triple
fact.
income if you can't build any equity? Lewis, come on, stop
What
it, man.
You can't build equity. Go on YouTube and have a look. Go on YouTube.
Look, a house, look, without a mortgage, right? You got no equity.
You don't need a mortgage, Carla. Stop that. I built my house without mortgage. My mansion without a mortgage.
A house is only as good as you can resell it.
Bro, listen, you know how much... listen
Your
to me,
house is only as
Carla,
good as
listen.
your ability to resell it.
Right. Carla, listen to me. My mansion is a 5-bedroom one. When the architect turned up, right halfway through, because I have to change the builder, right?
And also, it's all about location.
Listen to me. Listen to me. He wanted to turn it into a 12-bedroom hotel. I said, no, I don't want fucking hotel. I don't want a business here. I can turn it into that if I want to. All right? I've got a beautiful place, okay? I've only spent £35,000 on it.
How you gonna have a mansion?
Okay. If I and I one day I will show you. I'll bring you the picture, right? So you can show it.
Next time
right?
you come on the show, man,
Listen, I built that, Carla. Listen, I built that in 6 years without a mortgage. Why do you want a mortgage?
Well, the
That's
bottom
the
line, this
advantage
is
of
hold on. Like I said, you guys will never, you and Ola will never get it, right? What a mortgage does.
You know what's the point of a mortgage if you can build it?
Instead of you taking 6 years to build a house, which is now probably not complete, you can go ahead and get the house done within like a month, right? It's done.
Carla, I bought a mortgage before. I'm in England. I bought a property before.
Everything is a sewer line. Do you got a sewer line or use a septic?
Everything is built. Everything is built.
No,
Carla,
seriously,
listen.
do you have a sewer line?
Come on. What, you think I'm gonna live in a house made of poo?
No, I'm saying sometimes people build mansions and they got outhouses, you know?
No. Those are like 60s and all that. It don't happen. Do you not see the African Americans building big houses, big ass houses in Accra? That's what made Ghana popular. That's one of our advantages.
Yeah,
You can
it's a
build
lot. It's a
without
lot of
mortgage.
Carla. It is a lot of hip hop artists that do got mansions now
Trust me.
in
Listen,
Ghana and
the
stuff.
real estate in Ghana. Just go on YouTube, type in African Americans building in Ghana.
But the whole thing, if you look, this is what I judge a neighborhood by, bro. If I don't see on the neighborhood, if I don't see sewer caps, if I don't see power
Right, that's
lines,
the government. That bit is the government building the infrastructure. What the Ghana government is doing now?
If I don't see water pumps, and if I don't see water meters on the house or electric meters on the house,
water pumps is only in America, bro. We don't have water pumps in England. We got underground and all that. We don't have
underground water. You still use pumps. You see a pumping. Every neighborhood has a pumping station. You know.
Right. Listen. At the moment, right. At the moment, African Americans are going to Ghana. They're building houses for about 45,000, and after they finish, the house is worth about 200,000. You go on YouTube, you see. That's why it's so popular. That's the advantage you got building in Africa. You don't have to get a mortgage. If you come from the West and you're going to go to somewhere like Ghana, why do you want to do mortgage again? You can do it if you want to do it, but that means you got to have regular income to keep paying it.
If I went to Ghana, right?
Yeah.
I would rent an apartment. I would not try to buy a house.
Yeah.
Or property.
If you don't know nobody there and all that, best thing do rent an apartment for 2-3 years.
Apartment forever,
right?
Man.
Put your money in the bank and then have a look.
Try to buy a house in any place else. You know?
But you don't. It's not necessary to get involved with doing right. 150.
The whole thing is those black people that build the houses don't own the land. They own the property.
It doesn't matter. They don't have to because it gets released. It gets expressed anyway.
Yeah, Lewis.
Nobody owns land.
But Carla, what's the difference between that and America, where you got to pay property taxes and a whole bunch
in
of
America? When you look at, I obviously you don't own a house. Yeah, I can tell that, right? When you own a house, right, you own the house, right, all the way up to the atmosphere of the sky and all the way to the core of the earth, right? That means anything.
If you keep up paying it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you keep on paying it.
So the bottom line, only thing you have to pay is your property tax. That's the law, you know? And then basically nobody can take it from you unless if you don't default on your mortgage payments or your property tax payments.
Right.
You know?
The mortgage payment. If you lose your job, you've had it.
Payments, right? Now, but only thing is that in this country, right, you after you have a house for like 3 years, the value of your house goes up, right? You could take.
No, always listen, Carla, listen.
Hold on. Your value of the house goes up. Like me, I got $400,000 worth of equity in my house. I can take it anytime. You know.
Well, you're a rich man, so stop fronting. You can build
$400,000 house. I could basically take out $400,000 and buy another house, build another house from the ground up. You know.
And then you back to square one again with the same.
I paid a mortgage. Look, the property values went up because we keep our property up. I live in a nice neighborhood and everything like that. So the equity value of the house, my house was appraised. It keeps getting appraised and keeps going up. You know.
Right. How much, Carla? When you bought a house, how much was it?
It was $400,000.
Whoa, that's quite high. How long ago?
That was what year was that? That was 5 years ago. All
right. So it's probably gone up to about 700,000, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Right. In England, I had a house, a flat in the place where I lived, where they done the last Olympics in England. Someone told me the house value there was going to be worth 3 times the amount. Guess what? The person was right. I had a mortgage for about 7 years with an American company, very aggressive, quick to take your property. Eventually, I wanted to get money to go back Ghana, and all I wanted to do was to remortgage so I can get the money and get the car. They refused it. Within literally when I stopped paying the mortgage, the interest only, so I didn't have too much to lose. I was single. When I stopped paying, they repossessed the house. Now the house, the flat is worth about 350. So I would have doubled my money if I would have stuck with it, but I couldn't be bothered. Anyway, I ended up building a house for £35,000. I'm not too bothered. I lost that a bit, no problem. But now the house is worth 350,000. The flat. Very few people can afford to deposit for that now. So it's not going up anymore. And that's what's happening in England. It's tapering off. It can't keep going up and up and up, bro. It doesn't always go up. It's tapering off.
Well, now you guys can basically continue. I'm tired.
All right.
John
But
wants to come here.
With the mortgage system, there's a limit. Okay, and people cannot keep it. The house can't keep going up and up. That's why the Western world is being stagnated at the moment. That's why the economy is going like that, because it can't keep going up and up. But in Africa, you go there with £35,000, build a 4-bedroom house, 3-bedroom house. Okay, you can't go wrong. That's why the African Americans were coming back home. They winning. Because they got retirement money, they're making more money. You could just build rent. That's a business in itself. But to do the mortgage, what, 205, average mortgage in England, about 400,000. Try and get the deposit for that, 25%. Work out how much that is.
Carla, I understand what you're saying, but I don't really see the difference between that and a 100-year lease where America they could repossess your house if you stop making.
The thing is, look, this is how it works, bro. 100-year lease is this. At any time that person that owns it happened, at any time that person that has you build a nice house, right? He decides that he wants the land back. Break it. You know,
no, he's going to wait to the 100 year or he's going to buy
that lease is not admissible in court, right? The next
it is. Listen, if you've got 100-year lease.
This is what I'll tell you, right? My opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna do a 100-year lease on a house, get a modular home or mobile home, right? Why? Because when they still act it up, brother, because they will, right? You could take that shit and say, "Oh, I'm out. I'm bouncing." You know, like a trail. You know,
right? Listen.
I build
right. My
no
house,
foundation or no house that you lease, man. Don't do it.
Listen. My house is on a lease. From 85, my mom bought that particular land. We know the Chieftain family so well. They came to my dad's funeral and my mom's funeral.
Yeah, anytime, Lewis. Right. I hate to see
it. It never happens. The only time you saw that, when you saw the African American.
We see you go to this brother came back after all these years, and
who's that?
Was crying.
No, because they didn't fulfill their part of the deal and they lost that because they fucked up. There's plenty of people back home.
My people over in America, don't get involved. If you're gonna do a lease land, I think you know what's selling in Ghana? Mobile modular homes. You know, they look just like regular homes, but you can put them things on wheels or those homes that you can move and relocate.
Well, you know, that's a good idea if you want to be at least if you
good idea, man. Because the bottom line, when you live in an unstable society, man, that's the only way.
No. Listen. You got a tropical country with tropical storm and all that. You need to build solid houses. You can't have flying up in the air like they do in America. Come on, every year it's like Gone with the Wind.
Stop it, man. Stop.
Come on, you know that we watch America.
Rule number one
every year, right?
You go to Ghana. You get yourself a mobile home, something on wheels, and you can put the wheel on that thing.
I was thinking of that one time. Listen,
your lease, everything.
Your collar's a funny nigga, yo.
Right. If you took that to Ghana, they would look at you and think, "What that crazy bastard?"
I don't care what they say. At least I have my house. That man. Motherfuckers be walking away. You got black people that was my house, but the chief took it back. Now,
no. Listen. If you build a solid house and all that, right?
Don't do it.
No, come on. There's plenty of people. The Hebrew Israelites are doing a good job.
Yeah. Oh, you saw what they did to Hebrew Israelites? You want me to play a video, Lewis?
No, them not weren't doing nothing. If you go on YouTube and you type in traveling Israelites.
They were
right?
in the early morning. They came in and just took everything. The
No,
blind,
because those Hebrew
this,
Israelites weren't doing that. They get scratching their eyes, walking around playing drums. No, you want people
the
who
bottom of
doing
the Hebrew, they
businesses.
didn't give no warning or nothing. They just came and said, "Yo, man, we're terminating the lease," and they just took everything, man. Come on.
Yeah, because they were not developing the place. They just living
No,
it
they
and
had
just
them.
selling a
Are you
couple of
kidding? They
things.
had all those bed and breakfasts and all that.
Hold on,
What are you
but
No,
talking
no,
about?
Carla,
listen.
hold on,
Right.
but Carla, it seems like it's because those 100-year lease, land leasing and stuff like that, right? I mean,
That's wild though.
I think when people are going in and they're not like being active
Developing
on
it.
that land, developing that land,
Yeah.
then it sort of
No, you
violates
know
some sort
what
of
it is
agreement, right?
what happens is the people stop
And
getting
you
like.
can't blame the government for that. It's
Let me,
I think it's
oh, let me
something a
have let me
contract that
tell
they
you,
have
child,
between
let
the
me tell you
chiefs
because I
there.
know firsthand from what mine with that. What happens is you sign an agreement, lease, whatever, like that. Okay, 100 years, right? Then after every time you look around, just like Fianca, somebody will show up.
No. Come on, Carla. Come on.
I'm the new
Stop it.
school
Stop
chief,
it,
and
bro.
next thing you know, and they
Carla,
got their
stop it.
hand out, right?
Right.
And next thing you
Listen.
know, oh, you got to
Listen.
build a school, you got to build this, you got to
No,
do
no,
this.
no. Nobody's
Next thing you know,
asking me
so
to build a school. I
then
built
when
no
you
damn
say,
school.
no, we got an agreement, that's it. Next thing you know, they want their land back. It happened.
No.
That's what happened to
Listen.
Bianca.
Right.
That's
Right.
what happened all over the place, man.
Right.
Just like I
Have you?
said,
Have you?
Yeah, but
look,
you know what?
Have you?
I don't know. Hold
I have,
on, Carla
look,
and
I
Lewis.
have
I don't
no
know if you
problem
guys
with
agree with
look,
this,
I
right? But
have
I
no
think
problem with that. It's your land. I have no problem with that. All I'm telling black people is don't build nothing permanent. Give something that you can move, you know?
well, you have to be productive on those lands, man, because it's no different from
Thank
over
you.
here. We have property tax over here,
Yeah.
and that just keeps the people productive. So I was gonna ask Carla and Lewis this question:
Well, okay,
do you think
so
that they should
why
have
if we
property
conduct this?
taxes in
Hold
Africa?
on, hold on. What if why is the other people surrounding them not doing the land? Why would
Yeah,
they want they
No,
most
want
because
they
definitely.
want this hold up. They want
nobody else
that
is
community,
coming out.
Hebrew Israelite community to do what their
No,
government's
no.
supposed
Listen, the Hebrew Israel community in Ghana is quite big, and they are building. They've actually. There's
to. Yeah,
one
but
guy on.
y'all shut them down,
Listen,
man. Come on,
listen.
Lewis.
The guy on YouTube, right? It's called the Traveling Israelites. He's a builder. He's an actual builder. He went there on holiday, and where I'm moving my business here, moved there with his. They made him a chief. He sells you the land and builds for you. So it depends where you're at. If you go to a hot place where they want to develop it like Cape Coast, because that's big, the where the Israelites were, that's near the slave castle. People want to develop right there. And you talking
So
about
it's a
not doing nothing with the little
valuable
shit.
land. Yeah.
Yeah, and plus you know they can go to court and be compensated. I think that's what's going to be happening with a court case. If they do that to your house before time, they have to compensate you, and probably the chief
Well,
weighed it up.
like I said, they should basically build mobile homes. That would have been solved the problem right
That
there.
way
Hey,
you
but
can just move the damn thing. Well,
hey, but Lewis,
Move it out
Lewis,
of
Lewis, I don't
yeah,
know
go
why
ahead.
people have a Lewis. I don't know why people have a problem with
trailer
the
park.
The
Lewis.
trailer, but I'll tell you what, I was listen to me. I was thinking of that long time ago,
That's a
right?
great idea, man. That's what I would
I was
do.
thinking of that long time ago, but listen, it's not in our culture, bro. It's a particular culture that comes with it. You want stability. You want to know this is my
There is
home.
no
I've lived my
stability. You on lease land. If you're on lease
yeah,
land, you
but
don't have
black
no
people,
stability.
kind of black people, we're not like that. We're not nomadic like white people, man. We
Oh
don't go
yeah.
from Africa and
What do
go
you call
to
the Fulani? What do you call the
exactly.
no, we're
Fulani?
not. You look at our culture. Black people are not like that. You look at the people in the south who come from the south to the thing. The south, they build a house solid that's theirs. It's going to be their grandmother's house for years and years and years, right? We're not like Irish moving and nomadic. White people do that. You know what I'm saying? We're not really like that. We get a stable place, we stay in place. We mind moving back in the day.
We, we
When
come
I
we
was
come from
younger.
an agriculturalist background. That's why.
Yeah.
Can you reiterate that question again? So I don't think they heard you.
Which one about the property tax or just being productive on
Yeah,
the land?
no, the property tax.
No. I was gonna ask these guys like, do they think that would be a good idea in Africa
Yeah.
or at least?
Listen, one of the problems we've got, right? For instance, you go to certain parts of Accra, like where my uncle and all that, they pay their tax and everything, get trash picked up. You go to the poorer area, you try and get a tax out of it, get basic tax out of them just to clean the yard. It's like getting blood out of a stone.
Right.
Those market women, oh, we're not gonna vote for you. We ain't doing that. And they're the one throwing trash in the bloody gutters. So when it rains like now, you see the drain choked up. People building anywhere they want to build because they don't want organization like they have in the rich areas because the rich areas pay tax to get the trash picked up. The poor people don't want to do that. Black people don't like paying
That's a
tax. It's
problem.
a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
It's a listen.
Even
Trust me,
listen,
I know
even when
as
you
a
look
black
at
person.
Lewis, even
Uh-huh.
when you look at America, right? America makes most of its money through taxes, right?
Yeah,
So
you have to pay tax.
yeah,
Our people, listen. In the
it
old
gives
days,
us
the chief.
it also gives us a stake into the government,
Listen,
the economy, and everything.
that's
You
it.
know.
In the
Yeah.
old days, when you lived under a chieftain, you got to pay your dues, and this is how you do. You don't pay
Right.
tax, but everybody
Nobody
came out and
likes
brought their
tax. I
house.
don't like paying property tax, but I
Yeah,
do it. You know, it helps. It helps with the
it helped. But
school
I don't know.
system. It
Listen, if
helps
you
with
want, right, Rawlings, right,
sanitation, everything.
Rawlings once had a problem with electricity, and he said to the Ghanaian people, he said, listen, if you want real electricity 24 hours, if you want infrastructure, you're going to have to pay the real price. And he told them this wearing an army uniform, not Democrat. And if you want that, this is what we're going to do, but you're going to pay. Ghanaians, some of them are not prepared
Well, I
to
said a
pay.
lot of people couldn't come to the Afghanistan
Yeah,
because the Afghanistan is going to be highly taxed. You know, I guarantee you
listen,
that.
I am an independent
right. The
insurance
thing is,
agent
you won't
for
get the
Connect
vote, but
was
you're going to have
perfect
to be
to start
unpopular.
my business. They do all the work
It
for
goes
you.
draws or not. Y'all want this infrastructure, you're going to
And are
pay.
being taken advantage of.
I am an independent insurance agent. First Connect was perfect to start my business. They do all the
What?
work.
How's Bomani doing?
No, I haven't talked to him in a couple days. Why?
And
He's
please
getting ready to a
introduce
trip to
yourself
Ghana.
as
Okay. Oh, good, good. So that's going to be a good episode. And when you come to Ghana, Carla?
Man, what for?
Gate and get to the
What do you
bottom
mean
of
what
it.
for? You can come and stay at my place when I finish.
What for, man? Come on, man.
What do you mean what for? Listen, it's what Ghana is what's happening, man.
You said you. I thought your place was finished. You said it took 6 years.
No, yeah, no. What is? I've done up to the roof. I'm about to plaster it and then do that. Finish the plumbing and electric work. So I'll be done in about 3-4 months time. It's not completely sort of finished.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm fussy. I want it just right, bro.
Committing to that,
I waited long enough. I want it just right.
The third month
This
last
in Hebrew is
year.
like they wake up in the morning.
Oh,
and
come
they
on, Carla, man, come on.
In those
Oh,
hearings, so we
please.
can present the facts.
Listen, we've seen this, Carla. Come on, bro. Come
A
on.
lot of our
And
viewers
while we
haven't
were there
seen
in
this
the
yet.
committee, it became
This is the
very
first time
clear
playing.
right away that the story that they trumped up in the very beginning wasn't solid at all. So we've been in negotiations for almost the last 9 months, and they
What happened to the sound?
keep the activity of comments and all of that down. They didn't want us talking much about the case because it was stirring up a lot of emotions amongst our brothers and sisters throughout the diaspora. So we committed to that. And there were some other agreements that were supposed to be made within that committee by all parties, such as
It's been solved now. The issue's been done.
To refrain from any further developments on the property until the matter was sorted out. So as I said, it became very evident.
Okay, as he comes back in, family, if y'all can hear me, what you're seeing here on this video is the land actually that's in question. And this was this was the day that the demolition happened. So you still see some structures, that are standing, but the video will continue to show them knocking down the building.
You have a mobile phone, you're going to get laughed at, bro.
Yeah, so okay.
Hey, John in the back chat said let him up.
Let me get my brother.
Carla, when you finish, can you play Alita Israel?
Actually, I just came up here.
Okay, you're back.
I'm letting John up.
Put Alita Israel.
All right, man.
Continuing, it became very clear early on.
My fault. I had to time out African
they
booty
really didn't
scratch.
have a solid leg to stand on. That it was a lot of inconsistencies in what they were saying.
All right, listen,
so
Carla, I'm going to get some shot out myself next time, yeah?
All right, yeah, next time. All right,
All right.
fellas.
Salute, Lewis.
See you guys.
Y'all good night.
All right.
Take care.
Yeah.